What's your favorite alternative to Merry Christmas? I actually like Xmas, not because of any heathen thing I'm doing, but because I love the show Futurama. And the joke in Futurama is that in 1,000 years, they've unironically changed to calling it Xmas. What do y'all got?
I mean, Xmas is good. Ho, 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 motherfuckers. I don't know. I don't have strong feelings about Christmas, okay? Look, listen.
There are some who like the Festivus for the rest of us. They're those people.
I'm hard no on that one. No Festivus, please.
Not a Seinfeld fan. Welcome everybody to our special Christmas Day Atheist stream. We are here to have fun with you, hang out, chat, talk. We'll take some calls. We will. Well, we're kind of playing it a little bit by ear, but mostly this is just to have fun with you on a day that we know a lot of people don't have people to celebrate the holiday with, while the rest of the world apparently just seems to shut down for this day. And then a lot of people also are in situations where they are stuck with the people they must celebrate with, but maybe they can get somewhere in a corner with a headphones and a smartphone for a little bit of an escape. And so we're going to be doing that. But let's start by introducing ourselves, as though people don't already know. I'm Jimmy Snow. I'm here with Matt Dillahunty and Arden Hart. And later in the show, basically every 2 hours, the two co-hosts will switch out. We've got Dave, Aron, Forrest, and Dr. Ben all come in here later today as well. How are the two of you doing?
I've got a sneeze coming down the pipe.
You got a sneeze coming down the pipe, and I'm doing great. So I don't tend to use alternates for Christmas. I just say Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays. I don't care that much. It's funny because so Beth, my ex-wife, who I'm still really good friends with, matter of fact, Arden and I went and had lunch with her and her husband just a week and a half ago, whatever. Beth's crazy for Christmas. She is, Christmas queen, Beth, and it makes Christmas throw up scarves and all those other stuff. I really like Christmas. I think Christmas is the sort of holiday that if it didn't exist would need to be invented. But when Beth and I were together, it was okay. I'm going to put up Christmas lights. We're going to put up a tree. We're going to go visit family and whatever else. And now Art doesn't care that much about Christmas, and I don't care that much about Christmas. I like it, but it's like, you mean I don't have to put up a tree and I don't have to put up lights that nobody's going to see? It's not like nobody's going to come visit us. Yeah. So every year I would put up a tree and lights, and then we would fucking leave town and go spend it with family and come back, and then I would take the tree back down. I'm so glad I don't have to do that. I don't care what you call it. Just let me have some fun with people I like.
Christmas lights are the one thing I don't completely hate, but I definitely am not like, maybe, in the future when we have more time and more finances, it'll be worthy to invest in Christmas decorations and be so festive every point of the year. But like on the list of things that I need to buy in a given year, festive decorations are just like so far down on the list, like not even anywhere near the top.
I have an interesting question for Arden, which is something we should have probably had a conversation about in private before we were live on the air. But I'm going to take some Tums. So I'm going to ask the question and let you give your thoughts on it. If we have kids, are you going to do Christmas and Santa?
I don't think I'd want to do Santa. I don't know if I'd be comfortable lying to the kid. Like, I think it's fun when a kid does believe in Santa to like engage with them on that, but I don't think I could perpetuate it to my own kid. But I would still want to do Christmas for them. I would have a hard time taking away from my kid holidays that all their peers celebrate just because I'm a Scrooge about it. Like, that seems unfair. So
there is an option of a non-liars Santa where you basically do a Christmas as a game, and they're aware that it's a game, and you're aware that it's a fun thing, and they even know who's dressed up as Santa, but in the same way you might have someone dress up as the Easter Bunny.
Yeah, no, I think that's fair. It's not like I wouldn't give them presents or whatever. Like I think they would still participate fully in the Christmas traditions. Just I wouldn't lie to them that a magic man flies across the sky. Hopefully no children are watching this right now.
Yeah, we should have thought about that also as we're making the decision for some parents potentially watching right now. Yeah, I'm very anti lying about magic and stuff like that, which is funny because one of the things you always hear back from people when you say that is, don't you want your kids to believe in magic or to believe there's magic in the world? I'm like, no, fuck no. Are you shitting me? What's that?
That's precisely the problem. Like, yeah.
Hard no. Anyway, well, Matt, did you have a follow-up before I tell people about the mug stuff?
No, I'm actually good with that.
Cool. All right. So one thing that is happening today, it'll be throughout the show, though it's going to be more fun with different people who are here at different periods of time during the show, is we are currently doing a bit of a merch mug contest. Now, we've purposefully, I have been brain fogging ever since that flu last week, where I just keep getting stuck on really common words not coming to my brain. Anyway, purposely the mugs themselves, when you go and you look at them, they are not priced high above the margin. We make a little bit off of them, but we purposely did it to kind of be able to have more fun with people. We make a little bit more on the 15-ounce one than the 11-ounce one, but we wanted to make sure that they were mostly acceptable. So we're doing this thing where everybody, the 7 of us who are actually doing the 2 events, the one today and then the one that is on New Year's, everybody has a mug. And that's the answer to the question. Everybody who's like, why doesn't Erica have a mug? Why doesn't Shannon have a mug? Why doesn't John have a mug? They aren't able to join because they apparently have family and lives and all of those kinds of things. So we are keeping score. In fact, I'll show you what the score is right now of the individual mug sales. These are how many mugs, and I'm sure a lot of people are watching right now and laughing out loud because yes, Forrest's mug is wildly popular. It is also the one that, so I did several of the mug designs. Arden did some of the mug designs, and it is the one that was the most time was spent on, but also has a little bit, am I making excuses because I'm losing? A little bit, I'm making a little bit, but does have some broad appeal. And anyway, as we go through, a couple of things. One, every time any of these numbers break a 20 mark, I'm going to we're going to figure out some reason to give away a mug. So basically like right now, and basically from whatever score it's at, we'll do it. So the easiest one right now is my own. I did not do this on purpose. When we sell one more Jimmy mug, we'll be giving at least one free mug. When Arden hits 20, when Forrest hits 100, when Matt hits 40, every time a mug breaks a 20 mark, we're going to do some kind of giveaway where we're either going to have a person call in and we'll give them a code where they can go and buy a mug and then get it for free with free shipping, or I might go and refund somebody's order, because if I refund on our merch provider, it doesn't cancel the order, it just gives you the money back. We'll do different ways, but that's how we're also going to give away a bunch of mugs basically today. And we'll do that as those numbers go over 20. And that's going to be, I don't know. I just felt like doing something that was fun, that we're giving back a lot. We're having a good time. Also, you are more than welcome to still super chat today. Obviously, we always like super chats. However, you can leave a message on Fourth Wall when you buy something, and we'll likely be reading those messages out as well. So when you go to our linemerch.com, buy something for yourself, we'll read out that. And we'll actually, I'm not kidding, we'll make less money that way because, again, the margins aren't higher. But, again, we more wanted to do something fun with everybody else. What'd you say there, Matt?
No, I just like, that's awesome because, one of the things is I love super chats because, we're reading, we're interacting, and yes, there's money coming in. But I also like the fact that people might get something. So if you had, $20 that you were going to do in super chats or whatever, you can do a mug and leave a message and get the best of both worlds. And,
exactly.
We eat the cost on that and boom. And yes, I agree with the person in chat who said Matt's mug is the best. I will say that I know why Forrest is winning.
I'm going to interject with a strategy to sell my mug. Okay, listen, Do you all have dimples? No. Are you going to have to explain some weird, convoluted story about who I am when you bring that mug into work? Yes, absolutely. But look at the people who are leading right now. Forrest, Aron, Matt, and Jimmy. White, cisgender men. Don't buy my mug. You're a fucking bigot. Okay?
Let me update the scores here a little bit. Matt did pull ahead of Aron there. We got up to 32, and Forrest Mug got another sale there. So yeah, we're gonna find lots of excuses today to give away mugs and just have fun with it. Honestly, I'm excited. I'm excited for it. And so actually, let me pull up and just see some of the orders that have come in since we started the show here. Henry, I'll only use first names so we don't worry about whatever, but Henry had written, y'all keep on keeping on. We need your voice out here. Texas sucks. I feel that more and more as time goes on, but it's funny. And look, I don't want anyone to interpret this as I don't see the real problems, but there are a lot of bad social problems in Texas. I'm hating the weather. Right now it's great. But this last summer was the fucking worst summer of my entire life.
To be fair,
not joking.
It was the worst summer in Austin that I've experienced, and I've been living here since 1995.
Yeah. Awful. Awful.
Yeah.
Awful.
I mean, like you do have like that one court case of the woman who was trying to get an abortion and it got sent to the state Supreme Court and all that. But yeah. I will say, aside from, especially in the areas around like Austin and Dallas and everything, I like Texas so far. I think people have this cartoonish notion that like some dude with a big old mustache and like got pistols on both sides comes walking into every restaurant.
Yeah.
I make all them queers get against the wall because I don't dine with no homosexuals or something. It's not like that at all.
Most people who come visit usually end up feeling the same way too. It's like, you really have to go to the parts of Texas that no one wants to go to find the reason why it keeps voting red.
Yeah.
In fact, the majority of people in Texas don't vote red, but that includes the people who vote blue and the people who don't vote. But even if you just did the people who don't vote, but if they could vote or would vote, would also vote blue. It's funny. If you just made voting mandatory here, it would not go red ever again. I don't think. Well, shouldn't say ever again because popularity does, but it wouldn't have the last several elections, and it wouldn't on the next one. Anyway, thank you, Francis. Thank you, Daniela. I don't see a note. Oh, I see yay with Daniela's. Thank you, Daniela. And thank you. I think I missed one. We've got Kevin, Francis, Daniela. We've got Melody. No note from Melody. Thank you so much, Melody. And we've got Yuna. Thank you, Yuna. No note left with that. Okay, let's see if I need to update our scoreboard again here. No, I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it when it's just Forrest growing mostly. I'll do it every so often, and we'll lump him in. All right, let's do a game. Let's do a little 2023 trivia with Arden and Matt, and it's going to be multiple choice. We're going to do let's do 10 questions, and then whoever the winner is, I'm going to pick randomly somebody who bought that person's mug, and I'm going to refund the cost of the mug for that person. Matt and Arden, are you ready?
I'm ready.
Okay.
Let's go.
In November, a team of marine biologists at Southampton University made which alarming discovery about starfish? A, their genome contains no connection to any other animal. B, they are immortal. C, their entire body is, in fact, a head. Or D, they are impervious to nuclear radiation. You both have cards ready to hold up when you are ready, A, B, C, or D, and reveal your answers. C and C is correct, which means that you both get a point, which means in a way neither of you do. But we'll put the point on the board.
I tore pages out of my notebook, and now the whole damn thing's falling apart. So all that work that I did getting an A, B, and C and D.
Kate Blanchett gave one of 2023's standout movie performances as which embattled fictional orchestra conductor? Is it A, Sylvia Gravel, B, Belinda McAdam, C, Lydia Tarr, or D, Fionnuala Asphalt? Whenever you are ready, hold up your cards.
Straight up guess.
The answer was C, Lydia Tarr. You are no points on the board this time.
No idea.
I didn't make these questions, for the record. I'm totally stealing these from elsewhere. The correct answer. Oh, that's worth maybe half a point. No, this year's publishing blockbuster was Prince Harry's This year's publishing blockbuster was Prince Harry's memoir Spare. It claims his best man duties for Prince William were hindered by which unfortunate injury on Harry's person? Was it an infected scorpion bite, an inflamed nipple, an inflamed testicle, or a frostbitten penis? A, B, C, or D, when you are ready.
Yeah, I think
It was the D, and D is the correct answer.
It was a cold D.
I started to read for C, but then I heard frostbitten penis, and I was like, no, it was definitely his cock and not his balls, for sure.
There you go. I am, for the record, I would not have gotten any of these correct so far, except for chance, perhaps. I didn't know the answer to any of these so far. Which secondhand item did the Barnardo's charity shop in Gorsenon, Swansea, ask people not to donate anymore? Was it A, pornography, B, firearms, C, sex toys, or D, cat litter?
I guess.
The answer is C, sex toys. That's a point for Matt. This is question number 5. Which Dwayne The Rock... I need to get my live chat up on the side here because I got to see if people are guessing stuff too.
They're delayed.
Yeah, that's true. They're a little bit
We're
behind.
going fast enough. They might be answering to the different question, but...
Though I think we're on low latency stream, but I don't know how low that is. Let's see. Why did Dwayne The Rock Johnson object to the waxwork of him unveiled in the Greven Museum in Paris in October?
I know the answer.
I know the answer, but I'm waiting for
Arden
it.
knows the answer too.
A, it was a foot shorter than his 6'5" height. B, it appeared to be Caucasian. C, the sculptor had used an inverted photograph. All right, it was B. That's fine. That's fine.
Yeah.
That's fine. I actually did know that one too.
Very, very white.
Tom Cruise.
We don't even need to read all the answers. It was too white. Just like the people who are here today. We're too white.
Tom Cruise, representative of a disgusting cult and a kind of a monster for humanizing them, continued his run of blockbuster success with the 7th film in a punctuated and laden franchise. What was the movie's full and correct name as written? Was it Mission Impossible: Dead Reckoning Part 1? Was it Mission Impossible: Dead Reckoning Part 1 with the number 1 instead of the word 1? Okay, this is stupid, actually. We're skipping this one because you can't see it. This is a written one. It's like you have to see what the difference are. Was it written out part, or was it written out 1, or was it the number 1? So we're going to skip that one. The correct answer was Dead Reckoning Part 1, where all the words are written out. It was A. Box office news was dominated by simultaneous releases of Barbie and Oppenheimer. Barbie remains the highest grossing film of the year worldwide, with Oppenheimer in 3rd. What movie is in 2nd place, breaking up the Barbenheimer duopoly? Is it Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3? That's A. B would be Fast X, or 10, I think. C is the Super Mario Brothers movie, or D, The Little Mermaid.
You didn't give all the answers.
A, Guardians of the Galaxy. B, Fast X. C, Super Mario. D, The Little Mermaid.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm going to guess Little Mermaid because kids.
Correct answer is C, the Super Mario Brothers movie. You have to remember that one has like huge international sales.
Yeah, I guess. It was just kind of okay. I don't know.
That's how I felt about Barbie.
Movie would have affected. Okay, yeah, but you're wrong about that. That's the problem. You have to remember. Okay, listen, Jimmy's saying he doesn't like Barbie. You have to remember.
I did not say I didn't like Barbie. I said I only give it a 5.5 out of 10. I was just half a point on the side of I would stick around and finish the movie. But it wasn't that interesting to me. I think it's great, and I have no problems with the empowering message. I'm not like red pilling it. I just wasn't that into the movie.
I'm not
Hey, it's
saying you're
420.
I'm just
Laser.
saying the audacity of you to have that feeling when you also enjoy Thor: Love and Thunder.
I did
No
like Thor: Love and Thunder.
thing ever again.
I
Wait,
like
you
Taika
like-
Waititi.
Oh my God, Taika Waititi is like,
Hilarious.
if he never directs another movie, I'll be fucking fat, dumb, and happy about that. That guy never needs to say or do another thing ever in any film.
Jojo Rabbit is one of the
I
greatest
couldn't
movies of all
stand
time.
Jojo Rabbit. I made it like 40 minutes at most into
It's one of the
Jojo
best
Rabbit
movies
before.
ever.
It's crap.
2023 was a banner year for Taylor Swift. Which record does she not now currently hold? Wait, was a banner year. Which does she not now currently hold? Weird. That's a weirdly phrased question. Anyway, 2023 was a banner year for Taylor Swift. Which record does she not now currently hold? Is it A,
Her own.
most number of what?
Her own. They took her own records away from her, and she's fighting to get them back.
Oh,
Let
that's
him-
funny.
And I don't,
A, most number one albums by a woman in history. B, the first and second best-selling vinyl record since 1991. C, first concert tour to gross $2 billion. Or D, most streamed country album in a single day on Spotify.
I'm gonna say C. Her Eras tour was fucking huge this year.
Yeah, but he
C
said,
is,
what record does she not have?
right, which is why this doesn't make any sense. But C is the correct answer. But how can you not now hold the first concert tour to gross $2 billion? Because that implies that you did have it before, and the first can never stop being the first. So there's something weird about this question that I don't understand.
Somebody else had a tour that grossed more than that before her.
Which record does she not now currently hold? I guess I felt like it was implying a record she had and someone else took, but I guess you're right. It could be that way. I'm going to give Arden a second to add the 2 super chats that came into the queue, or there might be 3 now.
Wait, I'm not seeing more than the ones that I've already added.
I don't know. Maybe you've added. I've got one from Quackers, one from Vintage, and one from Mislud.
I've also got Me and My Human down before that, but the last one
Yeah.
I see on the list is from Misled.
Okay, you got them all. All right. I just figured
Yeah.
you might not have noticed while we were quizzing. Here we go. Spanish Duke Fernando Fitz-James Stewart found himself in court and received which stern legal instruction? He was he was to cease using the Duke name for his clothing brand pending a legal challenge from the American University of the same name. B, he was to shorten his daughter's 25-word name. C, he was to stop sending emails demanding an invite to King Charles' coronation. Or D, he was to cease calling himself His Royal Highness on official paperwork.
I guess D.
It is B. He was to shorten his daughter's 25-word name. So no points there. And the name was Sofia Fernanda Dolores Cayetana Teresa Angela de la Cruz Michaela del Santissimo Sacramento del Perpetuo Socorro de la Santísima Trinidad y de Todos los Santos.
Oh.
Well,
Yeah.
that's the name. Imagine
It was-
roll call.
Legally instructed to cut it out.
That's. I would be opposed to that ruling. I get to name somebody whatever the hell they want. They get to rename themselves whatever the hell they want. Why on earth? I mean,
Spain. Ugh.
I don't know if I feel like it's.
Is it just
probably like-
because it doesn't fit on documents? Like you can't put it on a driver's license?
I was gonna say it's probably more of a logistics thing like that, but maybe I don't know.
Well,
At most, you should be able to do. Here's the legal short version.
Yeah.
The legal short version is, Sue de Pena.
Some people have clearly been Googling and have figured out which website I'm pulling this quiz from because they're always getting the answer right in chat. But I can't prove that. Anyway, We said goodbye to Irish actor Michael Gambon, whose passing was marked with a flurry of glorious anecdotes. Which of the following was not one of them? He faked a heart attack while flying a plane to scare the actor Terrence Rigby. He told director Peter Hall he was late, this is B, he was late because his mother had died, then feigned ignorance about her turning up to his opening night for decades. C, at an evening with Daniel Craig, he told everyone that his mother had operated the cranes that built the Titanic in Belfast. Or D, after a night's drinking with the actor Peter Finch, he bought a small pub in Dublin rather than leaving said premises when asked. Which one did he not do?
I'm going to guess A, because it's kind of fucked up, man. You trying to have a heart attack on a plane?
The correct answer is D. He did not buy a pub rather than leaving it.
Look, if these were music questions, Matt would have gotten every single one.
Yeah,
right now,
that's true.
This is the last question unless Arden manages to get it right and Matt wrong and ties it up because the current score is 5-4. Michael Bully Boy Smith won the PDC World Darts Championship with a thrilling finish against Michael Mighty Mike the Notorious MVG Van Gerwen. What other accolade did he, this being Michael Smith, achieve in 2023? An MBE for service to the Arrows. B, a star on Blackpool Promenade celebrating his celebrity in Lincolnshire. C, the freedom of Borough of St. Helens. Or D, a legendary Nando's black card granting him free Nando's for life.
Just because I have no fucking clue, I'm going to guess D. Oh, come on.
The answer was C, the freedom of the Borough of St. Helens, which means Matt is the winner. Let's go see what kinds of orders have come in, and I will pick at random here a order with Matt on it here. I don't remember where we left off on these mug things. And for a reminder for people who are joining in, we're selling mugs, and we have a competition with mugs. In fact, let me go ahead and just so you know, if you order and cancel your order, it does remove it from the score. So anybody who's out here like, I'm gonna, that doesn't work. There seems to be one person who thought that would work. I'm letting you know now, it isn't working. Anyway.
Damn it.
Is that your, that's your,
no, I
that's your
haven't
fake name?
Gone in and ordered anything yet.
Let's see. Okay, I'm going to start popping these into tabs so I can start saying hello and thanking people for them. And you know what? This is from where we left off. So I am going to the first one of these orders that I come across that has one of Matt's mugs on it. They're getting their mug refunded. So thank you to Francis, who ordered a Dr. Ben's. Oh, we want to see, I think people want to see the updated score before we do this part. Let me fix that first, and then we'll go from there. But Matt is the winner, so we're giving away one of his mugs for free. Let's see what the new scores are. We've got that for that.
Transphobic pressure. Let's go. At least buy Dr. Benz. Dr. Benz is fucking sick. Okay.
Dr. Benz also. Okay, these are the updated scores. We are going to figure out how to give away another mug. So right now, I'm just going to start drawing little.
I think it's not fair that people who aren't even here are selling mugs.
Well, I'm not going to disable them. And by the way, it is through people will be able to buy these mugs through midnight on January 1st. So we won't even know who the winner is till January 2nd. And then the mugs go away. We might bring them back next holiday, but we won't be selling them for the year. So this is your only opportunity, people. Yeah, just wait till Forrest is on the air, see what he can pull off. That's if he's smart enough to know that he should let everyone know that he's on air.
Was I not at 18 and did I go back down to 16? How did that happen?
Or am I crazy
and it only went to 16?
I think you're crazy.
Okay, that's fair.
But also, I think I think you were at 15 or 14, but I don't remember for sure. Right. Someone technically could have canceled too. I don't know. Thank you, Heather, who said love all you and got a Dr. Venus go-go juice. Love all you guys. Thank you all for what you do. Wonderful. We did get mine also over the 20 mark. Forrest, there was a Forrest. Okay, I'm not going to do this on. I'm not going to go. I'll just start reading. Thank you, Nigel Jude, who said, get Will McCaffrey back on as a guest host. We definitely will. Chris, who said, Jimmy, what made you want to leave the great state of Colorado for dumb old Texas? My friends and family are down here. There is reasons to be here, try and be a part of something that turns the state more blue. It's a state worth fighting for. And to tell you the truth, there's no fight left in Colorado. I love Colorado. I really love what they've just done. But I don't, there's Colorado is going to continue being awesome without me in it. The next place I will move after Texas will probably be Utah. Like that's the type of thing I do. That's the type of punishment I seek out. Oh wait, let me see if that one had. Yes, and Chris, we are going to refund the $16.66 for your Matt Your Gay Homie mug. So congratulations, Chris.
Nice.
You got it.
Congrats, Chris.
Refund winner. Winner. Chicken dinner. There we go. There you go. You got your 1666 back. Let's see. Thank you to Melody, who says, I have no dimples, but have to support a sister when she is the only woman in a sea of men, even if they are nice men. Yes, you are the only. Erica and Shannon could not do the shows today or New Year's. So you are representing the entire
many times.
The entire women's side of the line today.
Thank
also, you. Katy. I forgot to mention Katy earlier. Katy also couldn't do either. People with lives and stuff. Alexander says, you're all fantastic. This is just my favorite design. Keep doing what you're doing, explaining why they got the Forest one. Thank you, Alan. Zach, thank you, who says, y'all are the best. Thank you for being on the line. Go fuck yourself, Jimmy. Go Jimmy yourself on Christmas and then get the mug commemorating it. Is that the mug you got? Let me make sure I'm not telling you to do what you've already done. No,
I think everyone Jimmy's mug needs to go Jimmy themselves. That way you can be like, that's what happened.
You know what? You can use the mug to collect. Anyway, love you, girlies. # dimples. That's from LaShundia. And thank you, Allison. Thank you, Lisa.
Somebody's asking where they can see images of the mugs. Do we have like a screen grab we can put up on the stream so people can kind of see what before they? I mean, you can just click through to see. By the way,
exactly. Yeah, you can go to the link in the description or from the live chat, but I can get those up here. There's just already so much to do. We're already 35 minutes in. I think we even have a Atheist caller who wanted to call and chat. We'll probably talk to them next here in a moment after I get through these thank yous. Thank you to Lisa. Said, glad you're feeling better, Jimmy. Sorry, but Aron has the coolest mug, in my opinion. That is a cool one. Thank you to Dustin, who says, thanks. Jessica, thank you. Brendan says, go F yourself, Jimmy. Happy Xmas. And did got a Jimmy yourself and a dimpled mug. Well done, well done. Thank you, William, who says, got an Aron mug because I saw his video on a Krampus walk. Let's all celebrate bad children being thrown in a sack and hit with a stick. Yeah, hell yeah. Claire Turner says, definitely need this stream to wash off the Christian bollocks the British king spouted today during his Christmas King's speech. I did not want that. Did he make it real Christy? Marcel DeJong says, thanks for the videos. David says, # Team Arden, thank you all. Dustin says, still waiting for a shirt like this. Jimmy, I will forever worship at the throne of your immaculate production for all of the line. Well, thank you. That would mean so much more to me if you hadn't bought Forrest's mug. Holly says, thanks for giving us an excuse to bail on our family today. Texans, we feel your pain. You know, Holly, I doubt you're the Holly with this name, but I went to high school with a person named Holly, spelled exactly the same way as you, in Wyoming. So if it is you, hello. I kind of doubt it's you because I don't think she's probably not terribly fond of me. Anyway, Ariel, you guys are great. Yay, Arden. Happy Christmas, everyone. Thanks for speaking up and speaking out. And Nick says, please explain the equations and molecules so I can pretend I'm as smart as Forrest. We'll do that when Forrest is on because I'm sure he'll want to nerd out about it.
Yeah, you guys are our time talking about Forrest. Come on. Yeah,
for sure. But I will tell you, all of those handwritten things were done by me. They're not even his handwriting. That's how little Forrest cares about you buying his mug. So, buy the mugs of some of the people who cared. I'm marking what time that one went in. Just want to see how many orders came in while I was reading those, see if there's a significant update to do at the moment. We'll go ahead and put these on the board. And then we'll do more thank yous later.
Go-Go Juice is a reference to the fact that Ben is always drinking like energy drinks and shit.
Yeah. Heavily caffeinated.
And it's a caffeine cut. Well, I guess you can put whatever you want in the mug, but I think usually people put coffee in a mug.
I have heard that. 9. Okay, so this is the updated score. Forrest now has 100 mugs sold. So we will do, because that's breaking another 20 mark. We'll make sure to come up with another. So we've given away 1. We'll do 2 more at some point. Let's go to, let's see what types of lines are. We'll talk to Jamie, calling on Christmas, Atheist. Perhaps, I don't know. Jamie, are you a Christian? Are you celebrating Christmas? How are you, Jamie?
Hey, Jimmy, how are you?
Just fine.
Good. It's exciting to see this show today. I called in back on the 10th, and I made an ass out of myself by crying. So I was going through some emotional stuff, but I wanted to call back to say that I'm not of any group. I'm not a theist. I'm not an atheist. I'm not a agnostic.
Nothing. No. Jamie, I remember the
here
call.
We go, Matt.
Here we go.
Matt,
First of all,
calm down.
No, you're not going to talk over me.
Down.
No, you're not going to fucking talk over me.
We've muted
you're going to
Jamie.
Stop talking. I remember the call, and you were desperate to let people know that there was an afterlife. But you don't get to say, I'm neither a theist nor an atheist, because those are two all-inclusive, mutually exhaustive, mutually exclusive positions. You are either convinced that a God exists, which makes you a theist, or you are not convinced that a God exists, which makes you an atheist. The fact that you may not like to label yourself as either is irrelevant as to whether or not you are either. Don't ruin my Christmas with stupid.
I'm unmuting you now. It's never a good thing to try and tell people to calm down.
I totally agree, Matt. So yes, I am something. I don't know what that is, but I did have experiences in my life, which even though I've read the Bible and I know that God of the Bible is not the God that I would ever follow, right? And I'm even studying Mormonism and, different kinds of religions. And none of the Bibles, I'm not aligned. What I'm trying to say is that I did have an experience, when I was a child and as an adult that I can't explain. And what you guys want to do, and I'm just going to say this, you want to put science to it. Sometimes.
False.
I mean, okay, what? I'm sorry.
What other tool other than science should be used to investigate reality?
You are right, Matt. There's really nothing
I'm
else.
always right.
And that's why I am struggling. No, I am struggling because I have had experiences in my life as a child. I'm 64 years old, and 3 years ago, right? And so, I can't put it in a box, right? I can't say.
You can say you don't know. You can say you don't know, and that is the correct answer for right now.
But it's right. But a lot of time, because I have asthma, the last call you guys said, well, maybe you were, lack of oxygen or whatever. But Matt, so let me give you this, Matt, and I think
I tell you what, you go ahead and you
Jimmy.
talk to Arden and Jimmy. I'm going to go find the bear. I'll be right back.
Jamie.
Okay, I hope you find him.
So you said we want.
I hope you find him.
Jamie, you said we want to put science to it. That's not correct. I don't have a better method of investigating reality than science, but as soon as somebody produces something, I'm happy to do that. But as far as you said, I have these things that I can't explain. but apparently you still do try to explain it with some sort of supernatural or beyond. When I can't explain something, I just accept that I can't explain it. And because of how consistently things that seem unexplainable later turn out to be naturally explained, I tend to suspect,
Jimmy,
let me finish the sentence.
Okay.
You don't need to interrupt ever.
Okay.
I tend to suspect when something unexplainable happens that there probably is a natural explanation that has just escaped me. Now I'm done.
Okay. No. Thank you, Jimmy. I think the world of you, Arden and Matt. I'm saying that we cannot think that everything is, like conspiracy theorists from these people that are coming on your show saying, hey, I experienced something that is not in a book, okay, that I cannot explain to you, but it happened to me as a child, 8-year-old child, and as a 59-year-old woman. And so I can't explain it, so yes, but everything is always pointed to science. What if there's more? What if
Excuse
there's
me,
some?
no.
I mean, I'm just saying.
One, it sounds like you did not just listen to what I just said at all, because you then came back with the same opposition to it. So go ahead and just, in a very briefly, remind us what the experiences were. When you were a child, what happened?
Okay, and this is embarrassing because it's my experience.
Sure,
and I never shared it with anybody.
We don't need preamble. Just go for it.
So I have asthma, Jimmy, and I've had it since I was 2. When I was 7 or 8, and we lived in White Tanks, Arizona, I would leave my body and go to the ceiling and turn around. I would never see a light. I would never see God. So later in years, I would always wonder, wow, was I not special that I did not see the light or something? And I knew that going back into my body after a certain period of time was going to be excruciating. So I had asthma. I was in the hospital for a month every year as a child. But when I came home, I would have these asthma attacks, and so I know that Matt and everybody else is going to say, well, you had lack of oxygen. But
Stop.
You know what?
Stop. Okay.
Okay.
Jamie, let's say a person has a hallucination that they leave. I'm not saying you, Jamie. I'm saying a third person has a hallucination of leaving their body and returning to their body. How do we confirm that that person had a hallucination and didn't actually leave their body like you think you did?
And Jimmy, I cannot prove it to you.
No.
Okay,
I don't need you to prove it to me. I need you to answer that question.
This is why I don't ever want to have another conversation with Jamie. She comes in with this, I know Matt and everybody else is going to say this. Stop pretending you know what the fuck I'm going to say, because you're wrong consistently.
Jamie, just answer my question. If there's a person who hallucinates leaving their body, and then there's you. For the sake of this argument, I'm going to say you left your body. You're person A. You actually left your body. And person B hallucinated they left their body. Everything else about the experience is identical. How do we tell the difference between person A and person B? Whose was a real one and whose was a hallucination from the outside?
Right. And I'm hearing you,
I'm not
Jimmy,
asking if you're hearing me. How do we do that? Can we do that?
No, I have got it, and I cannot explain that. What I can explain, Jimmy,
stop,
is that a lot of
Don't
these...
try and jump
Jimmy,
forward.
May I finish?
Stop. No, you can't, Jamie. You literally can't finish. We're not going where you want to go with it until you honestly address the question I just asked. So I'm going to unmute you in a second. Is there a way to tell the difference between a person who really left their body and a person who hallucinated leaving their body? Go. Yes or no? No. Correct.
No.
Do we have confirmed in science or the medical field or whatever that people do hallucinate? Yes or no?
Yes.
Do we have confirmed through any method that is considered reliable, if you have something besides science that is as reliable, go for it, that people can in fact leave their body without hallucinating? Yes or no?
I'm not going to, I have no idea.
No, then we're done because the answer is no. Yes, you do have an idea. You are a liar to say you don't have an idea. We would all be aware if there was confirmation, a reliable method of saying people have left their body and we have confirmed that. I did not ask you, so I'll give you another opportunity because you don't listen, and this is part of the problem. The question is not, do people leave their body? The question is, have we ever confirmed through any reliable method that people leave their body? Yes or no, Jamie?
I'm going to say probably not, Jimmy.
No, the answer is no.
Okay.
And you know the answer is no. So if you know, Jamie, stop. You don't get to take control of the conversation because I know I do this for a living. I know what you're doing. You know what the next question is, and you think if you can cut it off and you can do some special pleading and you can list off some more of the adversity in your life to get more people to feel sorry for you about the asthma, which I have, by the way, by my fucking albuterol inhalers within 10 feet of me right now. If we list more of that, you're gonna somehow win over like well, don't go so hard on her. It's important to her, whatever. All we care about is if it is true or if it is not true. You have acknowledged that we have confirmations that people hallucinate. You have acknowledged that there's no way to tell the difference between a hallucination and a genuine leaving the body. And you have also acknowledged we've never confirmed that anyone genuinely leaves their body. So here is the only question you get to answer. And if you go with anything else, we're done. How did you determine, with all of those three things in mind, that you left your body instead of hallucinating, which you have acknowledged would not seem any different? How did you determine it was not a hallucination? This is the only question, and I'm unmuting you now.
I determined it because I was 7 or 8 years old, Jimmy. And I did not even know about any of this stuff. I was a 7 or 8 year old little girl back in the 1960s.
You didn't know about what?
About, hallucinations.
People who hallucinate don't have to know that.
Yeah, but Jimmy, you aren't letting me.
Of course I'm not letting you answer because you're a dishonest asshole when you are given an opportunity to answer. I'm not giving you an opportunity to answer because the answer to it wasn't a hallucination because I didn't know about hallucinations shows you don't understand thing one about, do you think I have to know about hallucinations to hallucinate? Is that really your position? Yes or no? Can a person only hallucinate if they are aware that hallucinations exist? Yes or no?
So this?
Yes or no?
Oh.
Can a hallucination only occur in a person who is aware of hallucinations?
No.
Okay, well, I'm not doing the cry thing again. Goodbye. I'm done. You're not going to weaponize being emotional, making me look like the asshole. Clearly, you can't handle the conversation. If every time it's going to turn to crying, then you need to go and handle yourself in therapy. Go get your shit together, put it in a bag, take it down to the shit store, get your shit together. Fuck.
I have a real hard time talking to anyone who's going to start the conversation with like qualifiers in the way that Jamie does. I've heard it from a lot of callers before. I'm not a Christian, but yada yada yada, as if like, seeing the problems with Christianity makes you reliable enough that whatever bullshit you're about to spout should be more trustworthy. I can't do that.
Is there something that doesn't allow? Somebody was surprised that I called a woman an asshole. Is that not are women? Hey, it's 2024 almost. Women can be whatever they want, including assholes. How dare you?
I don't.
Come on.
Not just for the sake. There were tons of elements of that I liked, but this is why after the last call with Jamie, I don't care to ever have a conversation with Jamie publicly again. I don't think she's intentionally trying to be an asshole. I don't think she's intentionally trying to be obtuse. I think she's incredibly confused, and yet I got sick of it because it's, oh my God, Matt, you're right. Yes, you're right. Oh, you just don't know how much I respect. You just don't know how much I respect you. Oh my God, I can't believe you're not agreeing with me. We just don't know. It is. I mean, there were people who were pissed at me for the way I handled it last time. There were people who were calling her a cry bully. There's all kinds of stuff going on. And at the end of the day, it's really simple. Something happened to you. If you don't have an explanation for it, then your answer is, I don't know. You don't get to do but maybe there's something more than science has discovered. Maybe there is, but the time to believe it is after it's been confirmed.
Yeah.
Maybe there is, maybe there isn't. How do we tell the difference? Is a question over and over again. Nobody is denying. I did not deny her experience, and yet she accused me of it, had to apologize for that. She's neither a theist nor an atheist. That's wrong. You are one of them, whether or not you're either a theist or a non-theist. Those are the only, people who don't understand the basics of logic, people who don't understand that, it's like, Jimmy asks, how did you determine that it wasn't a hallucination? Well, I was 8 years old and I didn't know about hallucination. No. This is where I think there was some confusion, because I think Jamie took it to mean when you decided it was not a hallucination, or when you decided it was real, why was that? And I think she may have been answering that question of, well, I was 8 and I didn't know this. But the redirect is clearly about, how can anyone, if you're acknowledging that nobody can tell, it's not why you did it at 8 years old, it's why you at 64 years old are not simply saying, oh, I don't know what the hell that was, but 8-year-old me was convinced it wasn't a hallucination. Now 64-year-old me not only can't be convinced it's not a hallucination, doesn't have a single viable alternative hypothesis to hallucination. None. Something happened. You can't rule out hallucination, but it's a possibility. You cannot list any other demonstrably possible explanation for this. And so when we're deciding which one's most likely correct, out of all of the candidate explanations, we only get to consider the candidate explanations. You don't get to say, okay, here's a dead body of all, who killed it, and we'll take all, 7.5, 8 billion people that are on the planet. Oh, and I want to add in angels, demons, and crocoducks.
Yeah. I was I on the call with you when it first came in? Because I didn't recognize it at all.
No, it was Mr. Deity.
Okay.
It was one of the most difficult things, because it was Brian and I were doing our first show, and so our first show together like this, and so we're still feeling everybody out. And any call, or the last couple of calls with Jamie, have been exactly the same. Anybody tuning in who doesn't know what's going on just sees a crying older woman get steamrolled while she's being over the top, overly ridiculously respectful. Oh my God, I just can't believe how much I adore you guys and everything. This is a no-win scenario, which is why after we got past that initial thing, I was like, I'm going downstairs, I'm going to find my Christmas bear, and I'm going to stay out of the conversation.
You can control the show when we call into your show. That's my final answer to was it Jamie? Is that the name?
Yeah.
Let's
it's fine, because I would love to actually have a conversation with Jamie, but it would be simple if Jamie could just be honest and straightforward in this, which is, okay, Jamie wanted to call in. It was very important to her to let people know after she lost her husband that there is an afterlife. And we went through that. She got no evidence for any of that. It is very easy to say, I believe that you've had experiences that you can't explain. If there was a good reason to think that they pointed to an afterlife, I would accept that. There isn't. Nothing about any of that makes any sense. Nothing about, oh, I had an experience when I was 3 and then it was blah, 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 and boom, then I had this experience, and, it's like, oh, that sounds like, what was it we proposed? It sounded like sleep paralysis. It's not sleep paralysis. It'll go, if you go back and listen to the immediate snap on that, and then she tries to preemptively poison the well with, well, I know that Matt and the rest of you would say you were just
Right.
deprived by oxygen. Okay, first of all, maybe I'd have said that, maybe I wouldn't. But when you say, I know you guys will say this, that is not only called, it's a specific fallacy of poisoning the well, and you're straw manning what we might say, but now you make it seem like you've already addressed and reasonably dismissed the concept that you were lacking in oxygen, because you may have been oxygen deprived and you fucking know it.
Yep.
And so when you do that, I know you guys will say this, but unless there was a fucking doctor in your bedroom monitoring your oxygen level and doing a fucking, do this under test conditions before you act so outraged that somebody might suggest one of many possible known candidate explanations for what you experienced, while you want to keep leaping for some unknown, undemonstrable thing that you can't even list. Merry Christmas.
And if you're so sure you know what we're going to say, what was the point of calling? You already know. Go have the argument with us in the shower. That's where I do my arguments with nobody.
Jamie wants validation. Jamie wants me in particular to say, oh, yeah, that's cool that you had that experience. Yeah, we don't know what it is, but you're justified in thinking that in your grief, that there's an afterlife. You're not crazy for thinking that. Well, I'll tell you, Jamie, you're not crazy. You're just irrational. And irrational isn't crazy. Everybody's irrational at some point.
Arden, do you see any of the messages that are getting deleted in live chat? I think they
I've
amuse
noticed
you.
some more getting, but
Yeah. The more recent ones are what I think you might find amusing. Anyway, I want to get to the bottom of a question I have. So I'm going to ask Cecilia a question before Cecilia asks us her question. Cecilia, you're on the line with Jimmy, Matt, and Arden. First of all, how are you, Cecilia?
Good. Thank you so much. How are you?
Just fine. I have a question for you. You're a woman. Can women be assholes?
Absolutely.
Thank you. You know what? For that answer,
We all have one.
when we're done, I'm going to put you back with the screener and give the screener your email address. And I'm going to send you one of these codes for $25 off. That's enough to get you a mug and free shipping. So you can get a free mug just for that. There are no rules to who I'm giving these codes to today. You'll be able to pick any other one you want, $25 off. And yeah. So I'm sending that note off to when we're done with the call. Hopefully it doesn't go terrible, and then I regret wanting to send it to you. I'm just kidding. Cecilia, what's your question?
Oh my gosh, you guys are so funny. Basically, I've been an atheist for a while now, but I deconstructed Christianity and all that stuff. But I still struggle with OCD. So part of OCD, I get existential crises. So, sometimes I think really deep, too deep, and it gets kind of in a fearful atmosphere. And so sometimes I have this habit of reciting scripture or like positive words, most of it based in Christianity, just to self-soothe, because I have such a deep indoctrination. I'm still, deconverting in therapy. Like breathing exercises don't work. I take certain medications. Sometimes it gives me more anxiety. And I noticed that when I say certain scriptures, like I almost feel like the atmosphere changes. And I don't know, obviously I believe that's because of the trauma I endured. But if you guys have any kind of advice on how to overcome maybe like fearful situations, OCD, episodes, things of that nature, as maybe a deconverted Christian or someone who struggled and relied on a God, for self-soothing. So I just needed some self-soothing tips, honestly.
I actually was going to tell you, I think you should call Dave and Joe tomorrow, because I think they actually both have advice in this realm. But I mean, otherwise, my only answer is go to therapy.
Well, Arden's the closest thing to an expert we have. So
yeah.
I'm definitely not an expert. I have a psychology degree, but that's a bachelor's, and that means basically nothing. If anyone tries to tell you they're a specialist because they have a psychology degree, maybe if they have a degree plus experience. But anyway, besides the point, to the actual question, I do have not existential obsessive compulsive. I get like and I think this is sort of an offshoot of growing up religious, but I'm not entirely sure, of like self-flagellating, like not literally, but like psychologically, like beating myself up really harshly, compulsively, like intrusive thoughts, can't control it whenever anything sort of bad happens. For me, really, what I really value, my therapist used to express it as like all emotions are fleeting mental events. You know, you can't. There's no like attaining long level happiness where you're not going to have a moment like that again. But likewise, those moments aren't going to last very long in most cases. So for me, I don't know if I really have good advice. I've just really learned to train myself whenever I get into those fits of like, you know, intrusive thoughts being really strong, of just being like, well, this really sucks. But unfortunately, this is just an intrusive thought train and there's nothing I can really do to stop it. So I'm just going to chill until it's over. And as soon as it's over, most of the time, since I've been able to like reason my way through what's happening, usually by the time it's over, it's pretty easy for me to like drop the emotions that I was like beating myself up over. But I do think it takes a lot of time and practice to not let that stuff linger. And it still sometimes will linger longer than I want it to after. I think there's just sort of a being patient with letting your brain do what it does, and like not being upset with yourself for not being able to like stop your brain from giving you thoughts, because like that's not really a thing you have a lot of active control over. So I don't know. I think just be forgiving to yourself is probably what that flow would sum up to.
I actually have thoughts, and here's what I was just like, what would I do if it was me? And so if some sort of ritualistic stemming or soothing thing helped me in times of stress, but I didn't like the fact that it was tied to a religion thing, I would recommend do what works. So start with that and then alternate to something that's like meaningful but not a religion, like a song lyric, like a favorite song lyric, and then alternate that with maybe something absurd, like work on the alphabet backwards or Jabberwocky. And if any of those also work, that would teach me whether it's about having something else to focus on, no matter what it is, you know, ZYXWV, UTSRKP, LKDHJVCBA, to do that. That'll let me know if it's more about focused or if it's about message and concept. Because if the song lyrics work and the religion thing works, but Jabberwocky and the alphabet don't work, then it means it's not just about not focusing on the problem. It's about having a concept that is positive, or, you know, I would want to experiment to see what other things worked, and then find the ones that worked that I liked. And if it turns out nothing works but religion, cool, we should do a study.
Oh, yeah. That's perfect advice, honestly. All you guys, thank you so much. Really quick, just wanted to bounce on top of that. Maybe you guys can help me a little bit further, because you guys mentioned sleep paralysis, which I had when I was a child. And so what I would do is I would say the name of Jesus. And, you know, when, you know, people say, oh, I said Jesus and it went away. And, you know, for me, it did the same thing. So I think it's a really deep childhood trauma that I'm struggling with. It's, you know, separating myself from self-soothing or using God to self-soothe or cast out whatever horrible anxiety or, you know, all that stuff. So that helps. I'm definitely going to try it. It's just that childhood trauma that, you know, kind of puts that fear back in my head that like, oh, say Jesus, you know, type of thing.
By the way, Cecilia, I've had sleep paralysis. The reason why it works is because it's if you can manage to say anything, you break the paralysis. So it's literally if you're trying to say Jesus and then you finally say Jesus, that's just the thing you said. You could put any word there. You could dog fart, and then suddenly dog fart when it comes out of your mouth. For me, I usually broke my paralysis by successfully kicking. It wasn't the word Jesus. It's literally
dog fart comes out of your mouth.
Dog fart. Anyway, I'm going to put you back in the queue, and the screener is going to get your information, your email address, and I'll send you. Make sure you check your spam. It'll be probably tonight or tomorrow. Make sure you check your spam.
Thank you, guys.
But I'm going to send you a code for a mug.
Thanks, Cecilia.
Thank you guys so much. I appreciate all the advice. I'm going to do that, Matt. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Cecilia.
Thanks. Let me know what happens.
Thanks, Matt. I appreciate that so much.
Thank you. I think it's just how we do things. Like, you know, this is what would I do if I was a scientist doing a study on people in this? The thing is, we can't always do the experiments we want. experiment I'd really love to do? That is to take newborn babies and put them on an island away from every, superstitious, pseudoscientific, religious claim, and just give them a very limited education about the external world, but instead, just teach the discovery that, that. Let's see if any of them invent Christianity or Islam or Scientology or any of that.
Yeah.
We already intuitively grasp that it's not going to happen. But it would, that's the reason it's unethical to do the experiment. As a matter of fact, if you're a Christian convinced that this experiment would fail because God would definitely come down and reveal himself and the truth of Christianity to these children on this island, if that's what you think, then you should be in favor of doing it because there can be no harm. The ethical dilemma of we can't do that with kids is because there would be something cruel about this. But if you believe that God's actually, there's nothing cruel there about finding a way for God to reveal itself to them. Is there?
Yeah. All right. So for this next giveaway, all right, a reminder for people who are here, maybe they didn't see earlier, we're doing a mug thing. We're selling mugs. We're having a mug brawl. And basically everybody who's doing this Christmas event, which Matt and Arden are with me for until the next hour, until 6 o'clock comes. Everyone is doing this Christmas event, New Year's event. All of us have a mug that we're representing and selling. You can tell easily. If you go to the link in the description, you go to the link in the chat. We're also giving away a lot of mugs today based on some of them will be refunding people's orders who've already put in mugs. And some of them will be like we just did, where I decided to give one of the mug codes to Cecilia there. So that's the thing that's going on, and we're only doing this through January 1st, and whoever sells the most mugs, which right now it's Forrest by a mile, but whoever sells the most mugs, everybody who works at the line will get a shirt with that design on it, and they will wear that shirt for their at least one show in February. And I just want to point out, of all of the mugs, you can argue about which mugs have the best design. Obviously there's already a strong feeling on that. You can argue about which one's the best deep cut, which one's, but I would like to argue that I jimmied myself on Xmas is the funniest thing to make everyone wear on a shirt. I'd like to point that out, if only to encourage people to buy the Jimmy mug, because that is, to me, the funniest one. For the next giveaway, here's what I need from Arden and Matt. In Facebook Messenger, I need the two of you, without saying it out loud, that's the reason, I need the two of you to tell me what your favorite potato-based dish is.
We have to send this to you privately.
Privately, yes, correct. It doesn't matter if the two of you know each other's answer, but the chat, the show can't know.
I know he's gonna get this. I'm so annoyed.
No. That part doesn't matter. If Matt knows,
we can see each other's, honey. It doesn't.
Yeah.
This is.
It's just the chat can't know.
I'm just trying to make sure I don't type the same one as you because I got a couple options.
Also, can I say that if you're commenting on my titties on Christmas, you gotta buy a fucking mug. I don't know.
You owe her. Yeah. To the person who kept wanting to talk about Arden's titties in chat, you kind of owe Arden a mug purchase.
You gotta buy the mug. Come on, man. It may have possibly been a ploy to, exploit that, but
I'll go with that one.
Okay. And
in chat.
I'm about to do a poll, and I'm now going to change the order because it would be obvious to anybody who was paying attention to what I just did. So I'm going to change the order of which, so now people can't guess whose is whose. I'm going to do a poll in the live chat. As soon as the clock turns 5:15, I'm going to end the poll. You have until then to vote on our 3 favorite potato-based dishes, and whoever wins, I will refund a mug that has been purchased by that person's. So we're not telling you, you don't know who loves tater tots the most, you don't know who loves mashed potatoes with brown gravy the most, and you don't know who loves the loaded baked potato the most. You don't know any of those. But I know all 3. And at 5:15, whoever the winner is, of that poll, I'm going to give away one of their mugs for free. Basically, I'm going to refund one of the mug purchases that have already come in for that person.
Cool.
I thought of that while we were doing the last call, and I don't know why I'm so attached to it, but I think it's hilarious.
It's pretty good. I like it.
I absolutely knew. So there's a second choice that would work for both me and Arden, which is not on the list at all.
Go ahead, share that one if you want.
It would. We both love potatoes au gratin.
Oh, me too. Me too.
I mean,
wait, potatoes? What? I've never
potatoes
heard
au gratin.
Scalloped potatoes.
Oh yes,
with a shit ton of cheese.
Potatoes au gratin. Yeah.
Potatoes au gratin, scalloped potatoes. For me, somebody's going to correct me. I'm just going to be wrong, but that's what I meant. There was also a dish that I loved at a restaurant that closed down, which was a potato dish. The rest of the food at the restaurant was great. They only closed down because they couldn't survive COVID as a restaurant with nobody going. But they had a jalapeno twice baked potato, but it wasn't a baked potato. It was more like a mashed potato that they mixed up with jalapenos and then put it back into the potato skin and then baked that. And then when it came out, it had paprika and scallions on the top of it. That would probably have been a number one.
Y'all got like 1 minute left to vote. By the time you hear me say that, 1 minute left to vote. It's between mashed potatoes and loaded baked potato right now. Mashed potato with brown gravy and loaded baked potato are the two heavy contenders. Y'all got to get those votes in fast. Only 320 of you have voted so far out of the 1,600 or so that are watching.
It's literally free. Click the fucking button. What are you guys doing? Also, I saw people saying poutine, and I kind of low-key wish I said that, but the fact is, I don't live near Canada, and I'm not going to have some janky-ass fucking southern rip-off poutine with...
No, those are good. So the only difference between Canadian is that they're allowed to have cheese curds made of like real cheese curds, which I think might be from unpasteurized milk. There's something about it that we can't have here that makes it illegal. That type of cheese curd. But another thing
is that in the South, they typically, I in my experience, usually they'll use like a different kind of gravy. Like it's not the difference between brown and white gravy. It's like they add something else to the gravy that I don't like. But secondly, growing up in Vermont, we had fresh Cabot cheddar curds for our poutine and things like that. I mean, like we lived where the milk was produced to make the cheese, and that made the curds taste even better because they were like super, super fresh. Whereas when you get that shit here, it's like it's been shipped and taken a while, gone through the the routine to get to your consumer plate.
I went out and did my research.
Matt's loaded baked potato has won, which surprised me. I really didn't mind. So loaded baked potato was Matt's. Mine was the mashed potatoes with brown gravy, and tater tots was Arden's, which I knew that one too.
Where are the stoners who are not showing up for this vote? Everyone knows if you're a stoner, tater tots are your de facto favorite potato product. They're the best.
That's right. So I'm going to go and pick yet another random. Let me go and just find a list of them, and then I'll...
While you're doing that, I looked up the difference between scalloped potatoes and potatoes au gratin. Because I just can't let it stand. And so literally, there's an article in Southern Living called "What's the Difference Between Potatoes au gratin and Scalloped Potatoes?" Potatoes au gratin and scalloped potatoes look so much alike that most people don't know the difference between the two and often use the names interchangeably. Both of these classic dishes are rich and creamy. Both have layers of thinly sliced potatoes. Both are baked in a casserole dish until bubbly and golden brown, but they're still not the same. We'll explain the difference so you can present your next scalloped potato or au gratin potato dish with confidence and authority. And then they go through and describe that the big difference is that scalloped potatoes start off with a flour-based roux. And so there'll be a little bit more flour in scalloped potatoes, and potatoes au gratin gets rid of the flour roux and just uses tons and tons and tons of cheese. So potatoes au gratin is better than scalloped potatoes in their pure form, in my estimation, because the more cheese you put in it, the better.
So there have been 5 orders besides the 6 orders, but one was already refunded. So 5 other orders of Matt's mugs since the show started. So pick a number between 1 and 5.
2.
No, I was having Siri do it. But it was 2.
I'm high.
You're so high.
I'm able to predict what Siri's going to do.
Which means Harper, you are getting your mug. You got the 15 ounce. So I am refunding the cost of your 15 ounce mug. You will still get it. So you might get a weird email. It's not we're not canceling the order. We're just refunding it. Winner, chicken dinner. You are the winner. And yours is now free. So one thing to pick up on, one thing to point out for a lot of the people who are listening, for the most part, we're giving free mugs to people who have already bought mugs. There will be occasional, like we did with the give the code away. We'll probably come up with more of those, but I feel like I'm trying to promote the lottery here. You won't win if you don't play. Let's see. Let me jump in here. And what was the time I had put down? I think 4:28. So let me come through here and also thank some of the people who have put in orders and read their messages while we still have everybody here. And then I do see one more theist call that I think I have preconceived notions about that I'm trying to let go of. But we'll work on that in a second. Jesus, there's a lot of these here. So let me start off by saying thank you to Sean. Thank you to Adrian, who says this is the first stream on the line I've watched that isn't Takis. Well, we do have one of the best Takis hosts, top 3 Takis hosts. At least top 3.
This is top host material right here.
Phil also said trans solidarity, motherfucker, in Phil's message. Rob, thank you. You're gay ho ho homie. Merry Christmas. Ryan says, thanks for all you and the crew are doing. Love the line. Thank you, Ryan. Thank you, Aaron, who says, love you guys. Thank you, Ryan. Another Ryan who says, thanks for being thoughtful. Go Jimmy yourself. Joey says, love them all. This one happens to be true. That was with the Jimmy'd on Christmas. Thank you, Joey, for being so honest about what you do on Christmas. I'm right there with you, buddy. Lucas, thank you, says, kiss my ass, Jimmy, and then bought a Forrest mug. At least that one feels more consistent than the people who were like, love you, Jimmy, bought a Forrest mug. Thank you, Shaquise, who got an Arden mug. Air Force 10 says, couldn't choose between Forrest or Dimples, so got both. Jimmy, go fuck yourself. Samantha says, happy holidays and Merry Christmas to everyone at the line. Thank you so much, Samantha, and thanks for getting an Arden mug. William says, thank you to you and the other hosts for the wonderful content that you provide. So just a reminder to people that we are going to read super chats here in a little bit too. We'll probably do like the last 10 minutes that we have Matt and Arden. We'll probably do all the ones that came in during their time here. But the best way, and actually the way we make less money in a lot of ways, especially on the $10 and $20 super chats. But we're happy to do that for you. Go and buy a mug, get something out of it instead of just sending a super chat, and you can leave a message with it, and we're reading those out loud. Thank you to Andrew. Thank you to, I don't know how to say this. Ionin. I hope I said that right. It also might have been Lennon, and I was mistaking that was an L, but it wasn't a capital L. Thank you to Eric. Thanks all at the line for a great year. Looking forward to the next. Let me make sure I didn't miss one on Ionins there as well. No, I didn't. What did you say, Aaron?
Now I want to go make some au gratin potatoes.
That sounds delicious.
We have the potatoes here, so we could do it.
John says, love the channel. Nick says, go fuck yourself, Jimmy. Use my nickname, not my real name. Shaking my fucking head. Also, love you all. Watch him dox me now. Well, I'm not doxing you since I'm only saying your first name. But the only name I show on here is Nick. Atlas says, go fuck yourself, Jimmy. Sorry, my mom wanted Forrest. LOL. Well, you don't have to apologize because you also got a Matt one, an Arden one, and a Jimmy one. So at least you canceled out your vote at least.
Right.
Andre says, go fuck yourself, Jimmy. Hashtag team Aron. Aron's doing pretty good on the board too for someone who's not here. 38.
It's a great mug.
Yeah.
I'd like to see a mad upset and have like Matt or Aaron totally come through at the end and overturn the votes. I only say Matt or Aaron because those are the closest candidates right now. Not that I wanted to be Matt or Aaron. I wanted to be me. But
y'all, here's the thing, Arden. I haven't put any rules down. So if you hit up Twitter and you go, every mug sale this week gets... There are no rules to how you get these points, except for that it has to be a sale. Okay?
That's true.
So, the winner isn't declared until the 1st of January, or the 2nd of January. So, I'm just saying, you could still pull this off.
I think you've jumped the shark.
Did I just open Pandora's box?
You have jumped the shark, because now I'm tempted to like offer feet pics.
Good.
In exchange for mug purchases.
Matt, whatever people do to cheat to get the score up, we all win. This is like obviously everybody here gets paid and we do profit share, and then the other half of the half that's the production money, this is all for like LineCon and the stuff that we want to do soon. So like I'm encouraging everyone to cheat, because the only thing that doesn't count is a canceled sale. Cheat.
I'm trying to encourage it as well.
Yeah. Harper says, after reading Dr. Dare's book, Religion versus ETI, the idea of Mormons adopting to ETI existing would go easier than other religions. Thoughts? What is religion versus ETI? What is ETI?
What? I have no idea. I didn't follow that at all.
Let me take a look.
Are these super
extraterrestrial intelligence, belief in extraterrestrial intelligence. After reading Dr. Dare's book, Religion versus ETI, the idea of Mormons adopting to ETI existing would go easier than other religions. Thoughts? Mormons already believe there are aliens, just not like in our solar system, but they believe that humans exist across the universe, that God has put them. A lot of Mormons don't actually know this is Mormon doctrine, but this is that God has put humans and very similar planets all over the universe. And on all of those planets, they learn about our planet where Jesus Christ died for their sins.
Kolob?
Well, Kolob is just the planet God operates from. That's just his. And actually, that's the star that his planet
you're
orbits.
saying we're on the planet where this actually happened, and all the other people on all the other planets are learning about a story that happened on another planet.
Correct. Yeah. They're the only ones that God told there are aliens to, allegedly. And we don't have to be told that because we're the planet with the Jesus. Yeah. And those aliens are humans.
The Mormon version of salvation requires people who weren't born on Earth to jump through an additional hurdle of rationality to accept not only that the story is true, but that it took place on a different world. So
and
they get something extra.
And that Homo sapiens would have evolved on every single planet the same way. And so all of these planets would have had the same evolutionary pressures because, again, all of the people are Homo sapiens on all of the planets. They're all humans.
Well, Mormon stuff, it's weird because I know a couple guys who are incredibly good biologists who accept everything there is about evolution. And the Mormon church is okay with evolution plus.
Yeah.
Like, it's evolution plus. And I'm like,
confused.
I don't understand how somebody can look at the science and see species and speciation and genetics and all of this and go, but when it comes to this particular animal, there's a little something extra.
Also, keeping in mind that all of those biologists and people who have any sort of scientific comprehension, they all know that there's something. They either have to accept that God went totally magical to make things look like the global flood didn't happen. In Mormonism basically engraved Noah's flood, existence of Abraham, the Exodus, and Adam existing as a literal person, that these are all literal events and that the flood was global through their temple ceremony. Because the temple ceremony is where you go and you learn about how God created the universe through Jesus and Adam. and then these other events that it locks in as literal events. Keeping in mind, Joseph Smith claims to have met with Moses in the Kirtland Temple 200 years ago. So literally saying that these things that other Christian religions with some level of scientific literacy are going, okay, we're realizing we have to say that these are clearly stories. Mormonism can't, because they've made it that it's important that you accept these as true and real. Otherwise, you'd be missing out on a certain ordinances, and potentially you could get excommunicated if you said they weren't, though that's happening less and less. Mormonism has backed themselves up into a corner that, like I said, those scientific people that you know, I don't know what they're doing in their head besides probably saying, okay, I accept that those literally happened, so God probably also had to do a magic trick to make it look like they didn't. That's the best I got.
I gotta say though, there's a, when I was complaining about when we watched like Star Trek or Doctor Who, how often there are humanoid based aliens, it irritates the living shit out of me, because I'm like, why do we think I get it, it's good for storytelling, but I mean, like, on a realistic perspective, is it really likely that we're gonna have like bilateral symmetry and very humanoid structure in the next intelligent alien species that we meet? But if you're a Mormon,
yeah,
that totally just makes fucking sense, because you're
but Mormons don't believe in humanoids; they believe in humans. Like,
right,
we would be able to breed with each other and stuff. Because everybody who existed in Mormonism existed before they were born, and we looked like ourselves as spirits, presumably our peak adult forms. And so, yeah, the whole thing falls apart pretty easily. The humanoid thing, there are some biologists who will defend that actually, evolution, if you reached intelligence, there would only be a certain limited amount of forms you would expect that level of intelligence to show up in, and that they wouldn't look unfamiliar. Maybe not humanoid, but they would look very familiar, and that life across the universe might look familiar and less like that there would be things that you would find that you would say like, oh, I would have expected to find something looking this crazy more in the ocean, as opposed to, in other words, that you might not recognize an alien as an alien when you first come across it. That's a defensible position, but Mormonism is not even close. Anyway, thank you, Siobhan, who says, y'all are doing a lot to help an atheist trans girl in the deep South to feel less alone. Thanks, Levia. By the way, Siobhan, I think if Siobhan is your chosen name, one of the coolest names you can choose. There's something cool about that name and the way it's spelled. I just think that name's super cool.
Because there's not a V, but you say a V, and you're like, where the fuck?
Right. There's not an H.
There's just say it this way.
There's not an H. The letters that are there don't make much sense, but I like it. If I had a daughter, I'd probably, Siobhan would be up there in the. And then thank you to Brandon, who said Merry Christmas. Cool. We're going to pause there. I know there have been some more orders that have come in, but we're going to do a couple more things while we still have these two with us for the amount of time that we do. Looks like, yeah, okay. I see where we'll pick up. Our titles updated for calls?
Yep. Well, they were like 5 minutes ago. Yes, they should be for these callers. We're still on.
We're going to talk to Howard in Spain, who wants to talk about the Hope experiment and had put in notes about demonstrating that that theism is better for the world than atheism. Go ahead. Howard, you there?
Yeah, cool. So do you know about the Hope experiment?
Possibly. There's lots of things that I always say I have a great memory, but the indexing software is garbage.
That's cool. It's cool. It's probably better that I just run over it for the audience anyway.
Make it very brief.
Sorry?
Yeah, I'm just encouraging you to make it brief.
This is about drowning rats, right?
Yeah, do you want to give it to him, Matt?
No, go ahead.
Okay, I'll do my best. So it's shown that, I think about 60 years ago already, that rats will drown within, I could be getting this a bit wrong, but let's just say within a few minutes when they're left alone to tread water. But if they start to drown and somebody comes and picks them up out of water and gives them like 20 minutes to rest, It's a horrible experiment. It's cruel, I know, but then they put them back in the water, and instead of only lasting a few minutes, they can last, I believe it's like a few hours, which shows that when they believe in a higher power that could save them, they are much more likely to keep going on. So
Howard, is the word, did
that
they
is an
use the word
experiment.
in
Go
their
on.
experiment conclusion? Did they use the word higher or external? Because I would be very, very surprised to find out that their conclusion was an external or a higher power, that they would use specifically coded God language as what I think is dishonestly as you have here.
Well,
Instead
let's
of
say,
just talking about,
okay,
it's called
fair,
the
that's a
hope.
fair point.
It's called the hope experiment. So the conclusion is going to either be that an external power or that the presence of hope would be the thing. No God conclusion.
I'm still not even.
Well, when you say external, I say higher dimension, you say external, outside of space and time.
Except
So,
for that.
yeah, same difference.
Whoa. Howard.
No. You
There
don't
was
get to
not an
add outside of
external-
space and time. The experimenters were not outside of space and time for the
Exactly.
rat. The Harvard experimenters concluded that it was hope, the hope of something that could save them, that did this. Now, first of all, you can't demonstrate that's the right conclusion to reach because you can't read rat minds. So all you can do is actually observe behavior. But if you want to come up with something, the fact that hope is there is fine. It's not hope for fucking magic. Magic, there's no actual hope of.
But when a rat's drowning and there's no way that rat can survive itself and there's no other rat can help it, another thing comes from an external place and saves it. It's a miracle to that rat. To that rat's
It's not
understanding, it's a miracle. And I'm just saying, like, as a human, to have hope.
No, Howard.
totally
It's not
wrong.
a miracle to that rat. Just like if I'm drowning out in the middle of the ocean and a ship comes by and saves me, that's not a miracle. But at the end of the day, even if rats are willing to exercise some hope and hold out, they're not holding out for magic. They're holding out for intervention, which they have already directly fucking experienced.
You've also drawn.
You don't get to put an outside space and time non-interventional magic fuck into the same box of viable hope, of which a demonstrated human hand lifting a rat out of water demonstrates. Those two things aren't even in the same ballpark of being hopeful about possibly being in the same game someday.
Howard, how did the rats respond when instead of a human, they had another rat rescue the rat?
You don't know.
I don't think they've done that experiment yet, but that could be
they
a good
haven't.
one.
So
But
how
let's
did
just
you
stick
do-
on
No,
the
no, no,
terms that we
stop it,
agree on.
Stop. Hang on. I'm going to finish why I asked that question. I don't think they've done that experiment either.
Could you say it again?
Hang on. I don't
Okay.
think that they've come to that. I don't think they've done that experiment either. But you've clearly come to the conclusion that essentially they have, and that it was different because you're talking about it being. You had said, well, when it wasn't another rat, when it wasn't whatever. We don't know. So how you can draw the conclusion that it has to be a higher power, a different power, whatever, I would suspect that if anything rescues it, and that's the hypothesis I would want to test, is if anything rescues it, if it's pattern recognition, flawed as it may be in many mammals who do, and some birds who do sometimes commit things that happen once to a pattern if it's a novel experience, I would suspect it wouldn't matter that it be a human. So it's because it seems to be your only justification for calling it a higher power is the fact that a human is so much more advanced than a rat. So let's try it with things that aren't more advanced. Let's try it with happenstance, that they don't even see, that it just appears to be that a ramp falls into the bucket. But we haven't tested any of that, and yet you're making conclusions about gods and higher powers and all of that when none of those things were present in the experiment. But by the way, Howard, even if you could prove that it is better for a person's longevity, it is better for a person's happiness, it is better this term better, which is what you called in initially with, and then the notes got changed. This term better, you would not have proven whether or not God actually exists or not, and which worldview is true. And in present, the only world you have to experiment in is a world that is mostly theistic. So at best, you could say that there are places where within a theistic world and within a theistic frame, it is better to be a theist because the negative consequences will be fewer, so you will be happier. But if you look at countries that are mostly secular, you actually find out that those countries have a higher happiness index than many of the religious ones. So we don't even have a way to do the experiment perfectly. And yet the information we do have, it falls apart with people like you who call in with the, well, it's better for your life, how long you live, it's better for this and this and this, when you actually start adjusting for some of those factors.
Can I ask a question? Because I feel like you're getting, we're going off about the words I used. So if I just use the words that you agree with. So it's called the hope experiment, and you're saying that an external power. So I'll work with them words. So aren't theists believing in an external power? Don't theists have hope in an afterlife and a reward for doing good and hope that such an external power could help them through difficult times and stuff? Sorry, Matt, did you want to say something?
No. I already explained this to you, but you didn't listen. This isn't about hope. The external aspect doesn't matter. This is about whether or not there has been a demonstration of a real intervention where a real hope exists. What happened is he started this experiment and drowned rats. Basically, he put them in there and noticed that of the initial dozen or so that he started with, a couple of them drowned within 2 minutes, and a few of them hung on for hours. And then when he did with wild rats, he had similar results until he watched. And when they were about to drown and give up, he would reach down, pick them up, pull them out, nurse them back to health, and then experiment with them again. And this isn't about hope or hope of an afterlife or hope of anything like that. It is, I have actually been rescued before in this exact scenario. If any aspect of this experiment points to hope in the mind of a rat, it is a reasonable hope based on direct life-saving experience in the exact same circumstances in a previous instant. You can't point, as I said before when I corrected this bullshit, to anything at all in theism that is remotely in the same hint of a hope of a ballpark, of a planet that the ballpark is on, of providing that type of hope.
Okay, well, the reason I think it does apply is because
you're irrational.
The subconscious records things and doesn't distinguish if it's personal. Like we watch a movie and we get emotional and we can absorb those experiences if they're our own subconsciously. So when we are watching movies about the Creator saving people, when we're listening to stories about people that have been saved or people that call into your show, when we're reading the Bible or when we're listening to a preacher, that will affect our subconscious and give us hope. And I imagine that people with hope will fight harder than people that don't have hope in an external.
Howard. Does the experiment show anything at all like what you're describing? Were these rats shown films of people being rescued?
I'm saying that people that experience or people that hear about experiences will have hope.
Claiming. Does the experiment show what you're claiming? The answer is no.
The experiment. Experiment shows.
No, I'm muting you now. I'm actually going to just.
The answer is no. You're being dishonest. I'm sitting here exercising in good faith, looking at the study and explaining to you what the study does and doesn't show, can and cannot show. And even after that, you've decided to respin it as if you. But But we know that subconsciously we pick up things and we watch stories about people being rescued. Stories about people being rescued isn't the same as being rescued. Stories about people being rescued isn't the same as being rescued yourself. You hearing stories about what people think a God did is no more evidence of what a God did than any other claim about what a God did. So you can hear all these stories about people who are convinced that God helped them, but you have zero evidence of anyone ever being helped by a God. Meanwhile, every one of the fucking rats in the experiment gained their hope through a direct hand intervention, saving them from drowning, nursing them back to health, and then putting them back in there. That is a completely different type of training psychologically, and it is a completely different type of epistemological footing than, hey, we've heard stories about people who they think God helped them. You're being dishonest, Howard. Please stop. The experiment does not show what you fucking wish it showed.
Howard, I am gonna unmute you in a minute, but then I'm going to give you a chance basically to say goodbye, and you can determine whether you're going to call back or not. But I'm going to give you the reason why I'm not letting the conversation proceed, because I've realized we're just ended up in another conversation that every time we've done like this in the past, and there's been 7 or 8 calls in the last year that were this way. Every time after I went, why did I even let the call continue when the person called in with a conclusion based on an experiment that they then revealed they weren't familiar with? Because you literally immediately started saying, I don't remember how many minutes it was. I don't remember if it was this. I don't remember. I'm going to use words it didn't use. So, Howard, if you would like to call in on the basis of this experiment again.
This is the flat earther, by the way.
You absolutely.
I'm a globe skeptic, Matt.
You're a globe skeptic.
You were a coward.
No,
you're a flat earther. I'm going to call you a flat earther because you're a fucking flat earther. Globe skepticism is not a thing. It's not real skepticism. There is no skeptic thing about a globe. You're using globe skepticism because you're too cowardly to acknowledge the conspiracy theorist bullshit that you believe until you get somebody to sit down where you've lied about what you're willing to defend, and then you argue about something that you said you wouldn't. You don't understand the science. You don't understand hope. Your mathematical stuff is absolutely bonkers. You should not have called this show today or ever. I do not want to speak to you ever again. Goodbye,
at least admit, sir. If you're going to call in the future, tell the screener that you're a quote-unquote globe skeptic so we don't waste our time, and then we can decide on each show whether or not we care to take your call. I'm trying to ban less people, but I can tell you a lot of people.
I am too, but I mean, this is somebody who lied to get me into a debate.
Yeah,
they were dishonest. They've applied to be on. You're not going to be on any of our debate shows. You can stop applying, Howard. It's never going to happen. I think it is absolutely irresponsible and dangerous for us to platform and talk to you at all.
Yeah, I gotta steal a joke from a chatter. Ratatouille made me emotional.
Oh, that was a fucked up experiment. All right, so here's what we're going to do. We only have Matt and Arden for a few more minutes, and then Aron and Dave are going to get here, and then later it will be Forrest and Dr. Ben. We've got some super chats that have come in while they've been here. We'll go ahead and read those as well as get through the remaining messages from. Here is the current score as things currently stand. We've got Jimmy at 25. Matt has 39 mugs sold. Forrest 113. Arden 26. Nice little surge there, Arden. Dr. Ben has 10. Aron 48. Again, that mug is selling like hotcakes. And Dave 14.
Hey, look, as long as I'm staying one above Jimmy, I can die happy, you know.
I'm just saying, everybody start cheating. That's all I care about. And again, if you want to join in on that, hit the link, buy a mug, and at present, I still at some point during the show need to give away 3 more mugs is my current count. Ooh. We have to do 3 more in some way. I'm sure
we should have given Howard a mug.
Yeah, that's right. Howard, you want to...
At a lost money mailing it to Spain.
That's the one that I would want to give the Forrest mug to. It'd be the first bit of actual science he's been exposed to in a while, since he just reads headlines of studies he doesn't understand. Anyway, here are the super chats we've got in since the beginning of the show here. As usual, we're doing the $5 or more ones. 1999 from Me and My Human. Happy, just another day in paradise to one and all. You want to go in order, reading just top to bottom? Matt does the next one.
Sure, 5 pounds for Quackers. Merry Mythmas, everyone. Thanks for doing this live stream. Thank you, Quackers.
Got $4.99 from Vintage Vix. Matt, hot tea bags for your eye. Hot as you can stand it, as much as you can all day. Have them often. Grandma said you get them from peeing in the alley. Okay.
I even saw him peeing in the alley.
I have been putting
Hot press.
hot cloths on it. It's just that they don't stay hot long enough to do anything. So I suppose a tea bag might be better, but I never heat tea bags. So
yeah, I'll come over and give you a hot tea bag. 20 euro from Maslud says, new survey from Austria. Do you think Jesus is just a literary figure and really never existed? Yes, 55%. Did I say Australia? I meant Austria if I did. Also, 60% of Catholics believe he is some kind of deity, son of God. 16% population-wide. N equals 800.
That's like the
REPR.
That's what N equals.
Cool.
Oh, y'all got quiet. I thought you.
$10 from BG. Not a mug person, but I have been watching for a long time, and I love all your content. The wife and I have been talking about possibly coming down for LineCon.
I guess I'm just going to go ahead and burst the bubble now, because I've been thinking about it and just haven't pulled the trigger. It's almost certainly getting moved to October or November. Things that are going on in my life have basically guaranteed, I found out this last week, that I probably wouldn't, even if I felt up to it, be able, well, not even if I felt up to it, that would be the main problem. There's almost zero chance I could attend if we do it in April. So we'll probably still amongst us friends and maybe our local group of people that we should be doing meetup stuff with anyway, do something for the eclipse, but there's a super high chance that it's going to be October or December or October, September to October.
And I'm just hearing this now, but I point out right off the bat that that's absolutely fine. This started as, hey, there's going to be an eclipse. That'd be a really good time to have a gathering. But
yeah,
between the various health issues and the fact that we want to do LineCon and we don't want to do it right, if we can do it in April and do it right and everybody's up for it and Jimmy's all right, then sure. But if it has to move to October, the last thing I would want is for people to come down and just be disappointed and leave with a bad taste in their mouth, or why did I go down to Texas and blah, 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 and do this? So we're going to make sure we do it right, whether that's April, October, whenever.
Yeah, I will say 20% of the reason why I'm fine also moving it isn't my stuff. We're doing it surrounding an eclipse, and we can't guarantee it won't be fucking cloudy. Like, that's almost part of it to me, where I'm like, we should just, whatever our convention is, do it on a weekend and indoors anyway, because April's also storm season. Like, who the fuck knows?
Yeah, but I like the idea. I mean, I just like the fall better generally, weather speaking. Yeah. But October means we could do it Halloween themed. And I think that would be super fun for a bunch of heathens to get together on Halloween.
Yeah, that could be fun. Anyway, so yeah.
I'm in whenever we do it.
Arden's the only person I had told so far. I had assumed she had told you, but I guess she hadn't.
Yeah, I hadn't mentioned. I forgot about it. Wait, is this with me?
Yeah.
10 check somethings, maybe?
Franks, maybe?
Nope.
Franks? Wait,
Not
what?
Franks?
Can't say no and then you gotta take time to
It's Swiss francs.
Oh, Swiss francs. From Christian G. Any ideas what experiment Forrest will do with the 96 mugs he bought?
Don't you mean the 113 he bought?
Very nice. Thank you, Christian.
Okay, so here's the funny thing, though, about that. I basically everybody who works here, I gave them a refund on 2 mugs. I said, everybody, you can buy 2 mugs. And Forrest got one for himself, and then Forrest's wife, I don't think her name's public, so I'm just going to say Forrest's wife got Arden's mug. Forrest's wife wanted Arden's mug more than Forrest's mug.
If she's watching, I love you. You're great. You're fantastic. And that's why she's so awesome. Way better than Forrest.
I think this is me. 20 Australian from Nigel Davenport. What's the chance of you doing a tour down under, similar to what Matt and Co did a few years ago? Boy, traveling is really tough for me, but I wouldn't be surprised if the line did. I just don't know that I want anyone to ever expect me to be going international.
The biggest issue is that it's just expensive. There are tons of places I'd like to go. We did the Holy Trinity down under, me and Arden and Seth. And I think they actually, not only did they not lose money, I think they might have actually made money on that tour, but we did it, inexpensive. The flights are, that's a lot. There's a lot of time commitment in there. There's flights, and we did it right. And I'm so glad. If you'd have told me, younger me watching Steve Irwin, that I was going to get to go down to Australia and go to Australia Zoo and get to interact with people, and I just love it. I'd love to do that. And I could think of nothing cooler than to do it all over again with people from the line. But first of all, we would need to partner up with Australian secular organizations who have done things like this before, or find somebody with some expertise, because that is a super tall order. $5 from real person, one of two.
And
so there's only two real people, and that's one of them.
They did.
I'm glad I'm not high. That might have fucked me up.
So I didn't know. I assumed we were doing $5 super chat threshold, because there was a few. Okay, cool. That was their second part, was like a $2 one. So $10 from Yes It's Me, hashtag the mug shots. Oh, that's fun. We should have done a mug shot themed photo shoot with us all holding our mugs.
1111 from Gray Erasmus. Obviously this is Jimmy.
Yeah. Obviously the only people who aren't arseholes are non-binary people. Thanks for hosting today. Enjoy seeing everyone. I will call I've known a few non-binary assholes. I'm sorry, Gray, but I appreciate
I think all the non-binary people are assholes.
All of them?
Yeah, every single one of them. Just
we're going to get letters.
I mean, it's like bisexual, pansexual people. They're just greedy.
That's true.
The non-binary people, they're just assholes. I'm going to be so contrary to something. I'll be contrary to everybody. I'm joking, by the way. Somebody's going to clip that out. But the other thing is, somebody said they wish my cup had no on it. Well, this is the holiday cup, so it makes sense to put ho ho ho. But down the line, the next time we try and do a mug fundraiser thing, it'll be the no, you're done.
Yeah. So for the record, people,
no, you're gay, homie.
This is the specific to a holiday short-term thing. We are going to be launching merch that'll be available year-round and stuff, and that'll have like some of the more common things. But this is like our little event and our hopefully little surge of capital. Though again, our margins aren't that high, so it's not that much, but we'll help. We are another announcement. LineCon. We're planning on doing an online LineCon much sooner than October. A sort of dedicated, not a call-in thing. We might do we'll do call-in or some sort of audience interaction Q&A things, but more like a series of lectures and topics from people you know and love, and on the issues you want to see them on. Anyway, this one's you, I think. Matt?
Me. $5.99 from Marcel. Hugs for all the hosts of the line, the call screeners, and the moderators. Thank you, Marcel. €6. Woot.
$4.99 from Air Force X. Just purchased a Forrest and an Arden mug. And you gift one to Cecilia. Jimmy, go fuck yourself. Asshole.
Sorry.
Feliz Navidad.
I didn't do it. Siri did. Matt says $20 with, do you have Battletoads? I think we might be getting Battletoads in next week or so. So make sure you ask if we have it next week. That's a gamer inside joke for people who are wondering what the fuck that is. This for Matt.
Okay. 1666. That's a cool price. We should think about using that price somewhere. From Whiskey Spirit Guide, joyous Skepmas to you all. This one is mostly from Matt, but I'd love everyone's answer. Do y'all have any recommendations on resources to learn how to argue better? Jimmy, go Jimmy yourself with a tree topper. Ooh.
Jesus.
Got you on the on the receiving end of a tree topper. That's wow.
I'll be at the top of everybody's trees.
I think you just got to
I think,
do it.
yeah, the whole thing about arguing better is you got to practice and you got to do it honestly. So, find some online forums, then go into different people's TikToks or set up your own. And you can be like, hey, I'm going to taking on all takers. So, Destiny did it on Twitch. There's other people that are doing it on TikTok and Instagram, stuff like that. You just leave it up all the time until you get one or two people to start engaging with. And then, afterwards, you've got to go through it and say, okay, here's what they said. Here's what I said. How could either of these been better?
It's funny because we get comments, and there are several versions of this comment. I'll use the one that deprecates me because I'm not trying to hurt anybody's feelings here. But we'll get a comment where someone will be like, Jimmy's worse. Jimmy's not as good at this as Matt is. He should stop talking during a show. But arguably, shouldn't Matt stop talking if that's true? And I should talk more because the difference will be practice? Are you wanting me to not? And this is why I think it's so funny. There's so many backseat debaters. There's so many people who think they are just the hot shit and know how to be a good debater and do a good debate show. And I'm literally like, so go fucking do it. And I've seen the ones who have tried the ones who have strong opinions about how good other people are at debating, who then when they give it a shot, it's like, holy fucking shit. You are worse than most people's first try.
It's the reason I don't take comments about our skill level very seriously, because usually there's something where it's like more about like an approach than any like, this will be like empirically the better approach to like convert or deconvert people or whatever. Yeah. And it's usually just kind of like, okay, if that's how you want to do it, cool, go do it that way. But I'm not going to change how I operate because you don't like it. That's not my problem.
There are versions of literally every version of the comment exists too. There's comments. Every single person on the show is the worst on the channel, is the worst debater on the channel. Then there's almost every version of this person is better than this person, or this person should shut up and just let this person talk. I like the ones where you'll have like a somewhat controversial like clip or something. I had one of these recently where it was like, it'd be like a comment that was like, this is the best this is the best I've ever seen Jimmy. And then the next one is, this is the worst argument Jimmy's ever made. And then the next one's like, holy shit, Jimmy, I clapped at home. And then the next one was like, I couldn't even finish. Anyway, this next one's for Arden. I'm glad it made you giggle.
66.
Oh, hang on. I gotta hit send. We did that one.
Oh, okay. $20 Canadian from Carm C. Merry Christmas, you filthy animals. Thank you very much, Carm.
We're going to run through these last few very quickly. We got to get Aaron and Dave in here. Leavely Suda says, if y'all have kids, would you teach them about Santa or would you tell them the truth? Matt asked that exact question to Arden earlier in the show if you want to go back, but all of us agreed none of us would lie. I said I would probably do some game version of it. But yeah, so no, there'd be no lying and there'd be no telling people magic is real. Matt, this one's for you.
$10 PhD Tony. Thank you all so much for this, for all the channel does to deconstruct ignorance. I hope you have a phenomenal 2024. Thank you, Tony. That's
another 10 Australian dollars from PhD Tony. The Hope experiment actually argues against religion. Oops, sorry, my bad. Random alarm going off. The Hope experiment actually argues against religion. A religious rat would conclude, it's okay, I'm going to heaven, and will stop swimming because it's not a massive, I think maybe risk is what.
Yeah, I think so. That's a good point, PhD.
I think the whole experiment sounds stupid because I don't think you can conclude hope or human emotions like that from a rat's behavior. But
yeah, like I said, I mean, I think Matt and I ended up agreeing because at first I thought Matt thought something different than me. And then when he described what he was saying hope was, I think that was essentially what I was saying, similar to what basic pattern recognition, flawed pattern recognition is. But yeah, I actually, I would more suspect that the accurate thing would be the rat's false pattern recognition tendency experiment, flawed pattern recognition. I think that would be more accurate name of the experiment than hope.
Yeah, it's so one of the things is rats are so incredibly trainable that is why they're using a number of experiments. They're brilliant. I have a bunch of them downstairs because we keep them to breed up to feed our reptiles, but they're really smart. There's a reason you put rats through a maze and things like that. And they don't have to be taught it several times. Some of them will get it after once. You can look at this experiment as a rat in a maze where if on the first attempt it almost drowns, something will grab it, So the rat could either learn the lesson of, oh, I need to almost drown in order to be rescued, or I'm not yet at the point where I'm going to be rescued, so I need to keep pedaling and kind of doing that. So it's clear of those two lessons which one they learned, but did they learn it because of hope or because they've got their pattern recognition stuff going on? I'm fine with even saying this was about hope, but it's about a hope based on a demonstrated past occurrence. Yeah. If you pull out a coin and you're not willing to show me both sides of it, I'm going to bet on whatever side I can see. Because the other one could be the same. I'm certainly not going to bet on, if I see heads, I'm not going to bet on tails. You can't figure out exactly what's in the head of the rat. But even if you want to call it hope, it's still hope that's not at all like we heard a story about a magic thing. It's still about a real thing in reality.
Yeah. Nate, the lawyer, who I have not chatted to in a long time, miss you, buddy. Reach out sometime. Says, Merry Xmas, great show as always. Thank you, man. Hope you're doing good.
666 euros from Ako-chan. Harper from Ireland again. Thank you for answering my question earlier. Jimmy, go fuck yourself.
Aw, you're sweet.
Just waiting to grab that next super chat, but $5 from Memory King. Matt, as a non-binary person, I can confirm we are all assholes. Also, Jimmy is right about Xmas for the reason he gave.
I just love Futurama. That's part of it. And last one before we say goodbye to Matt and Arden. Matt, no channel here, bro, says, an atheist and a theist are making love. The theist moans, oh my God, I'm about to come. Matt bursts into the room and says, no, you're done.
Oh my God.
That's right. He's exhausted. That's all he does all year.
Yep.
Dave, I'm going to ask that you, I have to stick around and do some production stuff for the next hour. Could you deliver me our little friend, our little mammalian friend who you went to seek out earlier? The bear. Bring me the fucking vape.
Yeah.
Very confused.
I was just really slow about answering. Yeah, I'll bring you a bear in a minute.
Well, thank you both for joining and for being a part of the Christmas stream. We'll see you. Well, I'll see Matt Wednesday. We have all kinds of shit coming up this year. And let's see. Let me do this real quick because I got to give away 3 anyway. So I'm gonna be a little bit clever here. Bum. All products go to Matt's. And since the show began, we're now to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So, Matt, pick a number between 1 and 9.
4.
1, 2, 3, 4. So, Brandon, you are getting your mug refunded. That's right, the correct answer. Which Brandon might be one of the ones who said, was that the one who was like, and you didn't give me mine back? Brandon, we're refunding you the cost of your mug, your 1666. You are a winner. And now let's go do the same thing for Arden.
Winner is you.
Well done, my good and faithful servant. God, it's fucking religious music is deep in there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 16. Pick a number between 1 and 16.
12.
Brendan, you are having your Arden mug refunded. You also got a Jimmy mug, and I appreciate that, but you're getting the Arden mug refunded for the 1666. You are our other winner. Thank you both for joining, and I will chat with you soon. I'm absolutely positive.
Merry Christmas, everyone. Happy holidays. Peace out. Bye.
Matt, you got anything?
Oh. Ho, 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 ho.
All right.
Yeah.
Good. Okay, we're coming to me solo for a moment because I have to do the production stuff to get Aron and Dave in here. Let's see. Ba-ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba. Hope everybody's doing well. We'll be back to the chat here in a moment. Make sure as you're getting in your mug orders, you get. Well, we'll be talking about that with Aron and Dave here anyway. And I might let the pair of them have some fun together without me for a few minutes because I could honestly use a drink of water and just a walk around the house to stretch out my legs. I don't know why I did that. That was stupid. I just accidentally got rid of myself from the split screen that is supposed to be coming up because I am a professional doing it a long ass time. Okay, let's fix that. And then we'll replace Matt with Aron and we'll replace Arden with Dave. And everybody will get to see how close to center they are here in just a moment. And that is to say, basically not at all close to center. Actually, Aron's pretty good. Here we go. Bada bing, bada boom. Yeah, you're close.
No, I'm not close.
Yeah, you suck at this, but that's okay. You did
I
better.
do.
Better than that drawing. I did spill the beans, Dave. We're not lying to anybody about the origin of the drawing. We put it in the description.
I was toying with the idea of coming on like this. I've had an ALS setback, and if you'll buy my mug, it will cure ALS. So thank you for that.
He's really leaning into it. He sent me a video of him trying to, after saying he can't really draw it, and I was like, really? You can't? Like, yes, I see you move about sometimes.
My hands don't work.
And then he sent me a video he sent me a video of him just talking about the mug, and man, his arms are slumped to the. I was like, yeah, he for sure cannot draw this. I'm positive. Anyway, how are the two of you?
So Merry Christmas, Merry Mythmas, all that. I'm good. How you, Aron?
Yeah. Happy fucking Saturnalia, you bastards, and hail state. I was just, as I'm sitting here waiting for the show to begin or waiting to jump into it, I see that Kevin Sorbo has posted something on Facebook. Says Jesus is the most notable historical figure of all time. His birth and resurrection are undisputed across the board.
Well, that part, I was going to say, part one could be true. I mean, Jesus is, regardless of whether he actually existed or not, is certainly considered a historical figure, but the threshold to become a historical figure is not demonstrated that you exist. It is much lower than so. I almost wouldn't argue with the first thing that he is the what was the adjectives used?
Most notable.
Most noticeable
of all time.
I've got some troublemakers here behind me. I don't know what's going on. Our dinner guests have been in the wine today. They've been sipping wine for hours, and so I'm not responsible for anything that they're doing behind me.
Just don't get us demonetized. That's all we care about.
Oh, they're not going to sip it on the air, no.
That's all right. Good.
Well, I didn't want to just read Kevin Sorbo's thing without responding to it. I would argue that Jesus is not technically a historical figure, since it's in his birth and resurrection. Well, there's a couple of problems with that. One is that's the most disputed, right? I mean, so that's you can't say that it's undisputed. It's constantly disputed. It's disputed everywhere.
Yeah, that part's the part I totally
around
disagree
the planet.
With.
Yeah, that is disputed everywhere. And
Yeah.
it says, the Sorbo family will be praying for you. No, you won't. You won't be praying for me. I mean, it won't matter if you did, because you're just talking to yourself. There's nobody listening. I just wanted to address that.
Say our name by name on air, Kevin. I want it on video where I don't fucking believe you. You post a video of you praying for Jimmy Snow, Aron Ra, and mostly Dave Warnock. He needs those healing prayers the most. Have you seen this guy try to run? He doesn't even mean to run like Naruto, but he does.
I don't. Jesus is an historical figure like Hercules is, who Kevin Sorbo played, I think, for a while.
I know, it's so funny how he's like got some nerd accolades, and yet I'm like, you just fucking suck, man. Anyway, do you all want to know how well your mugs are selling?
Yes, I think I'm in last place. Yeah, let's see how we're doing. Arden, I think you're right ahead of me. Last thing I saw.
Arden, people love your mug. Ahead. Yeah, you haven't even promoted your mug yet. So I've got 26. Matt has 40. Forrest, the fucking do-gooder, has 118. Arden has 57. Wait, did I get that number right? Did Arden's mug just sell a shit ton? Sorry, Arden has 27. I'm very sorry, everybody. That was very exciting for everyone for a moment. Arden's in the back room,
Jimmy.
Probably right now screaming at me.
That was cruel.
Dr. Ben's Go-Go Juice has 10, and Dave's Pretty Flower has 14. There are 14 so far. So people, y'all, right now, this is the time to show your support for these two. Aron's mug is awesome. It features a double helix snake with the words, "But how do you know that?" on the side. And Dave, unable to draw a flower himself, had commissioned me to draw a flower.
I commissioned Jimmy Snow.
To draw a flower holding a roll of tape in my left hand and the pen on the other side of the tape. I am right-handed, and I drew as good a flower as Dave probably could have in his heyday. So that is the pretty flower.
It was pretty good. I couldn't have drawn a flower even when I didn't have ALS.
There we go. Maybe that's why. Maybe that's how people get ALS, not learning how to draw flowers. We haven't tested it, but we now have a sample of 2. And I don't have ALS. He has ALS. Okay.
You can't prove that it's not true.
That's exactly right. Thank you for understanding how science works. So let's get those scores up. And in the meantime, we're going to play a little game. Y'all, Aron and Dave, we're going to do a little bit of 2023 trivia. These are some pop culture things that I know all three of us are we all love pop culture. We're always thinking about pop culture. We're always everything. By the way, linemerch.com, there's a link in the description. There's a link in the only the mugs. The mugs are the only things that score points, and we're only selling mugs through the 1st of January, and then they're gone forever, or at least until the next holiday. Aron, do you want to try and center yourself a little bit there, bud? You're falling off the edge of the. There we go. That's we've only got thirds here.
This trivia thing's appropriate because, Aron, if you remember a couple of years ago, we were at a conference together, and you and I ended up on a team Bible trivia. Remember that? And we crushed it. We absolutely blew it out of the water. It was embarrassing that we were killing it so much.
Except for in this case, you two you'll be against each other is the only difference in this case.
Well, you'll probably beat me then.
And so also a reminder
I don't
for people,
know about that.
Also a reminder for people who have been watching, we've been deciding how many mugs we're giving away for free. We've been doing different giveaways and refunds on here. By basically every time one of these scores passes another 20 mark. So when I get to 40 is the next time, mine will get another one. I did add to my little marks here that we need to give another one for Matt's because he got past 40. When Forrest hits 120, we'll give another one because of his. Basically, every time one of the scores passes a 20 mark, we find some reason or some way to give away a mug for free. We've mostly been doing that by refunding mug orders and doing little fun things to decide how we're going to do that. But here we go. Here's some 2023 trivia, and it's gonna be multiple choice. I'm gonna make it a little bit easier. I'm going to
stuff that happened this year. Is that what we're doing? 2023 trivia.
Yep.
Okay.
I'm going to give you. I'm only gonna make it. a multiple choice with 2 answers. We were doing A, B, C, or D before. We'll just have you 2 say your answers, since asking Dave to hold up a card with his answer over and over again seems cruel.
It is. But that wouldn't stop you. That didn't stop you any other time.
I only am cruel to Dave off air. Yeah, Dave, close your right eye for A and your left eye for B. That's what I'll do. All right, here we go. You guys are going to hate this. Okay, because I think you 2 are more like me in this realm, and I would hate this. The final episode of BBC's Happy Valley was the most watched drama on British TV this year. A whopping 7.5 million viewers turned in to say goodbye to its heroine, Sergeant Catherine Kaywood, played by which actor? Was it A, Sarah Lancashire, or B, Kelly Oxford?
B.
A.
Dave is correct with A. It was Sarah Lancashire.
I never even heard of this show.
Me neither.
You
I took A because you said B.
In Didn't We Already Have a Collection for You news, David Cameron became the first former prime minister to join another cabinet since who? Was it A, Edward Heath, or B, Alec Douglas Home?
A.
B.
Arden is correct with B.
Just rolling dice here.
Me too, Aron. I have no clue.
Yeah, I have managed to stay so far out of pop culture, and I'm going to. This is something for real. No one will believe this, but I heard the little girl sing the "I Don't Want the Mariah Carey" song on Love Actually, that movie. Somebody made me watch that movie, and so I did see the little girl sing that version of the song. But I'd only ever heard that version. I never heard the Mariah Carey song until today. I swear to you. My daughter was playing it. I mean, she was playing Christmas music at her house. I'm like,
all right, here we go.
Yeah.
One of 2023's biggest television moments was the finale of HBO drama Succession. Did you watch? Did you see Succession? I watched. Did you see Succession?
I'm beginning to think I must have taken the last year off.
It was an amazing, that actually is an amazing show. Long considered to have been based on the internecine squabbles, I don't know that word, of the Murdoch dynasty, this appeared to be given weight by which allegation in April? Was it A, Lachlan Murdoch claimed his brother James leaked lines to the show's writers, or B, director Mark Millard was accused of hiring Murdoch's security team to pump information for them? 3, 2, 1.
I'll go with A.
B.
The answer was A. You got to stop waiting on each other. I hate that part. All right.
We're just going to take the contrarian position each time.
I'll take B.
I'll just take whichever one you don't take.
The Booker Prize was won by Paul Lynch for his 5th novel, Prophet Song. Who was a surprise addition to the judging panel? Was it David Mitchell, the comedian, actor, and author, or was it Robert Webb, the comedian, actor, and whatever? Anyway, David Mitchell is A, Robert Webb B. 3, 2, 1.
B.
It was the comedian.
Okay, but you have to answer A or B.
B.
You are both correct. Woo! It was Robert Webb. Well done, well done.
I have not had a clue about any one of these, Jimmy.
Hip-hop legend Andre 3000 released his first album in new music in almost 2 decades. Why else was it remarkable? Was it A, he refused to rap on the record because at 48, he said he didn't want to rap about his colonoscopies? Or B, he issued it via a cryptocurrency token that was defunct by the time of its release? 3, 2, 1.
B.
B.
You are both incorrect. It was, he
Oh,
refused
that
to
would have
rap
been
on the
a great
record
thing.
because at 48, he said he didn't want to rap about his colonoscopies. I'm sorry. You lose. There's nothing. Anyway, doing the Gene Wilder thing at the end of Spain won this year's Women's World Cup, beating England 1-0 in the final. But which player won the Golden Boot? Was it A, Hinata Miyazawa, or B, Olga Carmona? 3, 2, 1.
A.
B.
A is correct. That is a point to Dave.
I knew that. No, I
Are
didn't.
any of these real?
I have no idea.
Yes, they're all real. By the way, if you're watching right now,
did you come up with these, Jimmy, or did you get them from some
no,
book?
I'm getting them from somewhere. I don't know any of this
Okay.
shit. I wouldn't have gotten any of these
I hope
right on
not.
purpose, except the Succession one. Anyone who is watching right now, we've got 5 more questions. Right now, Dave is winning. Amongst people who started watching and ordering since the show started, whoever wins, they're going to pick a number, and we're basically going to randomly give one of the people who already put in an order a refund. We're going to give them their mug for free. Right now, Dave is winning. So I'm just saying, if you want a chance at that mug and you were thinking about Aron or Dave, right now would be the time to buy the mug. If you were hoping, if you want that little bit of extra, it's looking like it might go Dave, but 5 more questions, or sorry, no. 4 more questions to go, and Dave is in the lead 4-2. Here we go. Football's Copa Libertadores was won by Fluminense, whatever that means. Their veteran midfielder, Felipe Melo's oldest son, is named what? Is it A, Gazkoyan, or B, Lineker?
B.
Dave?
A.
B is correct. Aron gets the point.
Ah.
The Academy Award for Best Picture went to Everything Everywhere All at Once. Which other notable achievement did this film manage? A, with 266 awards out of 405 nominations, it is the most awarded film of all time. Or B, it is the highest grossing English language film with all non-white leads. 3, 2, 1.
B.
The correct answer is A, you both fail.
I'm such a failure. By the way, just watched that movie like last week, finally. It's really awesome.
Collins Dictionary, if you could stop interrupting, please. I'm just kidding.
Okay.
That was just a joke. Not
I know.
everyone's going to know that. I love
Go
Dave
fuck
more
yourself,
than
Jimmy.
most people
Go
in the
fuck
world.
yourself.
I'm not. Earlier, I was looking at this. Look at this weird swirl in my. Is it starting to look a little? I
You've
caught
probably
it
got
bad.
ALS.
It
Yeah,
looks like
I
an
think you've got
X.
ALS.
Earlier, I was
That's a
worried it
sign
was
of-
starting to look like a swastika. I was like, what the fuck?
That's
is
early
that?
ALS on set.
Yeah, I know. Dave tells me most things that I have going on in my life are signs of ALS. Collins
I have a
Dictionary.
diabetic friend who wants. I have a diabetic friend who likes to accuse me of diabetes quite often.
There you go. Collins Dictionary designated which acronym its most notable word of 2023? Was it A, NFT, or B, AI? 3, 2, 1.
A.
B.
The correct answer is B, AI. Aron and Dave are now tied.
Ooh.
So this is potentially the final question. If you haven't gotten in your mug purchase yet, you'll want to do so very
Buy
quickly.
mine.
Aron currently has 49 mugs sold. Dave has 14.
wanna
Let's make
buy
sure I
mine
didn't fuck
'cause,
that up too.
I have a limited opportunity to buy mine. I'll be, I won't be here that much longer. So you should get mine while you still have a chance. I knew you'd love that, Jimmy.
I've been telling everyone, look, we're selling these through the 1st. And so I don't know whether Aron and Dave know this. There's the 7 designs. It's everybody who's doing the 2 events, this event and New Year's. Whichever one sells the most, we're going to send a shirt with that design to everybody. And everyone is expected to wear it on one of their line appearances in February. So that's the stakes. and I'm encouraging everybody, you don't have to only sell it on here. You can pull out all the stops, go cheat, offer people feet pics if they buy your mug, whatever you want to do, you can do. Linemerch.com. Get them to buy your belt.
I do have great feet. I do have great feet, by the way. I've been told. So.
I bet.
Yeah.
They still seem to work a little bit, right?
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah, he can't do anything to you with his hands, but his feet. Anyway.
Okay, last question. For all the marbles, me and you, Arden.
It's been unless you guess the same thing, and then we'll have to do another until basically we're at sudden death. It's been quite a year for Elon Musk, who has seen the valuation of X, formerly Twitter, halve during his tenure as owner. Its ad revenue decreased by 89%, and he received growing condemnation for racist and anti-Semitic posts on the platform. He did, however, make it into the Guinness Book of World Records for which notable achievement in January? Was it A, he registered the single biggest loss of net worth in financial history, or B, the emeralds in his father's mine were judged to be the purest ever discovered? Don't say your answer yet. Get it ready. Got it ready in your head? 3, 2, 1.
A.
All right. Well, you're both correct. And unfortunately, that means we have to keep going. Oh, God.
Oh, no. And all the viewers went, shit.
Fuck.
This was the only one that I could say that I knew.
Nice.
Yeah, I did too.
Nice. Let's see. 2023's biggest global pop hit was a defiant disco banger by Miley Cyrus that shares its name with a Premier League winning goalkeeper. What was it called? Was it A, Flowers, or B, Allison? 3, 2, 1.
B. Oh, shit.
Well, you're both wrong.
God.
Neither of you heard, I can buy myself flowers. I can hold
Never
my
heard
own
it.
hand.
No.
So
Not a
heard
big
it.
Miley Cyrus fan. No, I'm not bopping to Miley.
First of all, proud atheist, seems to be a secular humanist, big ally to the queer community.
She may
Miley
be great.
Cyrus is an amazing person. And I adore her to pieces.
I'm not.
She used to go to the Christian school that was part of my church.
Yeah. What's the one that had like the world? She's like top of
Taylor Swift.
Taylor Swift.
Taylor Swift.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't even remember her name. I could name one of her songs. I've heard exactly one of Taylor Swift's
Well, you've definitely
songs.
heard more. You just don't realize it because you can't escape her songs. If you
both
watch
great people
movies,
from everything
TV,
I can tell.
if you're walking in a mall, you're hearing Taylor Swift songs.
Yeah. And I think I've heard 2 Miley Cyrus songs.
All right, I'm going to recycle some questions we used with Matt and Arden. In November, a team of marine biologists, sorry, Dave, this one's going to give Aron a little advantage here. In November, a team of marine biologists at Southampton University made which alarming discovery about starfish? A, their entire body is in fact a head, or B, they are impervious to nuclear radiation. 3, 2, 1.
A.
Dave, you're supposed to, I say 3, 2, 1, and then you got to keep the rhythm. It's supposed to be 3, 2, 1. It's like you're playing rock, paper, scissors, and you're like,
was I wrong or right?
10 seconds later, you're like, paper. And then they're like, what the fuck?
Were
And you're
we
like,
wrong
I
or
have
right?
ALS. You're both
Were we
right.
wrong
You're both
okay,
right.
I want to be right. Excuse me.
But you
The
waited.
thing I'm confused about that is they just found this out within the last year?
Yeah. In November.
I made a video about this 4 years ago.
Well, no one calls you, man.
Okay.
You should have alerted science.
That's right. Kate Blanchett.
You should have called the science person. Go ahead.
We're still sudden death. Kate Blanchett gave one of 2023's standout movie performances. Okay, here's actually what we're going to do. We're going to start alternating. Aron gets a question. If he gets it right, and then Dave gets it right, gets the next question right, we're doing one-on-one sudden death, basically. If Aron gets it wrong, we see if Dave gets his next question wrong, and then we do it again. But if Aron gets his right and Dave gets his wrong, Aron wins. If Aron gets his wrong and Dave gets his right, it's like the way spelling bees work. Does everybody understand?
Let me go first then on Kate Blanchett, because I probably know this one.
All right, Dave. Kate Blanchett gave one of 2023's standout movie performances as which embattled fictional orchestra conductor? Was it A, Sylvia Gravel, or B, Lydia Tayar?
B.
That is correct. So Dave is still in.
Boom, boom, boom.
Let's see what happens here.
A lot of pressure, Aron. A lot of pressure.
Aron, which second-hand items did the Barnardo's charity shop in Gorsenon, Swansea, ask people not to donate anymore? Was it A, firearms, or B, sex toys?
B.
That is correct. So Aron is still in. Fuck it. Fuck. Which Dwayne The Rock Johnson object to the waxwork, this is for Dave, why did Dwayne The Rock Johnson object to the waxwork of himself unveiled in the Greven Museum in Paris in October? Was it A, because it appeared to be Caucasian rather than his dual Samoan African-American ethnicity, or B, as a follower of Polynesian animism, he is opposed to effigies of any kind? Dave, A or B?
A.
A is correct. Dave is still in. Aron, box office news was dominated by simultaneous releases of Barbie and Oppenheimer. Barbie remains the highest grossing film of the year worldwide, with Oppenheimer in third. What movie in second place breaks up the Barbenheimer duopoly? Was it A, The Little Mermaid, or B, the Super Mario Brothers movie?
It's not Godzilla Z-1?
No.
B.
That is correct. God damn it. I need one of you to fucking...
All right, I'll throw this next one just to end this.
Like if you could
don't.
throw it. The 2023
I wouldn't
Mercury
know it.
Music Prize was awarded to London jazz quintet Ezra Collective for which album? Dave, is it A, Where I'm Meant to Be, or B, Where the Heart Is?
A.
God damn it. Correct.
I was just a 50-50 guess.
Okay. Did we do the one about the final episode of BBC's Happy Valley? I think we did. Yeah, we did. Okay. Let me find. This year's publishing blockbuster. Aron, you listening? This one's you. You're muted.
Yeah, I'm here. I just got stuff going on behind me.
This year's publishing blockbuster was Prince Harry's memoir, Spare. It claims his best man duties for Prince William were hindered by which unfortunate injury on Harry's person? Was it A, inflamed testicles from getting his COVID vaccine in Trinidad, or B, a frostbitten penis from a trip to the Arctic?
B.
Correct. God fucking damn it.
I actually remember hearing this story. I just wasn't sure which version I'd heard.
That's all right. That's all right. All right. We gotta.
Sorry, Jimmy.
Well, we'll get there. We'll get there.
Watch, we'll both miss the next one.
Well, I gotta find new ones because we ran through my source. Let's see.
Yeah, so
Yeah, I was gonna say, somebody talk. Let's not just be silent.
yeah, I've just got these guys have been
Yeah, I see a lot of
Hustling.
action back there.
yeah, and it's been vocal, so I've been having to be muted for most of this.
Uh-huh.
Well, tell him to shut the fuck up.
I do that all day, every day.
All right. Here we go.
Here we go.
Let's see. Who's up? Is this Dave?
Yeah.
At the beginning of the year, which country reopened its border to international visitors 3 years after the beginning of the COVID pandemic? Is it A, China, or B, Japan?
A.
Correct. Fucking dick.
Well, don't make
I knew
them
that.
so easy.
I didn't even need a B. Yeah, I didn't even need a B. I knew that was answer.
After winning 4 Grammys in February, Beyonce is now the most awarded artist in the prize's history. But how many Grammys in total does she have? Is it A, 32, or B, 58?
A.
God damn it. Correct. Okay. How are you both? You both have guessed correctly like 8 times in a row. This is like fucking.
We really smart.
This is like-
Smart about stupid trivia shit.
It's like flipping a
Well,
coin.
yeah, they gave me an intelligence an IQ test when I was in like 2nd grade, and it was all multiple choice. So being as it's multiple choice, it was just really stupidly easy. So they rated me as a genius in 2nd grade, and I could see that there was a flaw in that. They also gave me multiple choice for a math exam. Go figure that out. And so I ended up on the intellectual floor in college because, again, I guessed multiple choice.
Okay. Dave.
Yes.
At this year's Super Bowl halftime show, what did Rihanna reveal? Was it A, that she is in fact a proud lesbian, or B, that she was pregnant with a 2nd child?
Pregnant. B.
Correct. Sounds like you knew that one. You're ready.
I did.
I actually knew that one.
Well, you didn't get that one, so fuck you. Okay. Aron, in what month did Taylor Swift's Eras tour begin? Was it A, March, or B, May?
B.
Finally, it's over. That is incorrect. You idiot. Everyone knows it was in March. You moron. You're so
Aron, being the big Taylor Swift fan that you are, I'm surprised that you missed that. Didn't you go to 2 of her concerts this year? No? Okay.
Oh, yeah, because I had like, several $100s laying around that just to buy a ticket.
Yeah, one ticket, back row, $800. And you got to have 12 signs in front of you. All right. Let me take a look here, Dave. We have, since the show began, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Wait, let me double check that real quick. 12 orders that included at least one of your mugs. So I need you to pick a number between 1 and 12. Go ahead.
6.
You can say it. 6. 1,
6.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Melissa, who sent an order at 6:24 just 15 minutes ago, had bought a Dave mug, an Aron mug, and a Forrest mug.
Nice.
Melissa, we are refunding you you know what? I'm going to do you a solid. Since you bought 3, I'm going to refund you the most expensive mug you got, which was $24.20 because you got the 15 ounce, even though that's technically Aron's mug, but Dave still chose it. So it still works out. And you got a Dave mug, but we'll give you the even better refund just because I'm feeling generous. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. All right. We have refunded
And
you.
thank you for that support, Melissa.
Hell yeah. Thank you. All right, let's update the scores here too. Let's go to orders. Nope, not orders, products. So that stayed the same. Hey, how come nobody wants to buy like the Go Jimmy Yourself is like one of the most popular memes on this channel.
Jimmy, no whining allowed. Jimmy,
And
no whining.
first of all,
Jimmy,
I set the rules.
no whining.
I set the rules, and I say yes, whining. But for real,
I've heard from a lot of people, and they said we don't want Jimmy whining tonight.
I love whining. How dare you?
I know you do.
And because Aron's passed another 20 threshold, we'll figure out another mug giveaway at some point during the show here.
I passed a 20 threshold too.
Did you? Oh yeah, you did.
I'm
All right,
25.
So yep, we'll be giving 2 away. So this is the current score. I have 26,
Nice.
Matt 42, Forrest 125, Arden 28, Ben 10, Aron 61, and Dave 25. I'm not gonna lie, my feelings are a little hurt. They're a little bit hurt right now. Here's what.
Come on, people. Let me pass Jimmy while I'm on the show. All I want to do is while I'm on the show tonight, pass Jimmy. Come on, people. Come on. It'll break him hard.
I feel
he's
like
very competitive.
I'm pretty competitive. That is true.
I know.
Here's what I'm going to do. I am going to put you all on. Does one of you have the call-in system up in case you need to hang up
I got
the call?
Yep.
Cool.
We should take a call or two. A couple of them been on there for a while.
Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and put you on the call with Johnny, you and Aron. I'm going to actually step away, get a drink of water, stretch out because I've been here since I've realistically been here since noon, getting everything ready, but the show's been going for a while. So I'm going to put Johnny, you are on the line. I'm going to be leaving you in the very capable hands of Dave and Aron. Johnny, can we do something about the background noise? What's going on there?
Oh, shit. Sorry, guys.
Yeah, no worries. You waited a long time. I'm sure you were chilling out, relaxing, acting all cool, shooting some b-ball outside of the school.
You got me.
All right, I'm going to leave you with Aron and Dave for a little bit. I will be back shortly. Here you go.
Okay.
Hey, Johnny. Welcome to the line. What's on your mind tonight?
I just wanted to talk about, I'm trying to basically straw man, or not straw man, Jesus, strong, like steel man theist positions when I talk to them. Mostly I just like to listen, but
hey, real quick, Johnny, can you go ahead and put the guitar down because we have to worry about even on accident if you're strumming music notes that the copyright thing hits, we get fucked. And since most songs are the same 4 chords, let's just not even risk it.
That's true.
Thanks, buddy. All right, now I'm walking away. Go ahead.
Okay. But yeah, there was this thing about logic where I was talking to somebody over Christmas, and I was trying to steel man the idea, saying that they're saying logic was like a mirror thing, and we see, or I was seeing as we see their logic in reverse. So their logic, they look backwards to us, and we look backwards to them. That was kind of like where it was going. You know what I mean? And I was trying to it's hard kind of for me to. It's not impossible to empathize with them, but I've just always been an atheist, and I try to see it through their eyes the best I can. You know what I mean?
Aron, you're muted, Aron.
I'm sorry. I have to keep muting because these damn dogs. I understand what you mean about seeming backwards or upside down. I mean, I look at everything like patterns of emergent complexity arising from the bottom up, whereas they're talking about order being orchestrated by an invisible administrator from the top down. And whereas I would think that you can't say that something is true until you show the truth of it. And if you're saying things are true that you can't know to be true, if you can't even know that it's true, then it's a lie just to say that it's true. But they've got the backward reversal thing where they can say whatever the hell they want, and it's up to me to prove that it's wrong and that it's right until proven wrong. Whatever they make up is correct until proven wrong. That's backwards.
Right. Yeah, it's difficult, and I'm trying to not see things so black and white, like it's a spectrum of, confusion almost. But it seems like the biggest problem is religion or faith or that side. So you have, and I'm trying not to classify all, Republicans and religious people as one way, thinking this way, and leftist thinking that way because I know that's easy to do, and there's a ton in between, you know.
Yeah, and I get that too, because a lot of the people that I argue with, they are completely binary. They think that Christian means Republican means right wing, and that means
Right.
that Democrats are leftists. And my biggest problem with most Democrats is that they are not leftists. Every president we've ever had in my lifetime has been a right wing authoritarian, and here I am in the libertarian left, diametrically opposed to every president we've had in my lifetime.
You think we'll ever have an atheist president?
Amusingly, the most leftist president of my lifetime is probably Richard Nixon.
I thought you were going to say
Not even kidding.
John F. Kennedy for some reason.
I would have thought it was John F. Kennedy, but I've seen arguments that it is actually Nixon. That Nixon is Kennedy wasn't a leftist. Neither was Carter, but Nixon more so, because Nixon came up with the a national health plan. I have a list of things that Nixon did that are actually all left leaning policies, and I was surprised at that because I'm not a fan of Nixon.
No,
but he did do a lot of that.
Yeah,
it's crazy. It could be like that. Like I tell people, because I have family members that are like that, and they do so much good, but then they say the worst things in the world, and it's
yeah. On that left-right binary thing, I'm always being told that the leftists want to get rid of your guns and everything, but there's the only assault weapons ban that I'm aware of that has been passed was actually passed by Ronald Reagan.
Yeah, that's
trickle
true.
down bullets.
And it stood on a long time. I think it's unfortunate anytime we label anyone and put them in a binary pocket, because most of us are more nuanced than that. Not everyone. There are people who are very binary in their thinking, but to the point of mirrored logic, like Aron was saying, I find it maddening that, and I just refuse to be put on the defensive. If a Christian or someone is using that logic to me that they're making shit up and I have to prove it's not true, I have to defend a position that's not tenable, I'm not going to do it. I'm just not going to let them put me on the defensive. If they say such and such is true, my response is, how do you know that? Or you show me that it is. And I just put it back on them, and I just don't have the time or the patience for it, honestly. I'm not a debater like Arden is or Matt is. I'm not one for arguing those positions at any length of time. But if I have someone in my immediate circle who's doing that and wants to talk to me about it, like my evangelical pastor brother, and he makes these claims, my response is, I don't see the evidence for that. So why don't you give me the evidence you have to back that up, and we'll talk about that. And typically they can't because there's not. And so I won't, to me, it's like they're baiting me, not debating, but baiting me. And I'm not going to take the bait.
Yeah. Yeah. It seems like they're just trying to throw it back at you, or just taking away all your tools in a way, but then it just takes away all their tools, like everybody's tools. So it just
my brother made a statement in a book he wrote that he said, talking about Canada's euthanasia laws, which is the death with dignity law, the assisted suicide, which I'm a proponent of because of my situation, and I haven't had a chance to talk to him about it, but his statement was that the euthanasia laws in Canada are so bad that it makes even, and this phrase just made me laugh out loud, makes even hardened atheists shudder. Like, my response is, first of all, what the hell is a hardened atheist? I mean, is that like, I'm really an atheist. I really don't believe in God. And these euthanasia, I want to say, what atheists have you talked to that is aghast at the death with dignity laws that Canada passed? I don't know one. I don't know one that would be, because every argument against
David
that
would.
is religious in nature. So back that up with something. Don't make me prove something that you can't substantiate or prove against it.
Right.
Yeah, and I've often said
Yeah.
that if you use religion, or if you cite religion as your sole reason, your sole motivation or reason for any action, then you haven't given a reason. You have to come up with something else.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter what your religion believes. What is the reason that we should do this?
Mm-hmm.
Right. Yeah,
Are
I was
you a
just trying to
hardened
make it like a-
atheist, Aron?
I'm an atheist on Viagra.
There you go.
Viagra.
I don't know how else to interpret a hardened atheist. I'm not on Viagra,
I don't either.
but
I don't know what that
I would
is.
consider myself. I'm often considered or said to be a hard atheist or something along those lines.
I think the strong atheist might be the term you're looking for. Could
Yeah.
be.
I like hard. I like rock hard.
Could be.
I bet you do, buddy. All right, Johnny. Y'all get it all worked
Thanks
out.
for the call, Johnny.
All right, thank you, guys.
Thanks, bud. How was it? Did y'all get into trouble while I was gone?
No, we were pretty good, weren't we, Aron?
Best behavior?
Very good. We didn't
Meanwhile,
do nothing.
Very good.
Meanwhile, I come back and people are
Didn't
talking
do
about being
nothing wrong.
rock hard. I'm sure it was fine. I was sure it was fine out there. All right, so
Rock hard.
once again, we're about to do another contest where we will pick among people who have bought mugs for Aron, and this one will include myself and Dave. So if you want to buy, get your mug sales in now. We do pick from anybody who's been watching since the beginning of the episode. So as we've been doing them, what I need from Aron and Dave, you're not going to say this out loud. You're going to send me a message on Facebook. Dave, you good with that?
Yeah, I
How
can
are
do
your
it.
hands? Okay, cool. On the message
I've
on
still got 'em.
Facebook, you're going to tell me your favorite cut of beef. Could be so many to pick from. Sirloin, prime rib, filet mignon, whatever your favorite cut of beef is. Don't say it out loud, just what your favorite cut is. We're going to do, we did a potato-based dish last time. We're going to do a like a secret poll, basically. Let me see what y'all are sending me.
This will take me about 20 minutes. You okay with that?
If you want to give me the initials or something of it, I bet I can guess it.
I was messing
Okay.
with you.
All right, good. Okay, I'm going to do a poll, so we're not going to announce. At 7 o'clock, right on the hour, when it hits 7 o'clock, I'm going to end the poll. Best cut of beef. I'm going to put all three of ours on. I'm going to put them in a random order. I know who's
Are they all
our
three
who's.
different?
Yep.
Are they all three different? Good.
Yep. All three of us had a different one. So none of us are going to make any kind of comment about the other ones. We're not going to in any way give away which one is or isn't ours. I'm going to put a poll up right now. I've hit it. You have the choices are between a porterhouse, a sirloin, and a filet mignon. I'm very sorry to all the vegans who will feel excluded and unable to vote. But these are our three favorite cuts of beef. And at 7 o'clock, when the clock hits 7, I will hit end on the poll. And whoever is the winner, we will give away one of their mugs for free.
Well,
So-
I would say that the vegans still have a favorite cut of beef.
Well, I mean, there are some who conceivably have been vegans for so long that they don't remember what any of the cuts are like, or they never
Okay.
tried, or yeah, I don't know. But you
Don't
know, they'll
care.
be fine. They'll be fine. They'll get over it. Let's see. Is this the current score? Let me see if I've got any updates I need to make to this. In fact, I might just start reading some of the. That is what I'm going to do. I'm going to start reading some of the messages we have from. Shoot, I don't know if I remember. Did I write down what time the last one I read out was? I should have done that. And Forgot, but that's okay. I'm going to read a bunch of messages that people have sent with their orders while we wait for all of these votes to get in. I know, very, very exciting. It's making Aron a hard atheist. Oh, wait. No, I did write
so many.
Okay, I did write it down. Okay, here we go. So I'm going to start knocking these out in just a moment. Did y'all do anything with your Christmas holiday? Did you have family over or anything?
A couple of friends
my mother.
for dinner.
Dave ate his friends for dinner?
With a nice Chianti.
That's right.
And a fava bean.
Yes, I wheeled my grandmother from her nursing home to go visit my daughter and give presents to my granddaughter, who is so adorable.
You wheeled
She's
your
only
grandmother or your mother from the nursing home?
my mother to my daughter's house to give gifts to my granddaughter. And my granddaughter
I was going to say, I don't think it was your grandma, because I think that might be impossible.
I've gotten in the habit of calling her grandma.
Yeah.
Just because, my kids and whatnot, and also now because of the grandbaby. But the grandbaby is just so fucking adorable. She's 2.5 years old, and everything she says is adorable.
That would annoy the fuck out of me.
That was an Aron I've never seen and never thought I would see.
All right, let me knock out some of these thank yous for some of the orders that have come in, and a lot of these are orders for the two of you. Not all of them, but like Eric's is for, I'm not going to say what each one is unless it has a message. Eric, thank you for yours. Cameron, thank you for yours. Vincent says, I would have bought one of each if I could. Oh, by the way, Jimmy, go Jimmy yourself. Well, that's very sweet of you and all, but you bought a Forrest mug, so you're dead to me. Anyway, thank you, Melissa. Thank you, William. Thank you, another Eric. Thank you, Vicky, Dustin, Aaron. No messages left on any of these. I'm very surprised. Usually we have more messages. Cameron, thank you. Jeff says, Dave's guilt trip had nothing to do with this purchase, I swear, and bought a Dave mug. That's right. It's right. It's Dave's isn't even more, like, we're only selling these mugs for a week, but Dave's is even more limited time. It's like a double limited time offer. We don't know that Dave's going to make it to New Year's. I don't know that.
No.
If prayers work, he won't. Anyway, my prayers. Just kidding. Just kidding. I'll be very sad when you go. I'll lose a friend. I'll have to fill a time slot. Like, you know how much work it's going to be for me, Dave, when you pass?
I'm going to be my passing is going to be very inconvenient to Jimmy. So
super
I'll
inconvenient.
put it off as long as I can for you, Jimmy.
Yeah. And by the way, I found out last year that I'm the friend that all of Dave's friends know. Like, I'm the nucleus friend. So when I realized that when you pass, I'm going to be the one who has to call and tell a lot of people. So thanks for that, asshole. Anyway.
Just announce it on your show. One thing, it'd take 2 minutes. Go fuck yourself,
I'm
Jimmy.
talking about, but are like more intimate friends, you think that they want to hear about it for the first time on the show? Of course I got to call those people.
Yeah.
Dave, I just wish you would think more about me as you die.
I'm dying out loud. Just go ahead and announce it out loud. I know. I'm so sorry,
You're really
Jimmy.
inconveniencing me with this ALS.
I'm
Dave.
really sorry.
How dare you? Landry, thank you for yours. 20 plus years ago, Aron's videos helped me escape the Mormon cult. Recent years, The Line and Mr. Atheist have helped me refine my views. Go fuck yourself, Jimmy. Thank you, Landry. We're not at 7 yet.
Someone out of Mormonism?
Well, Mormonism's. I think you've helped a lot of people out of a lot of religions by teaching them skepticism and stuff, science.
Well, thank you very much.
Susan says, love all you guys. You are the height of my days, sad but true. By the way, I forgot to get myself a Christmas present, so this is it. And got an Aron mug. That's a great Christmas present. Thank you, Patrick.
Do the little grandbaby voice when you do that, Aron.
I can only do one impression. Hang on. All right. So first of all, let me end the poll because we did hit it. Oh, this was the closest one so far.
Fun.
So the results were, mine was the sirloin. 29% of people agreed with me. The porterhouse with 32% was Aron's contribution, but the winner with filet mignon at 38% was Dave. So we'll be giving another Dave mug away here in just a moment.
Thank you very much.
Let me get through more of these messages.
The pulse of the people.
Rebus says, this is not fair. Forrest Mug has the easiest message to explain to people who will visit my house. Even I don't want his to win, but he bought a Forrest Mug. Listen, you could make up what Jimmy means, but people will figure it out. Do you have dimples? Because if you have dimples, you can get the Arden one. Thank you, Jennifer. Thank you, Richard. Thank you, Teppy. Thank you, John. Thank you, Catherine, who said, should you ever leave a conversation with a religious leader if you get them to saying, I don't know the answer to that over scripture? I think sometimes you just have to be tactful. Sometimes when a person finally does admit they don't know something, you want to end on that pretty quick. Because if you get them going again, you might get them back to their place of false confidence and bullshit. And then that's how the conversation sticks in their memory, is that final state. So if you finally get them in there and be like, yeah, this is a thing, I'd love it if you would think about this, and maybe let's pick up the conversation later. Any additional thoughts from either of you on that?
No, I basically agree. Go ahead.
No, you go ahead, Aaron.
My issue is getting people to admit that they don't know something. That's huge. That just doesn't happen in the conversations that I have. What I end up with instead is the shift to another topic. Oh, well, let's talk about this then. Well, no, let's go back and conclude this one first. Yeah. But I don't ever get that. It just doesn't happen. What I usually face is the strategy of throwing shit against the wall until something sticks.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I feel that. What were you going to say, Dave?
If you can get them to admit that if you get them to admit they didn't know something, you just tell them how dumb they were to think that in the first place, and then walk out of the room. Just kidding.
Just call them an idiot. Throw something at them if you can. That's right.
Yeah.
Dave says kidding, but I've seen him do it. He loves throwing stuff at people. He throws.
With
always
these hands,
throwing.
yeah.
He's always throwing.
Yeah.
The hands are what he's throwing. Dave throws hands all the time. Thank you, Aaron, who says, have to support you too, Jimmy. My third purchase. Go fuck yourself, dude. Well, listen, there are no rules. And since I'm losing, I'm still going to play. I'm still going to do little egotistical things here and there. So you know what? You're getting your third mug, that mug you just did, for free. I'm refunding you the $16.66. You're one of the ones who's getting a free mug. So, nobody can stop me. I make the rules as I want to. Congratulations. Thank you to David, who says, Merry Christmas, y'all. I ordered this mug because I have dimples, and dimples are awesome, unlike Jimmy. Okay, fuck. Reba says, what? I can buy more than one? Okay, I will cancel my vote out by buying Aron's since he is the closest second for now.
Forrest is so far ahead, it's discouraging. Yeah.
In fairness, Forrest was way far ahead at the beginning, and we've been closing the gaps, but the gap's pretty big for sure.
Just keep me ahead of Jimmy, everybody. Come on.
That's right.
How many has Forrest sold just since we started? Because I don't feel like I'm closing a gap. He has over twice as many as I do.
I think he was at like 60 something at the No. I think he was at 81 when the show started. So you've gone up about the same number total since the show started. Yeah. Aron, a mug for Aron to Lewis. Wonderful. Jane, thank you. Says, love the show. Thanks, Jimmy. Rachel, thank you. Shaquise says, damn it, Jimmy, actually teared up. Most people literally cannot pronounce my name. I hope I said it right the second time now too then, because it might have been a fluke.
Is that how it's going to be? Come on, be nice.
I hope. Yeah. Aaron.
Be nice.
Well, we got just one Aaron here.
Jacob.
Bariella, thank you so much. He says, I need to see some Matt. I need some Matt feet pics. I told everybody,
Oh boy.
you can cheat off air. All we care about is the final score on January 1st. I don't care how you get them. As long as they are legitimate orders, I can give a fuck. Megan, thank you, says, love you guys. It's been amazing watching so many brilliant people of all backgrounds come together to build this platform, plus Dave. No, she didn't say plus Dave. So many brilliant people and Dave.
And Dave. I won't argue with that.
Thank you, Mark. Thank you, Mikkel, who says, love all of you. Tara, thank you very much. Tom, thanks for all of the fantastic content you produce. Exposition on Reformed epistemology, properly basic beliefs, and sensus divinitatis. No, we're not going to go long about it, but exposition on Reformed epistemology, properly basic beliefs, and sensus divinitatis. How do you pronounce that word?
I have no idea.
Oh, he spelled it differently too than the way that sense of the divine. I don't know that I have anything. Exposition on Reformed epistemology, properly basic beliefs, and sensus divinitatis. I don't really know what you're asking. Are you just wanting the terms defined, or what our feelings on them are, or I don't know. I don't know what you're asking. Anyway, so we're going to move on. Amy, thank you so much for my bestie, Rustin. Hell yeah. Rustin. That's a dope mug. Amy bought one of my mugs for their homie Rustin. Or Rooston, maybe. Badir, thank you so much. What makes someone a good moral atheist? For Christians, follow the Bible. For Muslims, follow the Quran. But what about for us? Follow science. I am a secular humanist. I think there are some basic social rules that are obvious because we live in a society that pre-existed us, and a lot of the things that they have figured out in common, like don't murder each other, don't take advantage of each other, all that kind of shit. But obviously also a lot of people get ahead by doing those things anyway. And so once you get past those basic things that humans are pretty okay at identifying, I think it's something like secular humanism is the best one.
I would concur that I've identified as a secular humanist for a long ass time. I'm now a member of the Satanic Temple, and I would put their classification of Satanist in the same kind of category, right up there with secular humanists. From my personal perspective, I think that Satanism is secular humanism in goth drag. But to my experience, there are basically two types of Christians, and one is the one who's never read the scripture and so doesn't follow it, and the other has read the scripture and doesn't follow it. Mm-hmm. Because you can't. Because if you did, you'd be a criminal in every country on this planet.
Mm-hmm.
Any thoughts, true. Dave?
Yeah, atheism or secularism is not a belief system or a worldview, and neither is science. So I agree with you guys. Humanism and Satanism are worldviews or ideologies that you can actually adhere to. And so I identify as either in both of those, because they're belief systems or worldviews that you can attach yourself to, whereas atheism is just a response to the God question.
Let's see. Let me make sure. Get some stuff taken care of on mine. Philip says, room. Even though I skipped out of the atheist bubble because it makes me sad for people in general, you still make great content. The A/theist bubble, because I assume you mean you don't watch the content because it can make you feel sad. Seeing so many silly people say so many silly things. I assume that's what you're saying.
Yeah, I can see where that was true.
Oh, yeah. I don't consume atheist content. I have to consume our content because I do edit the clips and all that kind of stuff. But other than that, Aron, are you using the camera we sent you? I didn't think so. Also, you're muted.
Are you using the microphone we sent you?
Yeah,
Are you using anything?
My dogs decided to go DEFCON 5 again, so I had to go mute again. But yeah, I'm not using the camera. I could never make it work. At its best, it just wouldn't go. So yeah, sorry about that.
All right, we'll work on it another time. Because look at how good Dave's video looks. He's using the camera. Yours looks like shit. All right, moving on.
I make all
No,
cameras
that's
look
just
good.
me.
Nope. You look like you got Vaseline over it. The way the lights in the back are glowy. You got that halo effect.
Mm.
I'm going to shame you when you don't use my equipment on air. Tony, thank you. Cody.
He'll shame you anytime. It doesn't matter.
That's true. I'm just kind of a dick. Cody says, I love the shows. Someone needs to keep all these crazy, misguided Christians in check. Matt should say, no. You're on mute now. I think you mean a mug should say. That'd be a funny one. Oh, shit. Just missed one. Thank you to Gudrun, maybe Gudrun. Rhonda says, fantastic show. Thank you for the entertainment and for educating the masses. Thank you, Rhonda. Daniela says, hi, Dave and Aron, and bought a Dave mug. Godwin says,
thank you.
Look, you all, I learned so much, and I've gotten my wife addicted to your shows, too. Thank you. Thank you very much, Godwin. Except for buying a Forrest mug. Other than that, thank you very much. John says, on the one hand, I do want, if the option is Forrest mug or no mug, buy the Forrest mug. But the options realistically are buy our better mugs.
But John, there are options. That's the point.
Thank you to John and Steve, who says, go fuck yourself, Jimmy. And then let's see, I know I've got more since then, but I wanted to not have 100 tabs open. Bow chicka wow chicka wow bow chicka bow wicka wow wicka picka down bow bow papa down. You gonna keep going or what?
Niet.
That hard atheist is leaving my balls blue.
You don't know what a hardened atheist is up to.
That's right. Thank you very much to Sebastian, who bought 3 mugs, 1 Aron, 1 Forrest, 1 Matt. Thank you to Zach. Thanks for doing this tonight. Go Jimmy yourself, Jimmy. Thank you, Eileen. Thank you, Josh. Thank you, Carl. Sarah says, happy winter holidays. Hope you keep teaching me awesome stuff. I hope we do too, but I might run out. I have a limited amount of knowledge. Very limited. Michael, thank you. Brendan, had to grab a couple more. Love you all. Thank you, Brendan. Yeah, I'm glad to see somebody giving some love. Dr. Ben's mug is awesome, but Dr. Ben's only got 11 mugs. The Dr. Ben's Go-Go juice is a hilarious mug because he's always caffeinated. Dave got another sale on with Joe Chavez and says, and Dave is ahead of Jimmy. Let's see.
Yes.
Is that true? Have we updated the scoreboard? I'll have to check the scoreboard here in a second. Jerry, thank you. Love you, Jimmy. Therefore, I'm buying a Forrest mug. You always hurt the ones you love. Barb says, have a holly jolly brawl. Ross says, thanks for working on the holidays. Jan says, this is for my wife. She loves Dave. She doesn't know who Jimmy is. That's fair. That's fair. And who should? Who should know who I am?
Who should?
I'm happy to be the man behind the curtain. Adrian, thank you so much. Jesus, probably Jesus, but maybe it's Jesus, says, I think your shows and
he finally showed up.
Do an incredible job and an important service. Thanks for doing what you do. Richard says, nothing, but thank you for your order. Kevin says, go fuck yourself, Jimmy. I got 3 for me. Thank you so much. 3 Jimmy mugs. Hell yeah. Did you Jimmy yourself 3 times on Christmas, though, is the question. Thank you, Josh. And thank you, David. Lots of orders. Lots of orders today. Let me see if there's any more. Nope. So we're at 7-Eleven. Going to mark down on the last so it's easier for me to find when we do the next set of them. And then Dave, let me go and pull up yours again because we owe someone a free mug products. Go to Dave's mugs and see how many there are now. We've got 5, 10, 15, 16, 17, 17. So a number between 1 and 17. Do you want to pick it? Do you want me to use a random number generator? You tell me.
3.
3. We're going to give Jan a refund on the cost of her mug. Sorry if I'm getting... Jan actually is... I know a guy named Jan. So I'm just going to use they, them pronouns. Refund order. We'll give you the 1666 back.
You're
Winner, chicken dinner. Bada bing, bada boom. Awesome. Well, that handles that also. And now we got to figure out what the fuck to do for the next 45 minutes. I'm pretty tired of these guys. Just kidding. I love these two. I love these gentlemen. Well, gentleman's a very generous word, but I love these guys.
Hardened atheist is what we are.
That's right.
I really did do a video on how the starfish is really just ahead. I show their development. I believe it was in the episode of the systematic classification of life. It was the episode on bilateria, and I show how they're bilaterally symmetrical, but then they have this developmental change. So, and it happens in the head of the organism. But I probably didn't say that it was just a head. But I showed the animations that depict that. So I was surprised to see them. It's not the first time either. I've seen things where I knew the scientific study like 4 years earlier, and then it makes public, and I don't understand how does it just go public now? But
peer review?
Yeah, I guess.
All right, the score is about to update. 3, 2, 1, bada boom.
Boom. Oh, same margin, 2.
Well,
2
you're ahead of me now.
I was ahead of you by 2. Oh. We were 28 and 26. Now we're 32 and 30. But I slipped ahead of Arden. But sorry, Arden.
Somebody buy some mugs who appreciate all the hard work I'm going to have to do when Dave dies.
I think it's funny that I get all these comments. I get so many comments in different types of messaging systems from people who want to debate me, right? And they want to debate me on a stage somewhere, as if, random internet nobody number 65 is going to draw an audience, right? But this is what they want to orchestrate. But then we have things like this where we have a call in. If you've got, if you think you can own me, go ahead. Call in.
We're just having fun.
Here.
We don't care if any theists call. We've had a couple of theist calls if they want to call in, but I don't want to push it too. It's Christmas, man. We're just here selling mugs, having fun. I don't know. I'm not saying no. I'm just saying if you're disappointed nobody's called to chastise you yet, we haven't even been trying hard to get people to.
I'm calling them out. Yeah. I'm calling them out for the cowardice that I hear all the time. So, yeah, you think you can own me until you get the opportunity, and then you're no show. So,
rock you like all right. You two ready to send me in new answers?
Yeah, and somebody set up a hangout with me and Kevin Sorbo. That would be hilarious.
I'd pay to be there. Though it sounds like that probably is what would happen because I assume I would have to organize the event. Anyway.
Yeah, probably.
Probably so. All right. I want the two of you to send me a message with, here's the scenario. You've just been gifted a horse. What would you name the horse? Send me the message on Facebook, and we're going to see whose name for a horse wins the new poll. Go ahead and send them over. We're naming horses up in here. Is that really your answer? Oh my God. Okay. All right.
Which one's he talking about?
All three of these answers are ridiculous.
Thank you. Thank you very much. That's what we're here for. They're ridiculous. We don't want a serious horse answer like Secretariat or something.
All right. So here are your options, and we will end this poll at 7:25.
I hope one of you win. I'm tired of winning. So much winning, all the winning.
Butterscotch, Mr. Ed, or a course. of course. I think it's short for of course. Of course. You have Butterscotch, Mr. Ed, and of course. We're naming horses up in here. We're going to see who gets this one. Let's see. Let's find out. Let's talk to Jacob, who has been waiting a while the votes come in. Get your votes in there. Jacob in New York. Go ahead, Jacob.
Hello.
You're on the line with us.
Hello,
Yes.
can you hear me?
Sure can. How are you?
Oh, I'm wonderful. I'm so stoked that you guys took my call. Thank you so much.
Tight. What's your question?
Okay, my question is about parody religions. Like after I became an atheist, parody religions helped me kind of laugh stuff off and find some community and whatnot. And I was kind of wondering about your guys' thoughts on the efficacy of parody religions, and maybe like some seem to be more effective at like deconverting or, like helping people out from certain religions. Any thoughts on
Oh yeah.
maybe the construction of one that would be
Yeah.
better at? Yes. Thank
Yeah,
you, Aaron.
the guy
I'm a huge fan of
founded-
yours. Thank you.
Thank you very kindly. I'm a personal friend of the guy who started the Church of the Subgenius, the Church of Bob, Reverend Ivan Stang, and the Church of Bob. I have an ordination with the Church of the Subgenius, and they were when they came out in the late '80s and early '90s. When I got a hold of their Arise videotape, I was on the floor, literally on the floor, just dying of laughter. It was so fucking funny. I read their books; they're masterful pieces of work. It's hilarious stuff. It was, and the guys ran a show, and he was running a radio show until just a couple of years ago. Out of his living room, he was running this weekly show and supported this religion, and it was hugely beneficial for me, and I know for a whole lot of other secular people that all started out with the Church of Bob.
Yes, I love that movie. I watch it all the time. It's great. It really helped me out as well. My main thoughts were on like how to maybe take aspects of different parody religions and combine them, sort of like how modern religions have stolen aspects from previous ones that help them be more effective. Should we steal their playbook? Is that like an ethical thing to do?
Oh, absolutely, yes. I'm also a Dudist priest with the Church of the Latter-day Dude, and I would like to keep that kind of thing going. And I've attended a convention that was hosted by the Pastafarians. They even got Neil deGrasse Tyson to be one of their featured speakers. So that was pretty cool. So it was a Pastafarian event, and they celebrate their religious ceremonies. Their religious garb is that you dress as a pirate. So I've gone to a couple of atheist conventions wearing my 18th century pirate garb, just in honor of the Pastafarians.
I can attest to that. I've seen you in that.
I believe I've seen some pictures of you in that as well, Aaron. I've actually emailed you a couple of times. Once when I was at like kind of at a pivotal point, and you helped me really kind of shed some baggage. So it's an honor to speak to you. That's all I had to say. Thank you guys so much.
Cool.
I think you're doing great work.
Thank you kindly.
Thanks, Jacob.
Thank you, Jacob. Thanks for calling,
Thank you.
bro.
I think we're going to hit that 7:25 minute here in just a moment. So last seconds to get your votes in for either Butterscotch, Mr. Edge, or Ed, or a course for names for horses. Only 256 of you have voted so far. I don't know how many people are watching at the moment, but that seems like a low number there. But yeah.
I don't think they care about horse names.
I do.
Jimmy,
I don't care what they care about. I care.
They don't care.
Fuck you, Dave.
It's too bad you didn't ask me what I would name a moose.
Fuck
Because
you
I
and
actually gave some
the
thought.
moose you rode in on. What would you name a moose?
Murray Christopher, but we
Well,
call him Chris.
Aron, you did win. A course won. Dave's was Mr. Ed, and mine was Butterscotch. I don't know, Dave. I didn't say it was going to be a girl horse, Mr. Ed. Maybe that's why
I'm just going on the horse name that I grew up with on the show, Mr. Ed.
I think that might be why they turned on you. Is all I'm saying.
It's not the first time people have turned on me.
I dated this girl back in the early 90s who said that she had this original idea. If she gets a horse, she's going to name it Wildfire. And everyone in the room, she's telling them that it's original idea. That's what she'd never, like, as if she'd never heard the song.
Right.
Yeah.
What song?
Wildfire. It's a song about a horse.
By who?
Fuck
Who
you.
was that? Aaron? I don't remember his name.
I'm sorry that most of my life is ahead of me, Aron. I don't know the song.
They'll be calling Wildfire.
I've never heard that song in my life.
Part of the dudism thing that really resonates with me is that I hate the fucking Eagles, man.
Oh yeah, I don't listen to I'm 33.
That wasn't the Eagles. It was somebody else. I can't remember.
Are you all ready for the score update?
Taylor Swift, I think.
Someone give me a countdown. So
3, 2, 1, boom.
And that's how you do that in rhythm, Dave, instead of waiting and then answering after the other person. You rock, paper, scissors, shoot.
I have ALS. I'm sorry. I can't do that well.
You're holding that 2-point margin. You got up to 34. All right, let's take a look at Aron's mugs.
I've almost caught Forrest, haven't I? No.
Let's give one of these fuckers away for free. Let's see. You've got 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 34. Wait, that might be incorrect. 30. Wait. No, that's right. Okay, 34 since the show began. So, do you want to pick a number between 1 and 34? Do we want to have some fun way of getting to a random number between 1 and 34? What do you want to do?
3T3.
As in 33?
Yes.
Okay. Can't just make it fucking easy on me.
As far as he can go.
Shit, I don't want to chat with. Okay, here we go. That is going to go to Zach. Zach, you had left the message earlier. Y'all are the best. Thank you for being on the line. Go fuck yourself, Jimmy. And Aron has now graced you with a refund of $16.66 to cover the cost of his mug. Now I'm going to reveal to him that you just gave a mug to someone who also bought a mug of Forrest's. You're both traitors in my book.
Damn it. Damn Forrest.
Damn it, Forrest.
Well, Forrest does have the best looking mug of all of us.
You know, people keep saying that, and it's starting to hurt my feelings. It's not like I don't know that he's better looking than me, but we don't have to keep saying it.
I was watching a Forrest video, and I'm wondering, why is he getting so many more views than me? What is he doing? And I'm noticing that the energy level is up there. I'm noticing these other little amusing things. He's like, he's got these things that are popping all the time. And I'm like, well, there's that, and there's that, and there's that, and it's all good and all. But it's because he's young and cute, isn't it?
No, it's young, cute. And the first thing you were saying, that energy thing. Okay, that energy thing. Here's the thing that I found out. All of Gen Z has ADHD. All of them. It's like every single one of the fuckers has ADHD. And it's about half the millennials. And no, I don't say he's having ADHD.
He's faking it.
Oh, no, I've been with Forrest when he should be. No. I've been with Forrest in private.
I have too.
That shit is authentic.
It's genuine. It's all the time.
Have we all been with Forrest in private?
That's right.
Do we need to go to the clinic?
Not at the same time.
Yep. You don't need to go to the clinic. I'll tell you what you got because I gave it to you. Oh fuck. Yeah. And by the way, it's Ben and Forrest will be joining after the two of you. All right, let's do some. Let's see. Here's a game called Bad People. Let's see how this works. Just gonna grab a stack
That's
of
appropriate.
cards. Yeah. We're just gonna have some fucking fun while people buy mugs. Please buy mugs. I need this. I need to buy, I don't know, Ozempic. I could use some Ozempic. Oh, whoa. I can't afford it. If you don't have diabetes, you can't get it prescribed. And I don't have diabetes yet. They're literally like, just keep eating. You'll get it. And then it'll be covered. Or so you can't get it covered by insurance. Like, you're close, but you haven't gotten it there. We'd rather you get diabetes and then we'll pay for it. And Ozempic's like $1,000 a month if you don't have insurance. Same with Manjaro. Anyway.
Yeah.
If we all had a contest for who could stay sober for a month, who's most likely to lose first? Aron.
That depends on what you define as sober.
Hey, no, 0.000 blood alcohol content. It's you.
Who would
I don't
lose
even
first?
drink. I don't even drink. Dave, I don't think drinks that much because he doesn't drunk dial me as often as you do.
I drunk dial you?
No. Wouldn't that be hilarious if you were finding out right now and I was like, Aron, check your phone log. And you're like, holy fuck, I call him like 9 times a month. Well, I don't know. What are these calls? Dave, do you drink that much?
I don't know. I drink regularly. I don't know that I get drunk, but yeah, I would have a blood. It would probably be me because I drink every evening. So
okay.
yeah.
So you'd be the first to break.
I drink irregularly.
Let's see. If everyone committed blank, who would be the last person to get caught? Dictator fills in the blank. Oh, okay. So I'll be the dictator. If the three of us committed murder, who do you think would have the easiest time getting away with it? Well, Dave can't get away with shit. Dave can't flee the scene.
I can't even run from them. First of all, how would I kill anybody? I can't even wield a weapon of any kind.
You know what's crazy is I think Aron and I both have enough education to be both pretty efficient murder recoverers. Because there were at least a couple of courses in college where half of the course was just sitting around talking about how you'd get rid of a body. And
I don't know. I got clocked at 90 and a 45 when I didn't have a driver's license on me. I couldn't remember my address or who owned the property that I lived in. I couldn't give her name. I couldn't remember the name of the woman who owned the car I was driving. I had no information, and I managed to talk my way out of that. I talked my way out of that ticket, and I was also pulled over for drag racing and talked my way out of that ticket.
Aron, but if you got put in a lineup, between the two of us, who's the most likely to beat the lineup? I don't remember much, just that he looks like a space pirate. He was wearing a long black trench coat, and he looked like he was about to shiver me timbers.
It'd be hard to find 3 or 4 other people that look like Aron to stick in the lineup with him.
They'd literally go get pirates. People from Disney running the Pirates of the Caribbean thing.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Yeah.
I don't know how would we do this? Which one of the three of us is the most likely to end up in the friend zone? I think that's a 3-way tie. I think. First of all, Aron's married. So what are you going to do? Yeah, I think we're all friend zoned. But I think these two might be too old to know what that means, by the way, people. If it seems like they're not having a reaction, they don't really know what I'm saying.
I know what it means.
Okay, sure you do.
I've just never been there.
Did they cover that on an episode of Quincy?
God, look at him. He's so pleased with himself.
It was kind of mean, but really funny. Oh, shit.
I love Jimmy's embarrassed laugh when he knows he shouldn't have said it, but he can't keep from breaking himself up.
Who is the last? Oh my God, this question is so fucked up. Who is the last person of the three of us of the two? Who is the last person I would choose if I had to trade lives with someone here for the rest of the year? I love you
shuffled through
pieces,
that,
man.
You shuffled through that deck till you found that one, didn't you? I know you did.
There's not even writing on these cards.
For the rest of the year, that's like tonight or next week, right?
Well, that's true. Yeah. I'm still not.
You
I'm
can
still
man-
not. You know, okay.
You can handle my armless life for a week.
I'll tell you what, for a week, and if we're truly trading, I would do it as an act of charity to give you my dick for a week. Go have fun with it. Go have fun. I'll do that for anybody. Anybody wants to trade.
I don't want to have, for the record, I do not want to have fun with your dick.
I don't think that's true.
I'm just putting it out there on the record.
I'll line up some appointments for you. Be a good day. Good week. Good week.
Okay.
And you can draw your own fucking flower.
With your dick?
Yeah, if you wanted.
This has gone off the rails.
You can go. Anybody wants to trade live so they can take my dick for a week. It could be a fun week. If we all had to be someone else here for the day, who's least likely to want to be me? It's the reverse of the question.
God.
Which of the two of you wants to be me less? If you really knew what being me was like, it would be a harder competition. Neither of you would want near this shit.
Yeah, that's a tough call. Do I want to be? Yeah.
You can have it, Arden.
Do I want to be Jimmy or do I want to be Dave? Okay.
No, neither. Pass.
Aron,
Hard
I'll give you my
pass.
dick for a week too. Jeez.
Yeah, I don't want to anymore discuss, taking your dick for a week.
Okay, but I had to hear about you being a hard atheist. So I'm just saying, you and your rock hard atheism. Most likely to crawl through a mile of sewage in a tunnel to have sex with their celebrity crush. I'd do it. I'd do it for sure.
I
don't think you guys like this game very much.
I couldn't crawl through
All right,
anything, so
I'll get the more wholesome version of the game. This one's called Bad People.
I thought that one was called Bad People.
That's not me anymore. If you were talking to me from my 20s, that was a very bad person.
You don't have to be a bad person to want to fuck your celebrity crush. That's not a bad person thing.
No,
that's just a normal human thing.
That's everybody.
And by the way, I'm your celebrity crush, so fuck you, Aron. That's right, everybody.
So you ready to take my dick for a week?
I told you I'd love to. I'd trade dicks with any. Look, half of the benefit of giving Dave. So Dave takes my body. He gets to run. He gets to draw flowers, and he gets my dick. I'm gonna use his dick too. Okay, it's gonna be a dick trade-off. We're gonna get to have experiences we've never had before.
Oh
anyway.
Boy.
All right, here we go. Here's the last exciting. This one's called Stir the Pot. Who cares the least about social media amongst the three of us? I resent it the most, but clearly I care about it the most because I'm running a company that depends on it the most.
I don't know if anyone can care about it less than me, but maybe Aron can.
Well, I don't like Twitter at all.
Yeah.
But my wife says I have to keep it because I need it for networking purposes. Same with Facebook. Kind of need it for networking purposes.
Only reason I have them, I want to get off of them so bad. Just I'm done.
Do you have a Twitter?
Yeah, and people
Dave?
keep telling me to get on. People keep telling me to get on TikTok and that, and I'm like, I'm not a 20-year-old girl. I don't belong on TikTok.
You wish that was you know who's ruined TikTok? My generation and your generation. Gen Z hates TikTok more and more every day because our generations keep fucking it up for them. They are losing interest. Oh yeah.
Let me tell you.
Oh yeah.
You know what?
I see the confused face. You have no idea. It's horrible over there.
No, I have a TikTok thing. I used to make a lot of them. I like up to 5,000 followers and I just got tired of doing it and blah, blah, blah. Forrest has like 1 million. And so I found Forrest on TikTok.
Which means
Then I had him
wins.
on my
Then
I had him on my show. I had him on my show back when I had a GD show. And then when I was doing the Atheist Experience, which I'm no longer doing, I've given them my official notice, by the way. They were asking for suggestions for hosts, and I suggested Forrest, and they held it off. Finally had him on there. He blew the place up. Everybody loves Forrest. He's the reason you guys know about him on here. I'm the reason everybody knows about him.
Are you sure about that? Because I thought
absolutely.
I thought we had Forrest before they did.
Nope.
Are you positive?
And they had him because I suggested him.
Because I kind of think
first
I'll have to
show
double
he was
check.
on, they went. The first show he was on, everybody was like, "Oh my God, who is this guy?"
I'll double check because I was pretty sure the guy who used to work for me, my brother who used to work for me, I thought he put him on our channel before.
When was that about?
I don't remember. Fucking dude, the last 5 years are all the same date to me. So I'm going to say I was under a different impression. You could be right, but I'm going to check on that.
I don't know. I don't know the timing of yours, but I know that's how they found him.
This is a funny card.
So Forrest was all about the TikTok. TikTok.
I like this card because I know I'm about to have my feelings hurt. Of the three of us, who has the hardest personality to adjust to? That's not even an answer. Everybody knows. Who has the most? No, we're not doing that one. You think you're harder to adjust to than me? Aron,
I love you.
No.
I know. And I love you too, but you constantly have to ask me what I mean by things because you haven't adjusted to my personality. You're like, are you mad at me? I was like, no, fuck man.
Because it keeps changing.
Dick. Yeah.
It's the multiple personalities. It keeps changing.
Yeah, I'm 6 people. And I lie about it on TikTok. That's a popular trend on TikTok, lying about having Tourette's, DID. There's a few others.
Really?
Oh yeah. It's disgusting over there. Who probably hasn't read a book in the last 2 years? Well, Dave has ALS, so probably Dave.
I read them on Kindle, thank you.
I'm just kidding. I think we've all read books, not in just the last 2 years, but I imagine in the last 2 weeks. Who is the...
Yeah,
no, that's a weird one.
I haven't read a book in the last 2 weeks. I could say that. I don't think.
Me neither.
But it's close.
I've been reading Polysecure again, which is a book about polyamory, but it's on attachment theory, which is a really good book. It's a really good book for that, I should say. Bum-ba-da-bum-ba-da-bum-ba-da-bum. This is a weird question to ask because I feel like this is just going to make people fight, but it's asking who is the least loyal. I know I fucking go. I see red when people start like shitting on people I care about. Like people who want to fuck with me in comments don't understand. Insulting me does nothing. You can't say anything worse to me than I've said to me 6 inches from the mirror. But when people insult the people who work here and who I love and are my friends, I fucking go ballistic.
Why do you get 6 inches from the mirror? That's really close.
It wasn't literally true, Dave.
I know. I'm just imagining Jimmy up to the mirror so close everything's a blur. I'm sorry. I had to throw
Well, nothing would
that
be
out.
a blur. 6 inches would mean that the image that you're focusing to is effectively 12 inches away.
Yeah.
Who is the least likely to live past 50? They really are making some assumptions about the people who would play this game. And literally,
I don't
the
think I'll
answer
make
is
it that far.
Answer is me. You guys both have a 100% chance of passing 50.
We blew past that a long time ago, didn't we, Aron?
Yep.
Who among us looks the most flexible? I think Dave. Because it's not that Dave physically can flex more, it's that he won't feel it if he's not supposed to be.
Yeah, you could pull my arm behind my head and I don't know. Yeah. I'm actually still pretty flexible.
Yeah.
Funny enough.
Like, again, I'm not going to talk about me in my 20s.
I've been a dancer, but I've never been particularly flexible. I wouldn't think. All right, let's see if there are. Hang on one second. We're gonna check super chats that have come in since the two of you have shown up. so graciously. Let me make sure everything's ready here.
I was hoping to catch Matt by the end of my shift, but it doesn't look like I'm going to. I'm just happy to stay ahead of you, Jimmy. That's all I want. That's all I want.
Oh, you're talking about the points?
That's my dying wish. No, the mug sales.
Your dying wish is to beat me in mug sales?
That's it. That's all I want.
What a waste
anymore.
of a fucking wish. We talked about fucking a celebrity crush. Fucking.
I've already done that.
Oh,
Which, by the way, my wife had to chime in the chat. I noticed she wanted to chime in with my celebrity crush. She says it's Vince Neil.
Who's that?
Who is the singer from Motley Crue, going back to the Shout at the Devil album.
Oh, good. Good. More references that show off our age difference.
Yeah.
Shit. I'm too mean to you guys. Let's see.
Yes, you are. What's that?
You are. You sure are.
I'm kind of what? I'll bop you one. I'm going to bop you. Let's see. This was the one we left off on, which means we now go to Mr. Zoodles. Matt, I emailed a silly riddle to you, and you were the only person so far to answer correctly. Is the correct answer to this question yes or no? Thank you guys for all you do. Matt's gone, I'm afraid. I'm sorry. Hang on 1 second. I'm going to answer this call from Andrew. Hey, Andrew from Florida. You remember how you hung up on us yesterday?
No, that was done.
Yeah. He didn't call back, so I don't care what his excuse for no was, but fuck you. I don't even really feel like, I don't know. We've got some calls in the queue that I'll probably do, but I'm not going to be taking a bunch of new calls. Yeah, asked a very direct question yesterday and hung up instead of answering. $20 from Seth Erickson. Also, the question that was it was some condescending, like, you guys need to forgive God. It's just this sort of same thing.
Yeah,
he has failed every time he has called in, and now wants to call in with some implication that we don't actually not believe in God. Like, fuck off. It's Christmas. Go enjoy your Roman Catholic Christmas, you fucking hypocrite. Seth Erickson says, Forrest cheated by appealing to science. Science always wins. Love you all. Technically, the design was my idea, but he did pick elements. $5 from Monkey at a Typewriter. You guys are making a dying man work on Christmas? That's got to be an ADA violation. Seriously, thanks for everything you do. Merry Christmas and carpe the fucking diem. The only thing that Dave is killing is our libidos.
God. Jimmy's so mean to me. Even on Christmas, he makes me work on Christmas, doesn't pay me overtime, and then insults me.
It's true. It's true, people. Somebody should stop me. ZQ says, hey, Aron, how's Odin's quest in finding Jormungandr going? I suspect he hasn't found him yet, as there's no news reports of a monster appearing in the Gulf yet.
Well, coincidentally, Odin is the name of the bulldog that I presented a little bit earlier. If you saw that he had one eye shut, that's why we named him Odin. And Jormungandr is the reticulated python that is in that enclosure right there. However, Odin's quest was befuddled when he broke through. You can see that there's a barricade in front of that enclosure down there because he busted through it twice, so that the bulldog could get into the enclosure with the boa constrictor. I guess trying to make friends. I saw a different potential outcome, so that's barricaded there. So
tight. I've been working all day. I kind of zoned out. Megan Marie said, I saw your dog punch out that glass yesterday, though. Megan Marie says, Aron, loving your ugly Christmas sweater. Dave, I hope you're doing well. Jimmy, go fuck yourself. He took off the sweater. And remember, I did a song.
You did. Some call it a song.
I realize I'm doing all the reading here. We'll go in order like this. Aron, you do this one.
Okay, $10 from Spartacus 3. Happy holiday season, y'all.
Y'all.
You. I said you. I do live in Texas. now.
Narrator
Actually-
dialogue.
Oh shit! I
Skip for
accidentally
now.
started the.
Button. Alt plus S.
No.
New natural voices are available.
Shut up, narrator. I
Narrator
don't-
window. Exiting narrator.
That's right. I accidentally activated narrator on my fucking. The fuck
Where'd
was-
that sexy voice come from?
Yeah. You turned on by robots? I know I am. The moment we figure out all the AI stuff we need and I can have a robot companion, I'm leaving all you humans behind.
We know that, Jimmy.
Yeah, I don't think anybody's surprised by that. That's not like a revelation to anyone. All right, Dave, you can read this one. I assume.
$5 from Monkey at Typewriter. If your atheism is hard for more than 4 hours, seek an epistemologist. That's a good one. Consult a physician before attempting to harden your atheism. That's great. Thank you, Monkey.
We'll also read some mug comments here in a bit, too. Actually, if you two want to trade off, I need to get links to...
All right, I'll take this one, $4.99 from Gayest Husky. The JWST, I'm not sure what that means, shows that science continues to make discoveries while religious apologists continue to make lies, fallacies, and excuses. James Webb's, what is that? I'm missing the...
Jehovah's Witness something? Jehovah's Witness something?
I assume it's like the James Webb Space Telescope. Is that what they call it?
That's what it is. Yeah, maybe.
That
doesn't sound right. Yeah.
Is it?
And the funny thing about that making lies, fallacies, and excuses, I have to wonder on occasion. I realize when you meet your regular man on the street, maybe they don't, maybe they just really buy into it. But I mean, anybody that's a professional apologist, I mean, that kind of they express how they know that they're full of shit.
Mm-hmm.
Dave?
$5 from Lively Suda. My cat can't wait to knock off my new Forrest mug.
You're going to want to buy some backups there, maybe some alternative backups, some backup mugs featuring some other individuals. I don't know. I'm just kooky like that.
The Dave mug doesn't break.
Okay.
I'm told.
That's, yeah. There's a reason we're not getting Dave his own mug, by the way. Turns out
there's
they
a reason.
Do break. No, I think we're sending you one. I assume. All right, let's see. Okay, sorry, I got the links off. $9.99 from Goody Whittlestick. Then Aron, you can read this one.
$10 from GB. Is God by part an atheist term in lieu of an infinite divine being? This term is then used to refer to the set of all data that is unknown, leading to the God of the gaps argument for the former. Okay. Yeah, well, that's why. Did they say? God only knows. That means literally nobody knows.
Mm-hmm. And the Beach Boys had a song called God Only Knows, so there's that.
I know that one. That was because
you're old.
That was part of the stuff we were allowed to listen to in Mormonism is music for super old people. God only knows how I've lived without you. Bum, ba-dum, bum, bum. Something, 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 something. I don't fucking know. All right. And there's a couple more. Try and knock these out fast so we can get the last mug messages in as well before you two leave. Phillips says, I'm going to buy the mug of the person who reads this out. Well, I read it out, so there you go. Chris Murray says,
I think it was my spot, though.
Well,
you
I'm
read
trying
them
to
all.
speed through it because you guys are, we got so many to do before you leave. Chris Murray says, Arden, please elaborate on Murray Christopher Horse. Moose. It was a moose. I'm kind of baked. And for a second, I thought you were talking to me directly. Don't do that shit, man.
I was saying that I would name a moose Murray Christopher, but I would call him Chris. So that when I introduce him, this is Murray Chris Moose.
Yeah. Yeah. Jared Bear Fuller says, it's been a rough day, but you all made it better. Thank you. Carpe the fucking diem. Go fuck yourself, Jimmy. I don't know if we made it better. Do you see how uncomfortable these two got when we were playing bad friends? Like, I almost feel bad. But luckily, I'm a sociopath. Enough people have said that in YouTube comments that it must be true. Let's see. I think there was one more here. Darren says, I got the Forrest mug, but I know the first time I have a bad day and see it on my desk, I'm going to be like, oh, go fuck yourself, mug. Because the mug says the words, never have a bad day. It's a good point. Good point. All right, let's get the scoreboard back up. I'll update the scoreboard real quick, and then we'll read the last of the mugs as we try to get Ben and Forrest in here. Have either of them? Let's see.
Well, Forrest is no longer more than twice as many mugs as me.
Well, let me update the score. Let's find out. But I hope that's not true. I'm sorry, Dave. Do you not want to be? I'm just kidding. Dave let out a little sigh.
I do that all the time because I have ALS.
Fucking Jimmy won't shut the fuck up.
God, just let
We
me
can
out of
congratulate Dr. Ben because he has the same number, just the different number of decimal points.
34. Okay, so this is the new score. 33, Jimmy. Matt, 43. Forrest, 135. Arden, 31. Dr. Ben, 13. Aron, 73. And Dave, 34.
I just wanted to end my shift ahead of Jimmy. That's all.
Quick, somebody take his...
Thank you, everyone.
Somebody take
it doesn't
his
count.
dreams.
This is the final update.
Fine. Okay, but that counts as your make-a-wish.
I live for another day. Look at you.
Am I too mean?
Yes.
Don't cry. All right, here we go. Thank you to Adrian. Thank you very much. Jesus says, I think your shows and host/guest do an incredible job in important public service. Thank you for doing what you do. Richard says nothing. Thank you, Kevin, who says, go fuck yourself, Jimmy. I got 3 just for me. I think I might have read some of these already. Joshua, thank you. David, thank you. Michael, thank you. Thank you to Brett. Jess says, take it from 2 queer women in Aotearoa, New Zealand. We all need more Venus this Mythmas. Dr. Venus's go-go juice. Hell yeah. Bob, thank you. Dustin says, hello from East Tennessee. Thanks for all you do, all of you. Also, is there still a discussion with Matt and John Lennox coming? I don't know. Was that something I committed to? I don't fucking know what that is. Pearl says, I love Jimmy and everyone featured on the line, but Dave and Forrest always bring me so much joy. That's from Pearl. For you, Dave.
Thank you, Pearl.
Banda says,
Pearl.
adore you, motherfuckers. Jennifer says nothing. Carol says nothing. Megan says nothing, but thank all 3 of you. Joshua also says nothing, but gets a thank you from us. Emily gets a thank you from us. Elizabeth gets a thank you from us. Ian gets a thank you. And David, I think is our last one, says, go Jimmy, Jimmy, go Jimmy, your Jimmy. I shall Jimmy it with extra Jimmy sauce. Ugh, Jimmy sauce is a gross phrase. That just sounds bad. I don't know what parting words do you have on this Christmas?
You think that sounds bad? How about having a drink of orange juice?
Oh my God.
You win,
that's
Aron.
rough. That's fucking
you
rough.
Win. You win.
That is some rough
I have nothing
shit.
to say after that.
We're still waiting for Forrest to connect. What do you got? What do you got as parting words?
Everybody should go visit patreon.com/ARONRA. Be really generous as I need all the help I can get. Thank you very much.
You could also buy some Aron mugs. You know you're getting a cut, right, Aron? You get a cut. You're gonna get some Aron mugs. Put some orange juice in your Aron mug. What about you, Dave? Any parting words?
Yeah, it's a pleasure to be here as always. I'll be on my show tomorrow night.
With
Dying
who?
Out Loud. With
Do you remember?
Footless Joe.
Hell
Footless Joe.
yeah. Fucking killer
So come
lineup.
see us there tomorrow night.
It's gonna be the shit. None of this is working right. Okay, cool. All right, awesome. Well, thank you both for joining. I will see you all, I'm sure, on New Year's also, and I'm sure we'll talk between now and then. Thanks for hanging out, guys.
Thanks, guys.
Buy
Good
us
night.
nachos.
Buy us nachos. Love that. Okay, let me fix that input. We're gonna trade. Aron's position is where we will put Mr. Valkai. And Dave's position is where we will put Dr. Venus. Where is Dr. Venus's call? There it is, under Venus Christ. Welcome, Mr. Valkai and Venus Christ. How's it going?
Hello.
Yeah, fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. I've been waiting all show to say fuck you with this 135 mugs. Fuck you. Fuck you. Hi.
Is there a problem?
Yeah, I'm pretty mad about it. Hi, Dr. Venus. How are you? Oh, you're so quiet. Why don't I barely hear you?
Because I was muted, that's why.
Oh, weird that I could still hear you a little, though. That means the mic doesn't mute to zero. It muted to
doesn't fully mute. That's weird.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have the lowest amount, so you can't be mad at me, I guess.
Yeah, that's true. Guy, everybody, look, buy a bunch of Venus mugs. This is like, it's important.
You caught me just as I sat down, so I apologize. I'm trying to chug water and get my biz together here. I just got home.
And here I'm like, finally, these two are here, and I don't have to do as much work because these two can talk and nerd all day. But we're gonna play some games. We're gonna do some mug giveaways. We're gonna do some things here.
I'm gonna do a shot because I can. Huzzah!
All right.
Oh shit! I left a bottle in the fridge. I'll be right back.
Hey!
I can't drink, you assholes.
We'll drink for you. It's fine. I have to work tomorrow anyway, so I can't go too crazy. But we'll have fun.
Y'all are a bunch of jerks.
Or wait for Forrest to get back so I don't miss him.
All right. So because you two are like experts, when we do our trivia games, I'm not making them multiple choice.
Cheers.
I left this in the freezer. I didn't want it to explode.
Delicious. That's not alcohol. Unless it is. Does
It is
IBC
not.
have an alcoholic
It's not.
version? Oh, okay.
It's not.
Cool. All right, cool.
I don't think they do.
People, we're gonna people. If you're watching, let's say you just joined, you don't know what's going on. We've been doing a Christmas event. We took some calls. We'll still probably take a couple more calls before the night's over. We've been playing some games. We've been selling mugs. Linemerch.com, LINEMERCH.com. And if you go there and you buy a mug, there's a scoreboard, and this scoreboard keeps track of who's selling the most. When December 1st is over, and by the way, I think Arden has a chance of surging way ahead at some point here. If I know the type of move that she is want to pull, because keep in mind, you don't have to be on the show to sell the mugs. The store is open, so we got a whole week before the next event, and then January 2nd we'll reveal the winner. I suggest everybody cheat and pull out all the stops and get these sales going, these mug sales. But first of all, let's start with, hey, you fuckers, go buy some Dr. Ben mugs, because Dr. Venus's Go-Go Juice is a fucking hilarious mug. How is this not?
I love it so much.
Yeah, but it's the favorite mug of like four of the people who work here. We love the Venus mug. What the fuck's wrong with you people? Go buy some and turn that frown. Venus, I need you to frown. Turn this frown upside down. Buy some. Don't buy the Forest mugs. And all right, here's the other thing. We're gonna do some games. Whoever wins each round, we'll do rounds. Whoever wins each round will give one of their mugs. We'll refund one of their mugs to somebody who bought a mug today since the show began.
Okay.
It won't take a point away.
Okay, but so how this is working then in that case, statistically, it is in your favor to get a Dr. Ben mug, because if we're
Higher
going
chance of
by off
free
of the
mug.
people that bought the Dr. Ben mug, there's way fewer people in that pool, so you're more likely to get chosen, versus Forrest pool, you're way less likely to get chosen. So
He makes a good
throwing that
point.
out
He makes a good point.
That's science.
Also, my mugs are better.
Okay.
There's
Here's
that.
how
as
we're
well.
gonna do
Yeah,
this.
as a counterpoint.
Sure.
We're not doing multiple choice.
Counterpoint.
Here's how we're going to do it. I'm going to ask, we're going to alternate questions. We're going to do rounds of 10 questions. These are anatomy questions, since you're both anatomy nerds.
He's teaching anatomy, and I haven't taken anatomy in a while. It's fine. We'll get through it.
You'll be fine. We're going to start very easy. They get harder as they go. Okay. I have tons of them. In fact, I'm gonna start a little bit harder, and we'll alternate questions. So it's gonna be very spelling bee style. Once we get to 10, if you're tied, we'll go into sudden death. Got it?
Got it.
Okay.
All right.
I'm betting that Dr. Bean this is going to win. I would bet.
I'm not.
Good
I'm
money.
not betting that. I'm not betting that.
Yeah, everyone in the chat should.
I'll tell you this.
Nope.
It's not that bad. The first 10, again, it's going to get harder, but the first 10 questions, I literally know the answer to all 10 questions.
Okay.
Before getting the questions,
I'm going to overthink them is what I'm going to do.
Yes.
All right, so let me just give you the first one so you all see that it's not this bad. Forrest, what iron-containing metalloprotein carries oxygen from the lungs to the rest of the body? It is in the red blood cells of most vertebrate animals.
Hemoglobin.
Correct.
Yeah.
That wasn't so bad, right?
Not so bad.
Forrest and I are going to complicate it by adding in the extra molecules that you could also have.
Yeah.
In addition to
shit.
Right.
Dr. Ben.
I appreciate that he said most vertebrates, because we just found like a fish that has clear blood a couple of years back. Amazing. Yeah.
Ben, what is the general term for the small tubes in the circulatory system that carry deoxygenated blood back to the heart? It sounds like an adjective for a conceited person. These come with little hints.
What size?
Don't overcomplicate it. I can already tell you're overcomplicating
But he's right. But because you said small tubes,
No,
and there's a couple of.
But what else did I say? What was the third word? What
you said
is
conceited
the
person, so you're saying veins.
Veins. What is the general term for the small tubes in the circulatory system? Yeah, general.
But you also said it sounds like an adjective, which vein is, but also the smallest ones are venules, and that's, you could say someone's behaving. Right. Yeah, that sounds like an adjective, even though it's not. I don't know what you mean.
In anatomy,
Forrest and I are just going to argue with the questions the whole time. This is the entertainment.
Forrest, you know what I should do is I should keep, because I want Ben to win, I should keep going up and down. The higher the question, the easier it is, the lower, just so stay high for Forrest and then go to the bottom, or high for Ben, go to the bottom for Forrest. Okay.
Just start asking medical questions about like disease management, and there we go. I'd have an unfair advantage.
In anatomy, what S adjective describes a plane that runs from front to back, dividing the body or one of its parts into left and right sides?
Sagittal.
Wow.
Yeah, that's a sagittal plane.
This is fun. I'm already having fun. Ben, of the 3 principal layers that make up human skin, what name is given to the outermost layer that provides a waterproof and protective barrier?
The epidermis. But
correct.
Is there a question later of how many layers of the epidermis?
That I was gonna say. You didn't say the what is it? The coronal layer is the top one, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yep.
I don't fucking remember.
Forrest.
There's a word for it. It's like it's got a Latin-y word, and like the top one is coronal something, and then there's like the oh god, I've got them written down.
Stratum basalis, like the bottom one.
Stratum, that's the one. Yeah. The stratum basal, and that attaches you to attaches you to the
Forrest,
basal membrane and all
the
that.
The nephron, which is composed of a renal corpuscle and a renal tubule, is the basic unit that makes up what organ?
The kidneys.
My favorite.
Well
my
done.
favorite organ. He got my favorite organ question.
I did that on purpose.
Forrest,
No, I'm just kidding.
Forrest, what is your favorite organ? Because I need to know this.
Oh my God, are you
That's
the host?
a good question. That's a good
Yes,
question.
I am the host.
I mean, I'm gonna make it. You're gonna say it's a shitty answer, but I'm gonna have to say the brain because like it's the coolest one that does the coolest things. But at the end of the day, I genuinely think hearts are pretty fucking neat. I like them.
You didn't say the kidneys, so
I
you're
find
wrong.
hearts terribly boring. Maybe it's because of abortion propaganda, but it's literally like I get so annoyed with people with the hearts.
It's all
It's a
physics.
pump, bitch. It's a pump.
Well, yeah, it's
Just
all
a pump.
physics.
What's that?
By the way, I just double checked.
physics.
It is stratum corneum, then stratum lucidum, then stratum granulosum, then stratum
Hey, you can't-
spinosum, and then
wait.
the basal membrane. You got
Close
it right.
your browser.
Yeah.
There's no Google during this. What the fuck is wrong with
It's
you?
not my browser. I actually pulled up one of my lesson plans from this semester where I
Oh,
was
all
teaching
right,
this.
close all that shit.
And stratum basale is different from basement membrane.
Dr.
and stratum
Venus.
basal lamina.
In the human body, there are pyloric, ileocecal, I hope I'm pronouncing that right, and urethral types of what circular muscles which maintain constriction of an orifice?
Sphincters.
Yes, well done. You're both
You
good.
just wanted me to say the word sphincter.
I did also want that.
That's a good question.
Forrest, the islets or islets of Langerhans are groups of cells that produce insulin and glucagon located in what organ of the body?
It's the pancreas.
Yeah. Like I said, I know these answers. So if you're overthinking it, you're going to fucking...
You know what, though? You almost threw me off with Langerhans because Langerhans cells are also in the skin, and they're a really important thing for that's you had me for a second. I was confused. I was a little nervous. You know, it was.
Yeah. And then there's insulin in shots.
Langerhans cells are
There
in
is
they're
insulin
part of the. Yeah, Langerhans cells are part of your immune system, right up in here, protecting you, keeping you safe.
Yep.
Dr. Venus, the upper ventral or chest cavity containing the heart, lungs, esophagus, and other body parts also go by what T name? It comes from the Latin word meaning breastplate. Would you like to hear the question again?
Yes, I'd like to hear the question again.
The upper ventral or chest cavity containing the lungs, heart,
Are we just talking the
esophagus.
thoracic cavity?
Yes.
Is that where we're going with this?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
You got it. Forrest, on Taylor Swift's tour. No, I'm just kidding. We were doing pop culture with the other people earlier, and we all hated it.
I would do so bad.
Carlo Ruini's 1598 book, Anatomia del Cavallo, was the first treatise of the anatomy of a species other than people. What animal species was the book about? According to Shakespeare, Richard III once cried, a blank, my kingdom for a blank.
Yeah, so horses, but like that would be a tricky one. Yeah.
Well done.
That's tricky without the hint. Yeah.
I'm pretty impressed by both of you right now. The cloecyst is another name for what small organ that stores bile, Dr. Ben?
The gallbladder?
Yes. Correct. I should have like a graphic like, you did it! Bing, bing, bing! I'm sorry that I don't. We are now in sudden death. If a person gets a question wrong...
Good thing there's a doctor here.
In each round, if Forrest were to get a question
wrong... I'm
wrong...
not saving you, Forrest. I'm getting them to buy my mugs.
So you all know it would be round sudden death. So let's say Forrest got a question wrong. If Ben then got his next question wrong, you would then get to go again. However, if Forrest gets his question right and Ben gets it wrong, since that's in the same round, it would be over and Ben would be fucked. In ruminant, this is for Ben. In ruminant, this is for Forrest. In ruminant animals, the rumen, reticulum, omasum, and abomasum are the four compartments of what organ which helps animals ferment their food before digestion?
It's actually just called the rumen. Yeah, it's basically a four-chambered stomach.
What is your answer?
Rumen.
No, because in ruminant animals, I'm going to read it again because this is clearly just you didn't hear the question. In ruminant animals, the rumen, reticulum, omasum, and abomasum are the 4 compartments of what organ?
The stomach. Okay.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct.
Sorry.
I get it.
Yeah. Rumen is, it's fine.
But I'm not doing any more of those helpers. Ben, if Ben mishears, I'll give him one. And you got the one helper. What U-bone can be found on the Homo sapien forearm? The bone is very near the radius. Ben.
The ulna?
Correct. Wow.
You fucking gave me a whole thing about fucking ruminant stomachs, and he gets the fucking ulna.
What is the largest bone in the human body?
I see you,
Forrest.
I see you.
There you go,
Forrest.
Forrest, what question did I just? What is the largest bone in the human body? That's literally your question, and you want to tell me I'm giving him the easy questions.
You're telling the longest is the femur.
The largest, femur.
Yeah.
Is there a larger bone in a different dimension than long?
I wonder.
Are we talking density? Are we talking surface area? Are we talking?
Does the femur win all of those?
I'm just being picky as shit.
I'm wondering if the pelvis, because the pelvis is made up of several different bones, but as one unit. You know what I mean? Like you're talking about just
if it's several different bones, then it's not the longest or the largest.
Well,
bone.
you're gonna say the skull. The skull is made of like fucking 23 different bones, but like but if you just said the
it's
skull,
not one bone by definition. Is not one bone.
Yeah, the skull isn't a bone.
Yeah, exactly. I'm just saying.
But the femur is one bone.
The femur is one bone.
And I've had the whole thing.
In adulthood, it's one bone.
Fair enough. Okay. While it is considered vestigial, recent studies suggest that what internal body part's role might be to assist the immune system by acting as a safe house for helpful gut bacteria. Go ahead, Ben.
The appendix.
Correct. Before House and Grey's Anatomy, Robert Young was Marcus Blank MD, which ran on ABC from 1969 to 1976. I didn't pick, for the record, I didn't pick these questions. I'm just going in order. I didn't make it.
I don't know what TV shows are. I lose. I don't know what that is.
I'll pop for it. That one's not fair.
I feel like this is favoritism.
It's not really an
That's what I'm saying.
I did not plan for that, but I'll skip that one. Starting at the lower back, so this is for Forrest still. Starting at the lower back and running down both legs, which nerve is the longest and widest in the human body?
Sciatic.
Correct. Ben, in what part of the body can you find the stapedium and the smallest human skeletal muscle?
It's the ear.
Correct. Forrest, ear keckers are an outdated term for what body part, which is typically only discussed when the site of swelling and removal procedure.
Ear keckers?
Ear keckers are an outdated term for what body part, which is typically only discussed when the site of swelling and for a removal when the site is swelling and for a removal procedure.
I'm pretty sure it's tonsils, right?
Correct. Ben, the vermilion border demarcates. That's not how you pronounce that. Demarcates? How do you pronounce that word? Demarcates. The vermilion border demarcates which facial feature from the surrounding skin?
The lips.
Correct. In 2011, Forrest, a new Guinness World Record was established for the most number of toes on a newborn human. How many toes did this Indian child have? You must be within 2 to be correct.
Dang.
Are we saying total or on each foot? Also, this is a bullshit question, but are we saying total?
On the 1 foot?
So most toes on 1 foot.
Mm-hmm.
And I must be within 2?
Yes.
8.
20. No, that's got to be both. That's got to be both. I think that's got to be both, right?
Lord.
That's got to be both.
Their foot would just be toes.
Yeah, I'll give you a new question because I'm not sure with that one. I don't know what's the correct. The sigmoid section of what part of the digestive tract is named for its S shape?
The colon.
Correct. Ben,
the
adrenal glands rest on top of what paired organ?
The best organ in the body, the kidneys.
Correct. Forrest.
You give him his
the
favorite
top hats
organ.
of the kidneys.
What if you all don't get any of the real questions wrong? We go through all 100 of these.
You need harder questions, Jimmy.
I'm having fun. I think everybody's having fun. Is everybody having fun as is, or do you want me to move to harder questions?
Hey, if you're having a good time, buy one of my mugs to show it. That's
or
how you
one
vote.
of Ben's mugs. Let's see. let's see. Is this? I feel like people are enjoying also learning this. Here's the other thing. It's 8:20. I've been at this since I've been working on the pre-production since this morning. I don't know that I care if they're having fun. We'll update the score. Here, let me update the scoreboard real quick, and then who answered the last question? Was it the adrenal?
Ben did.
I think it was. Yeah, Ben.
Yeah,
did. Okay,
it was me.
let me update the score real quick. Remember that
Why are you
we are
doing
going to
that?
be giving away one of the a mug of the winner of this contest.
They're not going to be. We're just going to keep going back and forth. So, like, what happens if we both win? Or if there's no winner? Do we
some
just
of the
go
questions
until
I think
eternity?
What happens if we both lose?
I think some of the questions are pretty hard to tell you the truth. That is what we're up to now. Dr. Ben with 18. I'm at 33. Forrest 137.
I want to, you were talking about people might just have fun learning this. Here's a fun thing that everybody should know. You just talked about those adrenal glands. They produce a little chemical called adrenaline, also known as epinephrine, because you talked to me about the nephrons being the main functional part of the kidney. That gland is on top of the nephrons.
Above.
On top of, yeah, exactly. So epinephrine means the exact same, it literally means the same thing as adrenaline. It's the same fucking word, just spelled differently in Latin. It's cool.
What is the 5-letter name, Forrest, of the oily substance that is produced to protect hair and skin of humans and is considered the main ingredient in the body's natural oils?
Sebum.
Yes. In mammals, for Ben, in mammals, what is the common name for the pair of oviducts or uterine tubes through which eggs travels from the ovaries to the uterus?
The fallopian tubes.
Yes.
Yeah, but you actually, it's uterine tubes now. It's been changed. It's not fallopian tubes.
It is the
just
uterine tubes now. But I was using the more commonly colloquial term.
You gave him the answer.
Because its length is approximately 12 fingers, what portion of the small intestine gets its name from the Latin for in 12s? Forrest.
Hold on a second. I gotta think about which. So I know the parts, but I didn't know that's where the word came from. So the parts are duodenum, jejunum, ileum. Those are the 3 parts. What means from 12? That's a good one. I didn't know that's where the word came from. And the Latin for 12 would probably start with that D. Jejunum, duodenum, jejunum, or ileum. I'm going to take a guess. I genuinely don't know. I know the 3 parts of the small intestine, but I don't know which one is 12 fingers long. What a weird... What fucking shit.
What's your answer?
You're overthinking it, my friend.
I am I'm going to say duodenum.
It is the duodenum, correct.
Because it just sounds like a so yeah.
Duodecum being 12.
That would make sense. Yeah. I was questioning myself. It's not one that I knew right away, and I felt nervous. Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna do this. Okay, okay, Ben. I have a question after this question that I think there's a chance one of you.
You think
won't
I'm gonna
know.
get it wrong? Okay.
But first, I'm gonna give you a question I think you'll probably get right. First, so Ben, in the anatomy of the eye, what is the name of the small depression in the retina where one's field of vision is centered?
It's the fovea.
Correct. Well done, Ben. Apparently, Forrest is glad he did not get that one.
I did not know that one. Yeah.
That is where the term for if I don't know how into I know you have a VR headset. I don't know if you're super into VR, but that's where the term foveated rendering comes from. All right. Here's the question. I'm gonna do both of you have something you could write down on?
Yeah, hold on.
I could
it can
find
be you could do
something.
your phone notepad app if you want.
I can do that. I got that.
It has to be okay. Yeah, I've got that. I was gonna grab a whiteboard. I've got a little whiteboard guy.
If you want, that works too.
I've got a
we'll see
whiteboard
this
somewhere too. Forrest, we need to teach like a lecture series together. Is what really actually needs to happen, though.
Are you ready?
That'd be
Like
tight.
on the YouTube.
That would be tight. Okay, I've got my phone notepad
I
ready to go.
I got my notepad up.
Okay. What 16th century man from Habsburg, Netherlands is considered the father of anatomy, having published the first major textbook on the subject called On the Fabric of the Human Body in 1543?
Pass.
I'm taking a fucking guess.
Okay.
Yeah,
I'm taking
I
write
a
something.
fucking guess.
Forrest, write something.
I wrote something, but
Okay.
I'm probably wrong. But
I remember learning this, but I don't remember what his name is. So
I don't know
I'm
either.
gonna write Dr. Anatomy Pants.
Okay. Well, you could have done a real guess and at least had a chance. All right, go ahead
I'm
and
gonna
show
say-
your answers.
No, I don't actually know, but I guess Netter because he's popular.
It is not Netter.
I guess Galen, because that's the only and I know that's like several hundred years off.
Okay, idiots. No, I'm just kidding. I didn't know this.
Yeah.
Andreas Vesalius.
Vesalius.
Oh, okay.
I have heard that name.
There's one
It's
of
been a
those
minute.
people that's dead now. Yeah.
Like
Forrest.
most of them.
Forrest, what C word is the medical term for earwax, the waxy substance secreted in the ears of mammals?
Oh, flip. That's a good one.
Ooh.
I think this is where I lose. I don't think I remember that. I know the. Oh, fuck. Hold on. Let me think for a second. And the problem is one that I'm going to walk away from knowing that I knew it.
Do you want to hear it?
Yeah, you're gonna feel bad.
Isn't it like
You're gonna feel bad.
Do you want to hear the whole question again?
So isn't it because it's similar to sebum, and the other one that sounds like it is
There's no
Cirrus.
semen in your ears.
No, but isn't it like isn't
There
it's
could
not
be.
serum, is it? Is it serum?
Is serum your
But with a
Guess.
C or like sebus? It is.
Is serum your guess?
I'm going with it.
The correct
It's not
answer
right.
is.
No, can I steal it? Can I steal the?
Oh,
can I
you
steal
want to
Yes, have-
steal?
I want to steal the
Yeah, all
question
right.
for
It's
I'll
not-
allow
Saruman.
it. I'll allow a steal.
I want to
Go
steal
ahead.
it for Saruman.
Saruman,
It's
correct.
Saruman.
Yeah.
Fucking Saruman.
You were
Yes,
very, very
you're
close.
right.
Very
I've done
Ah.
enough disimpactions of Saruman to know this one.
Yep.
Unfortunately.
Yup.
I'm not
Damn.
gonna lie. This is so fun that we're definitely gonna keep doing it. Especially now that we're clearly getting to the part where it's getting a little bit tougher. But
Yeah,
let
no,
me
I
see.
could not. I
1000.
could have sat here all night. I wouldn't remember that shit. I knew it was a Sarah something, but that's all I got.
A reminder, everybody, we are giving away we find a reason to give away a free mug every time a multiple of 20 is passed for anybody. So right now, if Dr. Ben sells 2 more mugs, we'll be giving away a free mug at 20. 5 more from Dave, 5 more from Aron, 9 more from Arden, 3 more from Forrest, 17 more from Matt, and 7 more from yours truly. Let me go ahead and also update our scores because it may turn out that we already have at least one more to do that with. Yes, we have one more. We need to do one more for Forrest. For Forrest
Okay.
having hit a multiple of 20, but not necessarily a Forrest mug, if you catch what I'm saying. That unlocks one mug, but then we figure out the reason to give it to somebody. Let's see. Let's do a quick, let me just check also 2 other things here. Ben, we will pick who we're giving a free mug to on your behalf. Do you know when you host Skep Talk? Oh, you haven't sent me your Skep Talk thing yet.
Me? No, I don't think I have.
Yeah. Let's see. Okay, I'm gonna do these super fast, real quick. Brent from New Mexico wants to know what we consider leftists, and it would be not socialists, right? Brent is, or sorry, not capitalists, right? Brent, is that anything else you wanted?
No, just anti-capitalist was the main thing.
Yeah, and presumably in the direction of socialism and or communism would be the left side. One could conceive of a non-capitalist, but also non-leftist position, but it would be some sort of fucked up authoritarian fascist, but also like, I don't know. I'd have to think about how to contemplate it. But yeah, basically anti-capitalism. Cool, Brent?
I always just put it as like
I had a follow-up, but yeah.
Make it very fast. Go ahead, Brent.
Okay, very quickly, do you believe that advertising is negative to mental health?
Do I believe
as
advertising?
It stands now? Yeah.
Yeah, of course.
So can you actually be leftist and use advertising?
Sure.
Yes, in the same way that you can be leftist and use capitalism.
Yeah. That's the thing. I would say, like, the advertising as it's currently used as a weapon of capitalism to make you feel bad for not having a thing and feel like your life is incomplete because you don't have a thing. That, yes, is very harmful to mental health. But you can be a leftist and use advertising effectively to say, hey, here's this thing. Here's why it's good. And you should buy it if you can afford it and would like one. And be
you
very
realize
honest
when you
about
first
it.
used the word advertising, you meant it in totality. I thought you meant basically, is there advertising out there that is unethical? And I'd say a lot of it, if not most of it, is. Anything else, Brent? Yeah. We're not going to go into long discussions of leftism or anything. We're keeping it light tonight. But anything else?
No, man. If you want to keep it light, that's great. Thank you.
Tight. You can call back on a more political show if you want, though. For sure.
Yeah, we'll do.
Thanks. I just want to knock these out quickly so we don't have to be confined by any more. I'm having fun with the trivia stuff.
I'm gonna grab some more beverage while.
Okay.
Please drink more so I can beat you at the anatomy game, because that's the only way I'm going to win.
Dunstan in Tasmania. We're going to make it extremely fast. It says here you want to make the point that atheism is rejected by Pascal's wager. What is the point you're trying to make?
No, I didn't. I said, to me, atheism is Pascal's wager.
How do you mean?
Sitting on the fence, not picking a side. To me,
we're just saying we don't believe a thing.
Oh, sorry. Hang on, mate. I'll just drop that screen. Yep. Right, go ahead.
No, go ahead. Let him make his broader point.
To me, I researched religion for something like 15 years. Just wasted my time on religious documents, then went to actually researching the evolution of religion, and that opened up a whole new book of worms, which basically justified my position. To me, an atheist.
Right. So, Dunstan, I'm going to disabuse you of this notion because it's very simple.
Not God, just the claim of God.
Right. So, Dunstan,
and various forms of that.
Dunstan, hang on.
I say it's Pascal's wages because they're just sitting on the fence.
Can you not hear me, Dunstan? Okay, I think you can hear me now.
You're
okay.
breaking up a bit.
That's fine. If you have to go back and watch it on the show, watch it on the show. I'm gonna make this super quick to disabuse you of this notion. Pascal's wager is not a broad wager of all theism versus atheism. Pascal's wager only works. I didn't say you said that. Let me finish okay, I'm just gonna mute you, and then when I'm done making my point, you can go back and watch it if you like. Being an atheist is not sitting on the fence because the propositions for Pascal's wagers have to be specific propositions. So if you take the atheist position against the Christian proposition of Pascal's wager, or the Mormon one, or any other, you are negating and taking the opposite position of theirs. Pascal's wager is not specific, or rather is not unspecific. It is not general theism versus atheism. Furthermore, this was an annoying call. Bye. Just fucking go ahead.
If that had been, I'd been able to hear him a little bit better, I would have loved to talk to him about that. But
sure,
because
it can, if they want to unpack it more later, then fine. But it's not an impressive point. As far as, first of all, whether atheism is fence sitting or not suggests that there is enough information to answer the proposition. Fence sitting is the appropriate position when you literally can only hear one side of the fence. But again, Pascal's actual wager, if you take the atheist position, you are not on the fence. You are actually negating the opposite. It's just silly. Anyway, and then very, very quickly, I'm just going to tell, hey, Scott, in South Carolina, I'm going to say call back on a night that we're doing evolution, as far as if you want to just have some arguments for evolution. But I will tell you this, to a person who is a creationist, there is no such thing as a silver bullet argument. There are silver bullet arguments for audiences. If I'm talking to a creationist, I can present an argument so good that destroys theirs so much that the audience will understand it as a silver bullet and I will have destroyed my opponent. But a creationist, there's no such thing as there's no way to know if this is going to be the argument that gets through to them. And often it is very surprising which arguments are the ones that finally make them reconsider. And they often usually have nothing to do with like something like evolution. Anything else you want to ask, Scott, before I let you
go? No, not really. I guess I'll call back on like a skep talk or something.
Cool. Thanks, Scott.
Do it when I'm there, please. And in the meantime, check out my series called Reacteria, where I debunk creationist claims, and maybe it'll help with your family.
I just wanted to get back to the trivia stuff because it was so fun. I was having fun. Were you guys having fun? Was everyone having fun?
I'm having fun.
Was the live chat?
And I have scotch, so
Did you
we're having
close
a great
the
time.
lines?
I did.
Okay, because my call-in studio just shut me out. I'm like, what?
It's like, fuck this stupid show. Call-in shows? What are we, the fucking 90s? Whose idea was this? Hey, were you on the Atheist Experience or the line first? Dave and I were talking about this before. I thought we got you on the line before Forrest. I thought we had you on the line before the ACA, but I wasn't sure. I thought my brother, when he used to work here, had booked you before.
I genuinely no. You and I spoke directly, and it was. I started off on Dave and Genevieve's show, and
so
then
it
I
probably
did
was then the ACA show. Because
I did Truth Wanted, and then Talk Heathen, and then XP, and it's somewhere in that vein. Somebody told me, "Hey, there's this guy named Jimmy Snow who wants to meet you," and I said, "Who the hell is Jimmy Snow?" I don't.
And now you
sounds like a
regret it.
jerk.
Yeah,
yeah.
Your
It's only
instincts were
gone
right.
downhill from there.
I still don't know who Jimmy Snow is, and I've met him in person.
He's trying to phase himself out anyway, so don't worry about figuring it out. It's fine if you never learn. All right, here's the deal. We've got how many orders since 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
And they're all probably for Forrest.
No. 7, 8, 9. We've got
They should be because I blew it.
10, 11 orders. There are 11. Oh, no, 10. Because that one was Arden. Arden ordered one of your mugs. There are 10 orders since the show began containing Dr. Ben mugs. So you can either pick a number from 1 to 10. You can do something to help you randomly pick a number. Just give me a number somehow from 1 to 10, and I'm going to refund that person the cost of the mug.
We're going to roll a D10 on my dice app.
That's the way to fucking do it, my God.
And it's a 6.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Jess, you had left the message, take it from 2 queer women in Aotearoa, New Zealand. We all need more Venus this Mythmas. We are refunding you the $16.66 for the cost of the Venus mug. There you fucking go.
Get your go-go juice.
Get that go-go juice. Awesome. Bada bing, bada boom. And I think we don't yet have any additional. Again, if Ben sells 2 more mugs, we'll have another mug. I've got 1 more mug to give away free at the moment. If Ben sells 2 more mugs, we'll give another. If I sell 7 more, if Aaron sells 4 more, if Dave sells 5 more, and Arden 9 more. Get your mug orders in. Also, Forrest has been so sure he's going to win. I'm not kidding. He said it as I was complaining to him about how long he gave me 1,000 revisions for his mug. Can we change that to Drake's equation? Actually, let's take it away. Now let's make the plain mug. No, put it all back. Let's not do a caffeine molecule. Let's do the evolution of man, which I had the evolution of man with the caffeine molecule in the middle. And he was like, I think it's funny that it looks like caffeine directed the evolution of man. And I was like, yes, exactly. That's what I thought. And he was like, but I don't like that it's 3 on one side and 2 on the other. So let's just get rid of the caffeine.
Also, the words weren't centered properly. We had to move those over. It was a whole thing.
The
and
centering one, I will give it. That's
Forrest is a
revision.
diva, is what we're getting at here.
orbital model of an atom on one
Yep.
side and a Bohr
And a
model
Bohr's
on
model
the
on
other
another.
side.
Yeah,
It looked like hell.
Yeah.
And,
Meanwhile,
so
we also put chemical formulas and atomic structures, but that's fine, even though that's two sides of the exact same coin as well. But poor Bohr.
Well, we ended up getting rid of the chemical formulas and just going with the molecular structures. And the molecular
God damn it, I
structures
hate
we
it.
picked
I hate that
are
he's right.
acetylcholine, which is a great one, and
Yeah.
thymine, which is
That
one
is
of my
a good
favorite.
one.
Those are good ones.
Thymine's one of my
Those are
favorite
those are
fucking
both good
nitrogenous
ones.
bases. It's one of the
Didn't
top
we-
five.
Didn't we leave the? Did we not leave the
Top 5? You
we didn't
really
leave the
just said
chemical
top
formula
5.
for DNA up? Did we not do that? Leave
What?
that one on? We didn't leave the chemical
No.
formula for DNA on it? I don't know.
No, we took that one off.
Well, anyway, he's been so sure he was like, well, it's going to sell the most. And
I
then
was
it
very
has.
sure that I was going to beat you. That's all I wanted. That's all I wanted for Christmas to sell more than Jimmy. I don't care about the rest of it.
Do you all hear this? No one's going to take sweet pity
Hey.
on Jimmy and order. What would it cost you? A mere $1,600 to order 100 Jimmy mugs right now? I mean, $1,700. I'll tell you what. If
Hey,
somebody
mine looks
orders
like-
$2,000 worth of my mug, I'll refund you $200 of it. That's fair.
That's a steal.
That's a
It's a great
steal.
deal. It's a great
Yeah.
deal.
Hey, I'm trying to make
mine
sure we
looks
still
like-
make like 25 cents after it all.
Mine looks like a gamer pre-workout and looks like an advertisement that would be in a video game. So
Yeah.
That's true.
Yeah, that is true. That's pretty good.
I love
pretty
Ben's.
great.
I love Ben. So go get your orders in now. We're gonna keep doing. I'm just gonna stick with the trivia because that's what I'm having fun with. Are the two of you? You're good?
Yeah, let's do whatever you want to do. Or that,
yeah, let's do it. Let's do it.
Rant about. I recently did a video with Seth Andrews where I just ranted about capitalism for like 45 minutes. And somebody is in the comments on that video just pointing out every single time that I say the word God. And they're like, aha, he said God knows what happens or something like that here. So therefore, he must be a believer. He said, oh my God, here.
That adds up to me.
It's
All
so
right.
good.
Here we go.
We could do that. We could
This
ramble
time
about
we'll let-
capitalism for a while.
We'll let Ben go first.
Oh, I get to go. Okay.
And again,
I'm going to lose.
we're going to do 10 questions. And then if you're tied at 10 questions, we'll
Okay.
do sudden death.
Mhm.
Ben, in 1598, Carlo Ruini's depiction of animal physiology, Anatomy of a Blank, provided the first detailed analysis of an animal's inner workings. Fill in the blank.
I don't.
What the fuck is this question?
Yeah,
In 1598, Carlo Ruini's depiction of animal physiology, Anatomy of a Blank, provided the first detailed analysis of an animal's inner workings. What is the blank?
I don't fucking know. I will.
Yeah, I don't.
I will
I don't
lose
know
this
either.
one.
You
I
kind of give us
only
like
know
the
humans.
the history of anatomy here. It's like I don't. It's not what we're here for.
I make the rules, bitch.
I don't have a guess for this.
Go
one.
ahead, Ben.
I don't have
Well,
a guess for this.
guess-
one.
just
I
guess an
don't.
animal.
I don't.
It's horse again. It's horse again.
Ben, guess an animal.
I only know humans, so I have to say human, even though it's probably wrong.
Okay,
But this was
okay.
I was under the assumption
when-
that this was a human anatomy test.
Someone in the chat said anatomy of a murder.
Anatomy of a...
of a murder.
I'll remind you that the second half of the question, since Forrest got a clarification like this, was provided the first analysis of animals' inner workings. So guess an animal. It's not human.
Humans are animals.
I
Okay,
said
so-
guess an
okay.
animal. It's not humans.
It's fucking. It's tardigrades. It's
Just guess an animal.
Never. I'm gonna say cats. I'm gonna say cats.
That is incorrect. Forrest was actually correct that it's anatomy of a horse. It's always horses.
Are you fucking? Is
Oh,
it
is it
horses
horse?
again?
It's like always horses. Everybody who wrote the bedrock, the foundation of modern human anatomy, the
I was not
foundation, all
told
horses.
that this was a horse anatomy quiz.
It's relevant to human anatomy.
Equine anatomist.
I was not told this ahead of time.
You should have studied. You should have learned this in bio. You're a doctor. Anyway,
I study humans.
Take anatomy phys.
Yes. What no real doctor wouldn't know the history of horse
Wouldn't
anatomy.
know horse? Yeah.
It wasn't the history of horse anatomy. It's the history of anatomy as a field of study. For the
on
record.
horses.
Right.
No,
I didn't study the
in
history of
general.
anatomy. I studied anatomy. I was
Forrest, humans are defined as being.
Forrest had a good
Oh,
point.
it got harder.
The fact that the test is supposed to be of anatomy, not of the history.
This is of anatomy.
This is a
History is part of it. Forrest, humans are defined as being vertebrates because of the presence of a vertebral column, also known as a spine, or what B word?
Horse. Backbone.
That is
It's backbone.
incorrect. I'm sorry. Your answer was horse. You get one. No, it was backbone. Correct.
Forrest and I are just rebelling against the whole system.
That's fine. I'll give somebody my mug for free. Ben, what C word describes the lower end of the uterus, which allows for a baby to pass from the womb into the birth canal?
I don't want to give my funny
word,
answer.
Ben. Pick a C word.
I don't want to give my funny answer. The actual answer is cervix.
Great.
But it's not the word I was thinking.
You're a better man than me. You are such a better man.
Forrest.
I am not Australian, is all I'm going to say.
Forrest, derived from the Latin for little cavity, what is the name of the air sacs in the lungs where oxygen is exchanged for carbon dioxide?
Alveoli. And
Correct.
little cavity being the name of that is the same reason why the bone where your teeth socket into is called the alveolar bone.
That wasn't the question. Ben.
But it's a cool fact, and it helps people remember.
Ben, what S muscle is in the leg's calf? It arises from the upper tibia and fibula and attaches to the Achilles tendon at the heel.
There's two of them.
Starts with an S.
Yeah, there are two of them. It would be the soleus, I believe, is the other one in the calf.
Correct.
The one with an S is so yeah. The other one is gastrocnemius.
Yep.
But doesn't gastrocnemius go up to the lower?
Yes, they have two different.
But it doesn't start with an S.
Yeah.
Yeah, and there's different origin and insertion for both muscles.
I also don't like that you said that it ended at the Achilles tendon, when it's just that's the calcanean tendon. That's what it does. You could have said that if you're talking about the insertions.
From the Latin for brooch, Forrest, what bone parallels the tibia and attaches to the head of the tibia via ligaments?
The head of the sorry, from the Latin for what? And say it again. I was being an asshole.
From the Latin for brooch, what bone parallels the tibia and attaches to the head of the tibia via ligaments?
Attached to the head of the tibia. Are you talking about? It's Latin for brooch, so I'm going to say patella.
Incorrect.
But are you talking about
the correct
are you
answer
talking about
is
fibula?
the fibula. Yes, parallels the tibia and attaches.
See, that's what's throwing me off because parallels the tibia is obviously fibula, but like Latin for brooch, a little thing. I thought maybe we were talking about that, but like weird. Yeah, strange.
Dr. Ben.
Weird.
What A term is given to the portion of the human ear that is visible to the naked eye? It is derivative of the Latin word for ear.
It's the oracle.
Correct. Though some people pronounce it oracle. Those people don't exist. I made that up.
They also have oracle.
It might, I mean, maybe they do. Fucking, how the fuck would I know?
Also,
people say all kinds of shit.
You also have oracles in your heart.
Tight. That is
true.
Fucking tight.
Little spaces.
What are y'all doing in the chat? Y'all having a good time? Is this fun? Is this fun for you? Just write yes if this is fun for you.
They want more facts.
All right. Which tiny finger-like unit linings the wall of the small intestine help increase its surface area in order to absorb nutrients more efficiently? The micro version of these projections can be found on any kind of cell membrane. Forrest.
They're villi.
The villi is correct.
Yeah.
Have you ever had epiploic appendicitis?
I haven't, thank goodness.
It's extremely painful, and I've had it twice.
Sounds like a bad time.
Terrible.
No thanks.
Not appendicitis for people who are. It's appendigitis is when the villi become inflamed.
I want one of Ben's points taken away because we were talking about the appendix earlier. He didn't specify vermiform appendix. I'd lose points for that.
What?
We're not talking. He wasn't. He's
the correct answer was
not
appendix.
Giving doctorate level anatomy.
I'm sorry. Now I kind of want to take it away too, Ben. Ben, what P membrane lined cavity sits behind the nose and mouth, connecting both to the esophagus? Interestingly, I'm not going to say what it rhymes with.
I just like the word P membrane.
Mm-hmm. What P
Can
membrane?
you repeat the question?
P as in starts with the letter P. Membrane, lined cavity, sits behind the nose and mouth, connecting both to the esophagus.
I think I know the answer, and I wouldn't call it a membrane.
Yeah, it's like it sounds like the palate, but it's not the. It's not a membrane.
It wasn't a membrane. It's a membrane-lined cavity.
Cavity.
What P membrane-lined cavity sits behind the nose and mouth, connecting both to the esophagus.
So it's a membrane-lined cavity that starts with a P.
It's
correct.
Not a P membrane-lined cavity.
Correct.
Yeah, you're talking like the pharynx.
Correct.
Yeah,
probably.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I thought he meant. The pharynx was a membrane. I'm like, I would never.
That's
what?
why I specified that P means starts with P.
You specified it badly.
Forrest. You specified it badly. Forrest, on
Your mom
average,
specified
what
badly.
is the largest muscle in the human body?
You're talking about longest or widest? There's a
On
difference.
average, what is the largest muscle in the human body?
That I don't know what you mean by that. Because so the longest is sartorius, the widest is latissimus dorsi. Is that what you're talking? One of those?
No, the good news is you were wrong no matter which one you answered, because the largest muscle is the gluteus maximus. It's your ass.
Oh, you're talking about volume. Okay.
So that's volume. Yeah, these are all different questions.
Well, you got it wrong either way.
It's a terrible game.
Ben wins.
That's a terrible question.
Ben, you won. You want to
Okay, well,
take
I'll
that
win.
back?
No, that's fine. Forrest can lose, but it's still a bad question.
Yeah, fuck me.
No, that makes sense. Everybody
I'll
else knew
throw
what it
Forrest
meant.
under the bus.
Other people
I'm
in the
fine with
chat.
that. I'm
Everyone
fine
in
with
the
that.
chat.
Everyone
said
else
butt.
is smarter than us. Yeah.
All
If
of
you
them.
feel badly for me for being cheated out of that question, buy one of my mugs out of sympathy and make me feel better.
Because you need so much sympathy for the mug contest with your
I
141.
do. That's the only way people can cheer me up.
Largest
Look
was
at how
clearly
sad I
volume.
am.
Clearly, yeah, sure.
Can I get a half point for knowing the
No.
longest and widest? At least?
No, you don't get shit. You get nothing. You lose.
He hates you. I'm clearly the favorite in the room, Forrest.
That's
just,
been
you know.
apparent. That's been apparent the entire time. The whole
Yeah,
time.
I am having a hard time with Forrest winning so much.
You know
Yes,
what? No,
because,
actually,
it's because you have too many mugs.
there is
There's
a
the
thing,
update.
Ben. I have a question for you. What's the What muscle is the largest lateral rotator of the neck?
How do you know that that's not on the trivia later? We've got more trivia to do, and you don't
It's
know.
because you've already given the answer. It's gluteus maximus. Rotates the neck laterally, just like that.
Yeah.
Does
Get it?
Oh, you
Yeah,
fucker.
oh, that was
You
good.
fucking
Yeah.
fucker.
Yeah. The correct answer is sternocleidomastoid, but which sternocleidomastoid, by the way, one of my favorite muscles in the body.
We got updated scores down
Real
below.
cool.
I guess everyone just fucking hates me. You know, there wouldn't be these events without me. There wouldn't be these mugs without me. But can I sell a fucking mug? No, I fucking can't.
You have more than I do, Jimmy. Calm the fuck down.
There
Man,
wouldn't be these
I've been
mugs
here
without me.
for 1,000 hours.
That's true. That's true, though. That's true.
I'm just saying. I got most of mine before the show actually started. It's okay. It barely hurts my feelings a lot. Barely hurts
You
my
have
feelings. a lot. That's mean. Why do people think I don't have feelings? That's y'all are ableist. That's what you are. Autistic people have feelings too.
No. It's not because of that. It's because you're an atheist. You can't have feelings and morals.
Meaningless. You can't explain
You have a
feelings
meaningless
through evolution.
existence. Yeah. How can you have feelings if there's nobody to create the feelings in you?
All right,
You know?
13 orders.
Finally,
1 to
someone's talking
13.
sense.
You need to roll a D13 if you're going to do it again.
A
the way it is before.
D13. I do not have a D13. I can do a number generator though.
Oh, I thought the apps you could just generate any type of die.
Oh, well, I have specific dice. I don't have a D13 because that's weird.
Y'all like my story?
I'm just gonna pick a number.
If you want to, go ahead.
And the number is 8.
1, 2, 3,
Good
4,
number.
5, 6, 7. Jennifer. I'm not going to say your last name, but the Jennifer who bought an Aron and Venus mug, you are having $16.66 to cover the cost of your Venus Go-Go Juice mug refunded to your account. Winner.
Enjoy
chicken dinner.
your Go-Go Juice.
Nom, 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 nom.
You know what? If you need something to power you while you're sitting in the anatomy lab dissecting cadavers for 6 or more hours a day, you need Dr. Venus's Go-Go Juice.
Let's do
You know what,
another...
though? That is a real problem that I've had for the past 6 months, and I'm about to have for the next 6 months.
You need a Go-Go Juice mug. That's what I'm hearing. That's what I'm hearing you say.
And then to break every rule of every lab ever and to bring it into the lab with me and drink it there.
Let's do another round where the questions get harder so they start blaming the questions.
Yeah.
Starting with Forrest, also known as pyramidal cells due to their shape and size. Bet cells are located in which part of the human body?
What was the... You said they were what cells? They're pyramidal cells or what?
Betz, B-E-T-Z cells are located in which part of the body?
Flip, dude. Pyramidal cells.
That's a hard one. That's a hard one.
That is tricky.
I'm going to allow steals this turn. So if every question, everybody always, if you get it wrong, there's a chance at a steal. Go ahead, Forrest.
I'm gonna say, I think this is wrong. I think the skin is columnar cells that I'm thinking of, but I'm gonna say maybe they're there.
Is skin your answer?
I'm gonna say skin. I'm gonna say it's in the
Incorrect. Ben, would you like to try to steal?
This is a hard one.
I thought you were going to talk about a pyramidal lobe, and I was all excited to talk about thyroids.
I know. I was getting excited about kidneys.
Yeah.
Would you like to hear the whole question again, Ben?
Yes, I would.
Also known as pyramidal cells due to their shape and size, Betz, B-E-T-Z cells are located in which part of the human body?
If he doesn't get it wrong, can I try again?
No, but you can prove that you got figured it out.
I'm probably gonna get it wrong. Based on the shape,
I think you should focus on trying to recall where Betz, B-E-T-Z cells are more than the fact that they're pyramid shaped, but do as you will.
That's not helpful though.
Okay.
I'm just going to take a shot in the dark because my mind is blanking. I'm going to say the liver.
Incorrect.
I just looked it up.
Okay, but no more of that, Forrest.
You said I couldn't guess again.
I wanted to see if your second guess was right.
You said I couldn't do it. You just said that.
I wasn't going to give you the point for it. I was just going to see if you got it right.
I just looked it up, and I'm blown away.
What was your second guess?
My second guess was going to be the lungs, but that's also wrong. It's the brain.
It's in the brain.
Yeah, I was going to guess because I thought I was thinking about columnar cells because you have columnar cells in your skin, but also in like your trachea and going up here, and those are the guys with the cilia that do this and help push mucus and shit up out of your lungs. And so like I was thinking maybe they were up in there. Maybe I was trying to think about like the histological slice.
Honestly,
of it.
the problem was probably the question.
That's what I was thinking. I was thinking histology too.
Ben, this is your question.
Slice it up.
Ben, what soft or T? So what? It starts with T. What soft organ that is located posterior to the sternum processes and matures T cells?
Thymus.
Correct. Forrest, what term?
An organ that everyone here probably doesn't have anymore.
Yeah.
What term?
Or a very small one.
What term, Forrest, what term also used in relation to planetary motion means the cavity of the skull that is the location of the eye and its appendages?
The orbit.
Correct. Ben, blood drains from the liver to the inferior vena cava through which veins?
That's some bullshit.
You're overthinking. I can see you're overthinking this one.
Well, no, because the liver gets really confusing, because it's got two sets of these.
Do you want to hear the whole question again?
Yeah, I'll hear it again.
Blood drains from the liver to the inferior vena cava through which veins?
I don't like the way you're saying vena cava. I'll just come out and say that.
I don't like the way you're saying it either. And you're specifically saying veins, and you're not saying arteries.
I don't know whether or not arteries would also be true.
Well, no, because it makes a difference, because the liver's circulatory system is fucked.
It is fucking wild. It is fucking wild.
It's fucked because the vessels leaving the liver, like the hepatic arteries, are like fucked. But there's also the portal system, which the portal system backs up. It doesn't. I'm gonna say the portal vein.
You were actually correct the first time when you were guessing hepatic.
But are they the veins or the arteries?
I didn't write the questions. A doctor did.
There are those big hepatic veins, but it's fucking weird because the vena cava like basically fucking penetrates the liver. Like it goes like in there.
Yeah, it gets all up in
it's the way that it drains is really fucking weird. It's
The liver's a whole thing. The liver's a whole thing, dude.
Also, Forrest, also known as a birthing custard, what V word is a waxy white substance found on the skin of newborn babies?
Vernix caseosum.
And it's so gross. They just put vernix, but that'll count.
Yeah, it's Vernix caseosum, which literally translates to cheese varnish. Yeah. Think about that.
Okay, Ben won't want this one because it's about all animals. So let me.
Yeah.
That's actually
I only studied one animal, so.
That's what I had to do for my oral exams this last semester. It was like explain in great detail fucking
Humans
the
have
lungs
this.
and the fucking pulmonary circuit, and then compare the evolution of that to birds and explain the lungs of birds and how they evolved differently. Like that was
I'm not an evolutionary biologist though, so it's.
I was wrong though. This term actually does this. This is in humans.
Okay.
So sharing its name with a carnivorous mammal endemic to Madagascar. That's a little hint. What F word is a depression or hollow in a bone?
A facet.
That's
you're really close.
Basically, it's a facet would be a type of fossa, wouldn't it be?
A fossa.
Fuck you for saying that word that way. It's fossa.
Ooh.
Yeah, because that's the problem. Is there are many different
I have an advanced
types
education
of
that I'm
depressions and
actively using,
bones.
and I talk down to people who aren't on my level. Anyway, I'm giving Ben the point.
Because there are
It's
multiple
like when
types
fucking-
of bone depressions.
I was gonna it's fucking Erica coming in here saying fucking niche in front of me. I'll fucking drive to Arkansas and fight her next time it happens.
Cringe.
I think you're tired. Yes.
Awful.
Okay. Forrest, the thumb, heel, and thorax all contain what kind of joint between bones where one bone surface is concave and the other is convex?
Synovial joint.
Incorrect. That is a saddle joint.
Which is it? Is that not a type? Am
Do you
I
want to
wrong?
hear the question again? The thumb, heel, and thorax all contain what kind of joint between bones?
We're debating
where one bone
against
surface
the question.
is concave and one is convex. The other is convex.
I guess saddle. Yeah. Yeah. All right.
It's probably the question's fault.
This is where Forrest and I start showing how dumb we actually are.
Yeah,
it's great.
Yeah, no, there are. I just double checked.
Limits.
There are saddle is one of the 6 types of synovial joints. So yeah,
nah.
I should have been more specific.
I agree. I agree.
You're right.
Because if we gave you synovia, that would mean any of those 6 answers are correct when the other 5 types are wrong.
Right. And Forrest knows the way that we grade anatomy practicals, and by we, I mean he probably does more of that than I do. Like the fact that like if you don't specify the specific location of the thing that you're talking about, then you're wrong.
Then you're wrong. Exactly.
Dr.
No,
Beavis.
you know this. You know this.
Yeah,
Forrest.
it's bullshit. It's bullshit, but it's important for the reasons it's important.
Yeah.
But
I almost wonder if I should also exclude some of the hints on some of these, because some of these are, I feel like the hint on this one gives it away. So the hint, okay, I'll just read the whole thing. With an average weight in adults of approximately 3 pounds, what is the heaviest gland on the human body?
The heaviest gland.
I think Forrest is going to want to steal. You're not Googling again, are you,
well,
Forrest?
No.
Okay.
We're talking gland in general. I want to say the pancreas.
The pancreas is incorrect. Forrest, would you like to try and steal?
The heaviest gland?
Mm-hmm.
It's a weird question.
Sorry, Ben, that I forgot to give you a chance to steal with saddle joint.
Yeah, I especially since Ben didn't get to steal my joint question. I don't the largest gland.
And it's not the pancreas.
Yeah, that was Ben's guess.
Apparently,
you're both gonna go. Oh, right. As soon as I tell you,
the liver makes some shit, but I don't know if you consider it a gland.
It's not a gland.
It is. The liver is both an organ and a gland.
Is it really?
Correct.
I didn't know that.
Is the correct answer.
I don't deserve it. I don't.
You said you were going to give it up since we forgot to give him a chance to steal yours. So
I don't deserve it anyway because it would have been a complete shot in the dark. It makes some stuff, but like I don't know if it counts as a gland. I guess it does.
Yeah. By what definition?
It's news to me.
Doctors, man. Yeah. I didn't fucking write these.
Except for that.
But I will tell you, as a person who has to go to liver doctors from time to time, I was aware that the liver is a gland and an organ. That's why I thought the 3-pounder thing would give it away.
Ben asked when the question was written.
3-pound
when
pancreas?
was the question written?
I don't know.
When was the question written?
Well, yeah, but a minute ago you said,
and what definition?
Was fallopian tubes, and that's been wrong for like a decade. So, like, I don't know. It's like saying vas deferens instead of ductus deferens. You know what I mean? It's just like it's kind of
updated in 2023. So
that person 2023 needs to pass whatever they're smoking.
2 layers, Forrest. 2 layers of membranes called the. How can I mispronounce this the most to annoy you? Pleurae player. Actually, I don't know how to pronounce it correctly. Pleurae. 2 layers of membranes called the pleurae, Pleurae, cover the surface of what organ of the human body?
The lungs.
And what's the correct pronunciation, Forrest?
You can use for saying 2 of them. Pleurae, I guess, is okay, but just the pleura is the membrane is called the pleura, and so like you just have that, and you have a you have a parietal and visceral,
like Blu-ray.
Visceral layer.
It's where the word Blu-ray comes from.
I'm going to tell that to the pulmonologist. Next time I consult the pulmonologist, I'm going to say that and see if they smack me.
Blu-ray.
What is the clear gel-like material that fills the eyeball between the lens and the retina?
It's the vitreous humor.
Well done, Ben. So you are now tied. We're going into sudden death.
Let's go. Let's go.
Forrest, what type of tissue, which forms the outer surface of organs, is one of 4 basic types of animal tissues, along with connective, muscle, and nervous tissues?
Epithelial.
Correct. Ben, what is the name of the ridge of cartilage, Latin for keel, which lies in the trachea between the division of the 2 main bronchi?
Oh, that's
the
a good one.
carina.
Correct.
Yeah.
Forrest, in medical terminology, ventral means toward the front or anterior of the body. Dorsal refers to the back or what positional term of the body?
Posterior.
Correct. That one's easy. I don't know why that one's so far down the list.
Yeah, switch that one up.
In what part of the body will you find the tarsal bones?
The tarsal bones are in the foot.
Yeah, at least you both got an easy one. Forrest, which subfield of biology involves studying the structure of cells, tissues, and organs by looking at them with a microscope?
Are you talking about histology?
Correct.
Yeah.
What was the other? Were you going to say the M word?
The fact that you said specifically with a microscope and not talking about just the cellular structure of tissues, I was like, are you going to talk about microscopy? Because that's just a thing.
Well, histology is also
like,
called microanatomy.
Histology, everybody's favorite part of anatomy education.
Histology is fucking insanely difficult, but it is really cool because that's how we learn fucking different shit. This, we thought this was a tendon, but it's actually, or when we learn that there's different layers of pericardium, and there's like fibrous pericardium versus serous pericardium. Histological analysis showed us it was more complicated than we thought. You know what I mean? That's fucking cool.
Which it gets so much easier. I don't know about you, it gets so much easier after taking a pathology class. Because it's all histology just when it's messed up.
Yeah.
And then what it's supposed to do makes sense.
I'm looking through comments while you two act like nerds. Jimmy is the layman.
After this, I have to tell Forrest
so
about
I'm
the case
not,
I currently have on the service.
I'm not as good as these two on it, but I wouldn't consider, I'm not a layman on the topic either. So I'm not a layman, but I wouldn't say, I'm not close to these two on. They are far more, their education is much further than mine ever went. That was the only one I saw with my name in it, so that's the only one I'm reacting to. Narcissist. Who's up? Let's see. Forrest said his. Yeah. Okay. Ben, what type of bone embedded in a tendon or muscle gets its name from its small seed-like size?
Can you repeat the question?
What type of bone embedded in a tendon or muscle gets its name from its small seed-like size?
Is it a sesamoid?
Correct. Well done. That one's good.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I wouldn't have gotten that one. And it makes sense when you say
sesame bones.
Yeah, and Forrest would have been like, that question's not fair, but you got it.
It's only fair if I get it right. If I don't get it right, and it's not fair. That's how this works, right?
Forrest, beginning with the letter Z, what is the name of the bone that is the protruding part of the cheek as well as forming the lower part of the eye socket?
It's not at all what I thought you were going to ask. It's a zygomatic bone.
Correct.
I thought you were going to say, starting with Z, name bones.
Backwards, yeah.
Please do that to Forrest so that I win.
Ben, what is the Latin C word that is used in English to refer to either an eyelash when speaking anatomically or an organelle on eukaryotic cells that projects from a much larger cell body when speaking microbiologically?
Like a cilium?
Correct. Oh my God, I did not. Wow. Good job, Ben.
Wow.
Ben's gotten of the last 10 questions, Ben's were way harder. I just want to point that out. Okay, this one's I'm going to make Forrest take this one just so and then we'll see if Ben can get it. Well, we'll see. I think neither of you are going to get this. The International
Name
Museum.
all the muscles.
The International Museum of Surgical Science in Chicago serves as a macabre dedication to the art of cutting people open, including a surgeon hall of fame. Included in the museum's archives are letters and journals from what famous English statistician who is often considered the founder of modern nursing? The founder of modern nursing.
Why would I know that?
Actually, I'll bet you there's a lot of people in chat who know this one. There's been
Florence Nightingale.
Correct. Well done.
I
See,
know
you did
she's
know
the
it.
founder of modern nursing.
That's
I didn't know she was a
the only nurse
statistician.
anybody knows.
Correct. Ben, that was actually the
I'm
second.
sorry, nurses.
That was
I'm
actually the next
sorry.
question.
Carla from Scrubs. That's what it is.
The question for Ben was going to be, who's the only nurse anybody knows? So correct. We'll move. No, all right, Ben.
Florence Nightingale.
Okay, this one's a question about Grey's Anatomy. I don't think you're gonna, or a spin-off of Grey's Anatomy. So I don't think you want that one.
Who knows?
Yep, that one's a little bit more culture-wise, even though I think it should count. So here we go. Ben, what single word term refers to the body's ability to regulate various physiological processes to keep internal states steady and balanced?
Homeostasis.
Correct.
One of the 7 qualifications to make something alive.
Yes.
Homeostasis.
And this is
really cool.
Forrest and I will agree. And I think we've talked about this on shows before, but like when people say balance, they're like not correct because balance is not an optimal thing for the body. You want homeostasis, not equilibrium, and not balance.
Because homeostasis is doing shit. It's an active process. What?
I don't know if I even understand the question. Forrest, 3 orders of architecture originated in Greece, and the names of these orders are also used to describe different types of columns. Corinthian is one of the 3 orders. With one guess, name either of the other 2.
This is not an anatomy question.
I don't understand how it's in here. Well,
That's an architecture question.
I don't know. This guy thinks it isn't. It was Ionic or Doric, but I'll move to the next one.
Oh, of course. Ionic or Doric.
I couldn't remember Doric, but I remembered Ionic.
Forrest.
Wow. Yeah.
Sounding like it might be made of a shiny metal. What is the name of the substance found in chromosomes that is a complex mixture of proteins, DNA, and RNA?
Chromatin.
Correct. It's pronounced chromatin, but that's fine. It's not. I'm just fucking with you. Ben, which subfield of biology studies the structure of cells, tissues, and organs by... Wait, that's the same question, and they repeated the question. What the fuck?
Histology.
Yeah.
3 points.
Ben,
3 points. Let's go.
No. Ben, separating humans and... Ben, separating humans and some primates from other animals by allowing a specific type of movement. The trapezium, or trapezium, I don't know.
Wrong twice.
Trapezium.
That's better. That's closer.
Fuck you. Trapezium.
That's what,
trapezium.
yeah.
Based on trapeze. Okay. Separating humans and some primates from other animals by allowing a specific type of movement. The trapezium, one of the carpal bones, is found in which human appendage?
I'm not good at ortho.
Do you want me to reread the question?
Straight. Yeah.
Because there's a big hint in it. But you didn't hear that from me.
Yeah, it's...
All right. Separating humans and some primates from other animals by allowing a specific type of movement. The trapezium, one of the carpal bones, is found in which human appendage?
Oh, you said carpal bones. It's going to be in the wrist.
I'm sorry, it's in the hand.
That's bullshit.
No,
it's not really though.
No, because carpal bones are not in the hand.
Are you sure about that?
Carpal bones are wrist bones. Yep.
Mm-hmm. I'm gonna have to do
metacarpal bones.
Metacarpals are in the hand.
Yeah.
Carpals are in the wrist.
Yeah. It's like when you're talking about tarsal bones earlier on, like that.
Yep.
That kind of varies between foot and ankle because like calcaneus is like part of your fucking foot, but like it's
so which
well, really the majority of them are.
I'll tell you what. You both Google the trapezium. And if you both agree that that is the wrist and not the hand,
Well, the trapezium is a
it.
hand. The trapezium is a hand, or sorry, it's a wrist bone, because it's one of the
100% wrist
like
bones.
it's
Yeah.
one of the wrist bones, which is why I was debating if it was a wrist or an ankle bone, because sometimes they get a little funny in my brain, but because it's next to the triquetrum or something.
It's above the scaphoid.
Yeah, it's in the scaphoid is a wrist technically a wrist bone that's in the hand. Yeah, the most commonly fractured wrist bone is the scaphoid, and it's
right up in there.
I'll give it to Ben, but I think this doctor. I think you should debate this doctor on where the wrist starts and the hand ends.
You know what though?
By definition,
that is an
wrist.
active.
Yeah.
That is an active area, and also anatomically speaking, like the wrist kind of doesn't exist when you're talking about.
If you're going,
it's just
My understanding was
upper limb.
This is where I was taught the wrist ends.
Yeah, no, it's kind of just upper limb, and then it becomes hand. Like I don't think there's a clear defined border.
Because it's different for the muscle tissue versus the bone.
That's also true.
Because, like, anatomically speaking, the bones in the wrist are all very similar, and then they change significantly in the hand. So that's my argument. I will fight that doctor.
And you're saying carpal bones are wrist bones as opposed to metacarpal bones, which you think are hand bones.
Yep.
Yeah, metacarpals are like the long bones.
I don't think, because your carpal bones end like here. And I think a lot of people would be like, this is hand.
In here, but this...
Bro, this is hand. If I could do...
By colloquial, Jimmy, that is colloquial definitions. If you're talking to an orthosurgeon, they're treating those bones as wrist. So
they are wrist. They're wrist all day long.
They are wrist. Yep.
Because you two agreed, I'm going to let it go. But I'm not positive you're right. I'm not positive you're right.
because we're right.
But I'm going to let it go. In humans, the clavicle and scapula, this is for Forrest, connect the skeleton to the arm in what is known as the shoulder blank.
The clavicle and the scapula?
In humans, the clavicle and scapula connect the skeleton to the arm in what is known as the shoulder blank.
I hate the way that's phrased. The skeleton to the arm, as if the arm doesn't have a skeleton. You're talking about the shoulder, because here's
the
your
rest
clavicle
of the skeleton. So you separate off the arm. You connect the arm to the rest of the skeleton.
Here's your scapula. Here's your clavicle. This is a glenohumeral joint that connects into there. That connects
known
your arm.
as the shoulder blank.
Joint?
In humans, the clavicle and scapula connect the skeleton to the arm in what is known as the shoulder blank.
Are you saying joint? Is joint the
would
answer?
Would you like to steal
There's
that?
a word. There's a word. I'm going to say shoulder girdle.
Correct. And this was sudden death.
Girdle.
Therefore,
it's a shoulder girdle. Just like the pelvic girdle.
That's something I would only use for like flat, squishy animals like amphibians and shit. You talk about shoulder girdle if they're like down here. I've never heard that word for humans.
Yeah, we use it for humans too. Yeah,
cool. I've never heard that word for humans. That's wild.
Ben wins another one. We lost another one to Ditech. You all remember those commercials?
No.
We lost another one to Ditech.
See, I think as much as it's funny because like I know this is supposed to pit Forrest and me against each other, but I feel like Forrest and I are on the same team against Jimmy. Like I feel like this is what has happened.
You just beat him.
I feel like that's true every day though.
No, just because I know where the hand starts. I'm sorry, doctor, but whatever.
No, I think that Forrest and I are more on the same page.
Just a reminder to everybody that Dr. Ben believes that this is the wrist.
Well, no, it's not all the way up here. It's down. It's down here. It's in the proximal.
What's important is that it's above
side
here.
of the thumb. No, because the wrist extends
where your thumb
into the
wangles, where your
proximal
thumb
hand.
wangles right there. That's wrist, y'all.
This is the joint between the trapezium. It's
we
right
all know
here.
that you both said it.
What do you think your thumb's wangling on, if not the wrist? There's a bone right there, and that's where this bone right here is the one you were talking about.
It could be part of the hand. just like my
And
dick
that's where the-
wangles on my pelvis. You said wangle. That was your fault. All right, let's update the scores here. We've got Jimmy with 33, Matt with 44. No one loves me. This is fucking.
No one loves you, but you have more than I do.
Whatever. Forrest with 145, Arden with 33, Dr. Ben with 24, Aron with 77. Aron's also is selling very well. It's a cool design. And 36 for Dave. Anyway. You want to go again? Oh wait, let's give away a Ben mic.
You just want us to keep fighting.
I'm having fun. I'm learning stuff. And I know where the hand is, which makes me smarter than a doctor, which is awesome.
Somebody in the chat is claiming that you're an expert. So obviously you're right.
I'm an expert on what? So. I'm not an expert on shit.
I'm very salty about shoulder girdles. I'm very salty about shoulder girdles.
I will say I have a lot of practical expertise with the hand, if you catch my drift. I'm saying I jerk off a lot.
I was gonna say,
no one get it.
Jimmy yourself.
Oh no, we all got it.
Oh, okay. Okay, let's give away a Ben mug. Let's see what we're up to. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 14. 14. We need a number between 1 and 14.
Number between 1 and 14. I'm going to pick 1. Number 1. Who's my number 1?
The most recent was Jessica from only 14 minutes ago. Jessica, we are refunding these.
Is this a different Jessica or the same Jessica?
I don't know. I'll go look, but we're refunding another 1666 for the win. So I think that means you're only covering your shipping at that point. We cover the price of the
Ben, check this out. A friend of mine gave me this for Christmas.
I need it. I need it.
It's like quality paper style. So I'm going to have this boy framed.
Ooh. Did I send you a picture of the map I got from the Renaissance Festival? That's like kidney.
No.
It's like a kidney fantasy map. There's this guy at the Arizona Renaissance Festival, and he has like an Etsy shop too, but he makes fantasy maps and like real world maps and like anatomy maps for teachers. And he has like a nervous system map and a renal map and like other maps. It's super cool. It's at my desk at work.
That's awesome. Definitely send me a shit of that. That sounds cool as fuck.
Yeah.
Ben's going first this time. We still going? You ready?
I'm fucked.
I'm doing whatever. Yeah.
There's only like 20 more questions.
You just want to ask us more questions. You just want to ask us more questions so that Forrest and I don't just start rambling and taking over the show. Like
I like a little structure. I like a little structure.
Pit us against each other so we don't rise up against the real enemy. That's what it is.
Yeah.
If you want, once we're out of questions, I'll walk away so you two can talk about whatever you want for a little while before we do chats and messages.
I'm chained here by the ankle for the next 30 minutes, no matter what I do. So whatever happens.
Yeah. All right, here we go. Starting with Dr. Ben. What S-glands, as opposed to sweat, release fatty oils into the follicular duct that then travel to the skin? How would you have preferred I pronounce follicular? Follicular.
No, follicular is fine.
Okay. I would say sebaceous.
Correct, Dr. Ben.
Bullshit that I already answered this question.
Yeah, you basically did. No, but that was of the what was secreted. This is what gland secretes the stuff.
That is true.
So
that is true. Sebum comes from sebaceous glands.
Forrest, the xiphoid process begins at cartilage and becomes bone as a person grows. It is the smallest and lowest part of which bone?
The sternum.
Correct.
I thought you were going to be way more mean with that question.
What'd you think I was
expecting a meaner answer. No, I was expecting something like, and this is just my med school coming out, like which thoracic spinal level does the xiphoid process?
Oh, yes, that's exactly the kind of bullshit. Yes.
That's the kind of question I would expect.
That's the worst. Fucking, by the way, you were talking about sebaceous glands. This so you have sebaceous glands make sebum, the ones that make sweat that go along with it. One of my favorite words in fucking anatomy. Those are sudoriferous glands, and I love that word. Sudoriferous and sebaceous glands making your skin work.
Sounds like a tree.
Ben.
It's not a tree.
Right? It's such a cool word, and I love saying it.
Dr.
And I don't
Ben.
get enough. No, okay, go ahead. Yeah, do the
What
show.
skeletal part is the superior aspect of the skull? It encloses and protects the brain.
What? Can you repeat?
What skeletal part is the superior aspect of the skull? It encloses and protects the brain.
There's like 5 different ways you can answer this question.
Like the cranium?
Yes, the cranium.
See, I would have said
different ways,
calderum.
and yet his first answer was correct.
Yeah, I would have said calderum because that's if you do a craniotomy and just like cut this off and remove it, that's a calderum.
I'm sorry. If you do a what?
A craniotomy.
Oh, okay.
Cranium.
Cut open. Yeah, if you cut open the skull around here and pop this
when you
top
do a
off,
craniotomy and remove the
top of the skull, the calderum,
via the craniotomy, it seems to imply cranium. If that's
There's
the
2 words.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm just saying that you and you all. If he had said
There's a
parietal
synonym.
bone, I would have said give it to him as well because parietal bone's the one that wraps around that top part.
Forrest, which structure in the in the vertebral column? Which structure in the vertebral column, which is formed of 3 to 5 rudimentary vertebrae, is named after the cuckoo bird due to its resemblance to a cuckoo's beak?
The sacrum.
Incorrect.
No.
It is
Sorry, no.
Ben, would you like to steal? Do you need to hear it again?
Can you repeat?
Yes.
I know what I got wrong. I'm sorry.
I'm mad at you, so I'm glad you apologized. Which structure in the vertebral column, which is formed of 3 to 5 rudimentary vertebrae, is named after the cuckoo bird due to its resemblance to the cuckoo's beak?
Is it the coccyx?
Correct.
Yep, it is. Yeah, no, I knew it the second I said it. I was because you said rudimentary vertebrae, and I was like, oh, well, but then the second after I said it, I processed like, wait a minute, he said like 3. And I was,
3 to
5. Yeah. And he didn't say fused, he said rudimentary. Yeah. Sorry.
Dr. Ben, which small
got too excited.
endocrine gland in the brain, whose name derives from it being shaped like a pine cone, produces and regulates melatonin?
It's obviously your third eye, the pineal gland.
That's the best way to answer. Do I have a good trivia voice? I don't.
My third eye is woke.
Do I?
Jimmy, maybe you need to take over my trivia show.
Is my trivia voice good?
It's okay.
I don't know about good, but it exists.
All right.
I've heard worse.
They would never. It could be excellent, and they would never compliment me. I actually want to know.
Maybe Forrest should take over my trivia
if it's good
show.
or
I
if
don't
it's
know.
annoying. Do you want the questions to ever get asked? If not, have Forrest do it. He'd be like, "What body parts? Oh, body parts. By the way, the other day in the lab.
I thought about this
I
body
tell you a
part.
cool thing. Yeah.
All right, what body part beginning with A? Who is this for? Who? Pineal gland was Ben, so it's Forrest.
Yeah.
What
Forrest.
body part, starting with the letter A, are the upper chambers through which blood enters the ventricles of the heart? In the left one, blood is received from the lungs, while in the right one, blood is received from the venous circulation.
The atria.
Or atrium is the way they have it in here.
You said 2 of them.
2 of them are atria.
Mm-hmm.
Dose.
You were speaking in plural the entire question.
Which body parts are the upper chamber through which the body... fair enough.
Atrium is one.
Fair enough. Though in the second part of the question, it says in the left one, blah, 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 while in the right one...
They're the same word, though. They're the
Those
same
are where
word.
the oracles...
I gave you the point.
That's where the oracles of your heart can be found, by the way, is in those atria. You have these little side pockets that are called oracles because they look like little ears.
And you get blood clots in them and have a stroke.
Find the oracles of your heart. Excuse me.
You can put a little Watchman in it.
Put that on the internet.
I'm just going to do all the remaining questions, and whoever has the most points at the end is the winner.
That's probably the best way because we'll be here all night.
All right, we'll do them a little quicker. Performing important sensory functions, the choroid and the uvea are part of which bodily organ? Ben.
It's the eyeball.
Correct. Well, they just wrote eye on here, but that's the same thing.
But yeah, because uveitis.
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 When the palm of the someone said, Jimmy, we know you wouldn't take the compliment. I was genuinely asking. I want to know if I did realize something the other day. I went and I listened to videos from when I started 5 years ago. My voice is different. I went through like second voice puberty. It's still recognizable, but it is different. Yeah, it's weird. Anyway, Forrest, when the palm of the hand is facing up, it's pronated. What is it called when the arm is turned and the palm is facing down?
Supinated.
You are correct. Campbell's chicken supinated. Mm-hmm. Ben, which organelle found in most eukaryotic cells is named after an Italian physician with the first name Camillo who discovered it in 1897?
Wait, what?
I know what it is.
Which
I hate the way you said
found in most eukaryotic cells.
Eukaryotic. Jesus Christ.
Eukaryotic. That's literally what I said.
You said eukaryotic, and it drives me crazy.
Eukaryotic. No, it's correct though. Eukaryotes. It found in most eukaryotic cells is named after an Italian physician with the first name Camillo who discovered it in 1897.
I don't actually know, but I'm going to say the Golgi bodies.
It's close enough. Golgi apparatus. I'd say.
That's what I said. Yeah.
That's
you got it, dude.
I'm gonna give it.
It's crazy how all of a sudden Jimmy is pronouncing all these words wrong.
Yeah.
Dr. Ben, we'll give you another question. No, I won't.
Oh, there's a cat about to walk in front of my screen. Okay. Can you?
Forrest, a region in the frontal lobe of the brain named for Pierre Paul Broca, a physician studying aphasia in the 19th century, is linked with what important human capability?
Speech.
Correct. There's kind of a huge hint in that one.
Yeah. Broca's area. Yeah.
Yeah.
And right next to Broca's area is Wernicke's area, which is good for language processing. And in between them, you have this weird place called the arcuate vesiculus, I'm pretty sure. And like that's where you have all sorts of connectivity issues.
There's another mammal here.
Gross.
In my house.
Ben, since a skeleton can't tell you how old they are, a pretty reliable indicator of a corpse's age are what upper torso bones that are among the last to completely fuse?
That's a question.
Do you need to hear it again?
Yeah, sure.
Since a skeleton can't tell you how old they are, a pretty reliable indicator of a corpse's age are what upper torso bones that are among the last to completely fuse?
I want to say the ribs.
Incorrect. Forrest, would you like to try and steal?
Flip, dude. I also was going to say ribs because I feel like that cartilage ossifies a little bit towards the end of life, the intercostal cartilage. But maybe if that's wrong, damn, I'd upper torso. I don't know. I genuinely don't.
Just say a bone in the upper torso, I think.
Fucking scapula parts? Scapula's one big ass bone, though, so I don't know.
The correct answer is the clavicle.
It's a clavicle?
Mm-hmm.
Really?
That makes sense. It makes sense. Yeah.
Thanks for having my back on that one, Ben, because he was definitely about to abuse
No,
me
it does.
some more.
That was my second
I had
guess.
no idea. That's crazy. Yeah, I would not have guessed that. That's wild.
How many hours of stuff have we done together, Forrest? And finally, something came out of my mouth and that you learned. I've not taught this guy a single thing ever. I didn't know that. Frankly, I just read it to him, but I still count it as a win.
It's a fun day.
Actually, there was one. I remember you and Erica were on, and a question came up, and I knew it, and the two of you didn't. And I'm trying to remember what it was because I was so proud of myself. But it was a bio question. It was the best day of my life, and I should have framed it. Anyway, who was the question originally for? It was originally for Ben, so this would be for Forrest.
Yeah.
The human eye has 6 different muscles that control its movement. The lateral blank, the medial blank, the inferior blank, the superior blank, the inferior oblique, and the superior oblique. What is the word in the blanks?
All the other ones is rectus.
Correct.
Yeah.
See, Forrest and I can go through these questions and make them more what would actually be asked on a test.
Get board questions. Yeah, exactly. I've got a fucking a board book here on my computer. That's
it's a fine question. It's just a first order question. You got to make it like second and third order question.
You got to make it some dumb shit where it's like, hey, somebody
you gotta be like,
can't look.
Which movement are you going to do to isolate this particular? No, not even the particular muscle. Which eye movement would you use to isolate the muscle innervated by cranial nerve 4? And then that's
exactly
the type of question that you would ask, and then you'd have to know all the pieces.
The ones I always get was like, somebody can't look down in this direction. Which nerve is blocked? And like things like that. So it's like
6 for. Except I think it's cranial nerve 6 and not 4.
Is it going to be
switched?
Oculomotor nerve, trochlear nerve, or abducens nerve? And that's going to tell you if it's going to go to
3 because cranial nerve 3 does so many other things that you're going to lose other function if you take out 3. So
exactly, but if it's like one specific thing that's wrong, then
until you get the fun stuff about like neurosyphilis, then you get really weird fucking stuff with your cranial nerve 3 because it's with the nucleus and not with the nerve. So
Dr. Ben.
For those who are curious, oculomotor nerve is the one that controls like most of the functions. Trochlear nerve does exactly one thing, and that's superior oblique. It just pulls it. So because he has this weird little guy.
Forrest, we're gonna have a game show. I'm gonna make a game show for us, and it's gonna be fun. I'm ready for it.
Unlike this
No, it is trochlear because abducens does lateral rectus. Abducens abducts the eye and pulls it away.
Abducens does
That's
lateral.
Right, I always get abducens and trochlear mixed up because I'm thinking like abduct, like pulling
trochlear
away.
does more of the oblique
it does the pulley. Yeah, it does the superior oblique. Yeah. It pulls it through the pulley. And so like you have one fucking nerve that does like 4 out of
Everything
the 6
else.
things that your eyes can fucking do. And like what's crazy to me is that you have 3 different nerves controlling 6 different muscles to control your eye. One goddamn nerve for every
Jimmy's like,
facial
I hate
expression you
this.
can make. Facial nerves.
We're gonna do a game.
Every fucking thing you can do with your face.
But we're gonna do a game show of localize the lesion in the nervous system. We could even get Shannon Q in on this. The 3 of us.
That'd be pretty tight.
Localize the lesion. It would be sweet. Let's do it. I'm ready.
I don't have anything sharp nearby. I'm gonna kill myself. All right. Forrest, what is the term for the front area of the this is Ben. What is the term for the front area of the brain which is separated into 2 hemispheres by a fissure? It integrates sensory and neural function and is the initiation point for voluntary activity in the body.
What you're specifically talking about, like the lobes in that region, right?
What is the term for the front area of the brain, which is separated into 2 hemispheres by a fissure?
Oh, you're talking about like the cerebrum.
Correct.
Versus the cerebellum.
Oh.
See, this is where it gets confusing.
Yeah, see, that's very strange. Yeah,
And yet you got it right.
Yeah. I would have said,
because
but I would have talked about
what
lobes.
you meant by it.
Sit here and
I was
pick
like, are we
apart
talking the frontal
insanity.
lobes? But it's like,
Yeah.
But frontal
Very
lobes, because then you're thinking about the motor versus sensory function and where those work. Again, why we need to do our game show, Forrest. I'm ready.
Because frontal lobe also is important for executive function. So even though it doesn't have your primary motor cortex in your parietal lobe, it's still fucking important. Oh no, is primary motor cortex because you have your central sulcus there?
Motors in the parietal.
Somatosensory is in the frontal, or is it switched?
No, sorry. It's motors in the front, I believe, and
motor is in the
somatosensory is
frontal
behind it.
Yeah, because
motors
that's
in the
posterior the post central gyrus is somatosensory. So yeah, so you could have taken it as frontal lobe. You absolutely could have done it that way. Yeah,
That's where I was going.
It's just getting worse and worse, Jimmy. Worse and worse.
Yeah. This is why Forrest and I are starting a show.
I would contend that the presence of the word area made cerebrum the obvious choice over lobe. Forrest,
nope.
You're wrong. Forrest, the glabella is the smooth area of skin found between which features of the body?
The eyebrows. Glabella's right there.
Right there. Okay, I have a funny story about this. So in my undergrad anatomy class, so Jimmy's like, I hate this. I hate it here. So in my undergrad anatomy class, when I didn't know shit, and just like kind of flubbed my way through classes, like there were times when we were in practicals and I didn't know what the word was, and so I just made up a word and was like, this sounds close enough, and I was like, it's a guess. That was one of them that I made up a word for.
I once got asked, what is the primary function of the mentalis muscle? And I just wrote, it grumps up the chin. And that was my answer.
What does a fox say?
That's what it's for. For grumping up the chin.
Dr. Ben, what does a fox say? Dr. Ben.
What the fuck?
The Malpighian pyramids, named after Marcello Malpighi, are located in which pair of organs found in vertebrates?
Is it the kidneys?
It is the kidneys.
You keep giving them goddamn kidney questions. You keep giving them goddamn kidney questions.
Did you see how much he second guessed himself?
And then he gives me fucking pyramidal cells instead of pyramidal neurons. I would have gotten that for sure. Because pyramid, duh. But you call them cells, and I don't know what anything is.
Obvious because neurons.
As would fucking the pyramids and the kidneys. I'm losing
Forrest,
it. I'm losing it right now.
What is the medical term for the pair of nuclei set deep in the brain's temporal lobes that help us make choices, deal with our feelings, and remember stuff?
A pair of nuclei in the temporal lobe?
You're overthinking this one's not hard. It's the thing you probably think it is.
I want to say, I want to say, yeah.
What is the medical term? Medical term for the pair of nuclei set deep in the brain's temporal lobes that help us make choices, deal with our feelings, and remember stuff.
I don't know anything that comes in a pair besides like mammillary bodies. I want to say amygdala.
Correct.
Okay, yeah. I didn't know that was a pair. I thought it was just one structure stuck there in the midbrain.
That's why I said I'm positive you're overthinking it.
I'm going to look it up.
Think it is. It's the first thing you think it is.
I don't believe you.
You don't think there's a pair of amygdala?
I thought it was one thing.
Actually, technically, it's not a pair of amygdala. It's a pair of nuclei set deep in the brain's temporal lobe.
Yeah, I'm looking
there
up
are pairs
amygdala.
of nuclei all throughout the brain. Like
almost
everything
it's
is a pair of
bilateral.
nuclei.
And so
it's a small part of your brain. Blah blah. I'm looking up. It's an almond-shaped structure in your brain, limbic system. Blah 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 blah.
Yeah, I believe that it would
What's
be
the
correct.
word pair? It's a paired structure, one on each side of the brain. It actually is a paired thing. That's fucking nutty, dude. I didn't know that.
We're learning
new things today.
If Shannon were here, she'd be like, "Yeah, I knew that."
Yeah, fucking Shannon. Yeah,
Shannon would be like, "I knew that."
I pulled my mic out. That's fine. I don't have.
Oh, you're pulling out. You're pulling out.
Not me. Roll the dice. The outer, who's this for? Ben. The outer part of the ear is called one of two names, the auricle or the blank, which is Latin for wing or feather.
The helix.
Incorrect. The correct answer is pinna.
Oh, the pinna. There's multiple words.
It's the floppus. It's the floppus of the ear.
The floppus.
But not multiple words that are Latin for wing.
I see, and I would have said fucking the pterion or something.
Yeah, there's like 4 different names for that structure.
Mm-hmm.
Forrest, how's your eyeball anatomy?
I can talk about muscles. I can talk about muscles and nerves and general parts all day long.
Who
I
is
get
Taylor
vitreous and
Swift's
aqueous humor
boyfriend?
confused all the time. I don't fucking know. Does it have I in it?
Yeah, there's an I in the boyfriend's name.
Like EYEI?
No.
Jeff Iman.
No. Ben, do you want to steal?
I don't fucking know. And there's a cat in front of me.
The correct answer is
Why would
Travis
anyone
Kelsey. All right.
Who knows that?
That's a dumb
Forrest,
question.
everybody else who's watching.
I
Forrest.
don't know people. I just know
Cat,
what's inside of them.
Cat.
Forrest.
Cat. Okay.
I should finish my
Cat,
bite.
can you stop? Can you
I'm
stop
eating-
hitting my mic?
I'm eating organic sour giggles. They're like Skittles, but they
Gross.
don't. No, actually, they're great. You know
I've
how
actually
Skittles
tried
make
them, I
you
think.
sick if you eat too many? You can eat. These don't make you sick because they're just made of like fruit. And they taste like Skittles, though. They're good. I highly recommend them.
Can you stop walking on my
'Cause I don't-
keyboard?
I'm not vegan. I don't do the organic thing or any of that stuff. I prefer these to Skittles just because if I get regular Skittles, I will eat so much I get sick. And these don't do
Can
it.
you stop rubbing your head on my mic? That's weird.
Forrest, the retina is the inner part of the eyeball. The middle part is the choroid. That's probably not how that's pronounced. Choroid. How would you say it, Forrest?
Choroid.
It's like choroid, actually. I think you
Okay,
got it
covered
right.
by the
Choroid.
conjunctiva.
Conjunctiva.
I said that.
You said conjunctiva.
I said conjunctiva. I definitely didn't miss an N.
I didn't hear the end. I
Well-
said maybe you did.
It's a
And your video's
conjunctiva.
cut out.
Conjunctivitis. Yeah.
Yes. Also, I
pink
know
eye,
what
yeah.
I know what pink eye is. Yeah. What is the name of the outer part in humans? I'll start over because it sounds crazy. The retina is the inner part of the eyeball. The middle part is the choroid. Covered by the conjunctiva, what is the name of this outer part? In humans, this whole outer part is white, contrasting with the iris. In other mammals, the visible section of this part matches the iris.
It's the sclera.
Correct.
The wording was weird on that question. That like we knew
Yeah,
what
it took a mile to get
That's why I
there.
started over,
What's the
'cause-
white part of your eye?
Ben, which anatomical
Yeah.
term refers to the sac around the heart?
the pericardium.
Correct. Great.
Which
Bullshit.
I've had patients with pericarditis. It's super interesting.
It's
Forrest, we
horrifying
will
to think
talk
about.
eventually about the cool cases that I've had on my service. That
I
might
want to
be
know how
publishing.
that dude got
Yeah.
strep in his blood.
We have 9 minutes to
Not
do
just strep.
to do 7
Strep
more
G.
questions,
Group
to
G
read
strep.
super chats and read mug chats.
Okay.
Just want to point
It
that
sounds
out.
like your problem, not mine. I'm just here. You're the
I'm
producer.
It's not
trying.
our fault that our guy has group G strep bacteremia.
Correct. Which
That's horrific.
anatomical? Who's
Truly horrific.
Who guessed? Oh, that was Ben. So Forrest, which anatomical directional term refers to the front of the body or being toward the front of the body? Hint.
What do you want?
Arterior is
Ventral?
another term that applies
Oh.
here. Yes, ventral is correct.
Yeah. I was going to anterior or ventral. Either one of those is going to be the
Yeah,
answer,
like
depending
either
on-
one of those is correct, depending on.
That's why I gave the
Mm-hmm.
hint that anterior is the other one. Ben, Baja hearing devices are good for more than the beach, since Baja is just an acronym for what anchored hearing aids?
This is not an anatomy question. That's a
Yes, it is.
hearing
Yes, it
aid.
What are
No,
hearing
that-
devices anchored to? Fine, I'll move to the next one, but I know the answer.
behind the head.
No, just bone.
BA.
They are bone anchored hearing
Bone
aids.
connect-
That is what BA.
Yeah, that's not an anatomy question. That is
That's
a
a
hearing aid
terrible
question.
Oh, that's right. Bones are
Terrible.
anatomy. I forgot. Okay. Ben, great doctor. Ben, I love you, buddy.
I'm not an
fish's dorsal
audiologist.
fin is located along its spine. What? This one's also
That's not a
humans.
human. That's not a human.
Every second,
is it?
your body produces 25 million new ones of what? Ben, every
what?
second, your body creates 25 million new what?
What category are we talking about?
There's a few things that do that.
Every second, your body produces 25 million new what? Or we could say blank. Fill in the blank. Every second, your body produces
That
25
doesn't
million
narrow
new
it.
blanks.
That doesn't narrow this.
I got my guess because I'm thinking.
So Ben, go ahead before we.
I'm going to defer to Forrest because
You don't want to
I
just
don't know
say a
what
word?
category we're. I don't know
I was
what
thinking-
category we're speaking of.
I'm thinking
Forrest
the
for
same
the
thing
steal.
you are, Ben. No, I'm thinking the same thing because I'm like, is he talking about red blood cells or are you talking about skin cells? I bet the answer is just fucking cells.
Correct. See,
Is it just
there wasn't a category.
You had to dumb
add
it
them all
down.
up.
You had to dumb it down. That's
Yeah,
I'm trying to
for
catch
sure
on to
it
this
was the question,
pattern.
even though you
No,
guessed it
that's
right.
a dumb question.
That's why you got it right. It's so dumb. You got it correct. The
Yeah.
the three smallest bones in the human body are in the ear. They are the staples, not the staples.
Stapes, incus.
They are the
stapes, incus,
the
and
incus.
malleus.
Correct.
Mouse.
Okay. It was going to be what's the last one, and you got it. Malleus. Ben, what E term describes the membrane? Sorry, this one's hard. What E term describes the membrane that lines the inner surface of the bone marrow cavity? It comes from the Greek meaning inside bone.
It's an E.
I'm glad you got a hard one just because you were so mean to me a minute ago.
What's inside the bone? It means inside the bone.
A term beginning with E describes the membrane that lines the inner surface of the bone marrow cavity.
I don't actually know, but I'm gonna guess it's something with like endo and ostium.
That's
I mean,
it's not bad. But Forrest with the steal, you got it?
I'm pretty sure it's endosteum.
No. Oh wait. Yes, it is. I was thinking endosteum. Wait, what did you?
Yeah, endosteum.
Endosteum.
Yeah. All right, Ben got it right then.
Yeah, Ben got it right for sure.
The way you said it, I was thinking something with endo and osteo. I thought
Yeah, no, it's endosteum. Yeah.
Yeah, the problem was the way you answered, not the question.
What's the
It's
thing
never the
inside
question.
Your bone? From
Forrest.
the Greek for
Never the
inside the bone.
Forrest, the inion is a projection found at the base of which part of the human body?
At the
I know this one.
inium.
The inion.
The Inian.
INION, like onion with
This
an
is
I.
a very I can help give it. This is a very Dio term too. Like Dios love this term more than anybody fucking else.
That's kind of a hint, buddy.
It is a hint, but it's you can have it.
I don't know. I don't know that one.
Give it a guess. Found at the base
inium?
of which part of the human body?
Base of the skull.
Correct.
Yeah.
Well done. See, this is why you always guess, even when you don't know.
I
know
help them because I'm nice.
That's true.
Yeah, I know I've heard the word, but I couldn't have fucking told you if it was on a test.
Because it's not a common term. Like it's a very outdated term that like certain fields have kept and not all have kept it. So
maybe that's
why.
Because it sounds like I'm sure that's a thing, but like if you had pinned me down on it, I wouldn't have been able to. Yeah, I took a shot in the dark, and I don't deserve that point.
I have a way to make the next one interesting. Okay, because Ben, there's only one question left, but you are 2 points behind, which means you can't win. But how about this? Forrest has to agree to this. The next question is worth 3 points, but if you get it wrong, you must buy a Forrest mug.
I already got a Forrest mug though.
But I refunded that one. So you have to buy a second one.
Good friend.
You have to buy one.
I don't want to give money. I don't agree to this.
So you don't want to do that.
I don't deserve it anyway. So he should. The last one, like I said, I didn't fucking know the answer. I just took a wild guess, so I don't deserve that point.
Guessing still is a point. Guessing still a point. But anyway,
really, it
all
should
you
balance
could do
out.
is tie it up. If we hadn't done the point,
if he
you
gets
still
this,
got it
I'm
right.
not
paying. Yeah, I'm not.
Right.
No,
I was just saying this was an option, but if we just don't take the option, you can still answer, and maybe you'll only lose by 1 point instead of 2. That would be the normal.
Well,
should
no,
tie.
because
we should tie because I didn't know where the fuck the inium was.
If you guess
we would tie
correctly,
because some
you
of your
get the
questions were
point.
bullshit, and
Some of the questions were bullshit as well.
And-
That also factors into the fact
Yeah.
that, yeah.
Those questions that
so
you guessed
I think
right
the
or
whole
that you
thing
answered
is
right.
Forrest and me versus Jimmy, and
Yeah.
we both win
This question.
the game.
Yeah, this question should be worth 2
cool,
points.
cool.
Or
That's
my,
fine. That's
yeah.
fine. Cool. Yeah, it's you guys
We're
against
both
Jimmy.
assholes.
Yeah, no, that's fine. That's fine.
We're
That's cool.
assholes,
That's
yeah.
cool. It's you guys against Jimmy. That's cool. That's fine. That's fine. All right, cool. Let's see how this works out. Okay, cool. It's you two against me. You're saying
He
you're
just
setting the
wants to
rules.
fuck
That's
us
fine.
over.
No, it's all good.
He wants to
Here's your
fuck us
question.
over. That's
Here's your
fine.
question, Ben. What is the
Yeah,
two-word
okay.
name for the anatomical feature at the base of the brain's hypothalamus, where the optic nerves of both eyes meet and cross?
Hypothalamus.
Hypothalamus. The optic chiasm.
Correct.
Yes,
It is
the optic chiasm, yep.
Which
Yep.
gets you a point, and I don't know which way you guys are scoring it or what you're doing because I'm going to
We're
go
tied.
give away one of my own mugs for free. Oh, look how
Tied.
the two of you against Jimmy worked out. Someone's getting a Jimmy mug for free because I can do whatever the fuck I want. We're going to team
But
up
Forrest
against
and I
God.
became better friends after this. So
Yes. Yes.
Bum, bum,
He's a
bum,
better
bum, bum,
doctor.
bum.
I'm a better anatomist.
Let's
Forrest
see.
and I have bonded over our collaboration, and this is what we've
And our
learned today:
mutual,
is that
and our
teamwork
mutual disdain.
is what is propelling us into the future of
Yes.
medicine.
Emily,
Ben
when
is
you're
better-
deciding whether or not you like your Forrest mug, your Matt mug, or your Jimmy mug the most, remember that you got the Jimmy mug for free.
You got to buy 2, get 1 free because you had to pay for the good ones, and then you get the trash one as a bonus. Yeah,
Oh,
exactly.
is that how that worked? Is that how it worked? You know what I'm gonna do? Ray, same thing between Forrest. Oh wait, sorry, you didn't buy one of my mugs. I fucked that up. Sorry, Ray. Fuck you though, because you didn't buy one of mine. Should have bought mine. Let's see. I think
You're canceling Ray's order. He doesn't get them.
Yeah, I could, but I won't do that. Let's see.
Fuck,
Yeah, Manda, you're also getting a free Jimmy mug when you're deciding. But well, I'm not mad at Aron, so I don't care if you like it more than Aron's. Bada boom, bada boom. I'm mostly hurting myself doing this, but it's worth the meme. You win too. Anyway.
We should ask Jimmy questions.
We should
Why?
ask Jimmy questions about whatever his area of expertise is.
No,
Running
not
shows.
about his area of expertise. About how you would write the anatomy questions.
Then how would
Yes.
that? But how would that be fair?
Yes.
My area of expertise is
It wouldn't be.
masturbating and online video production. Those are my areas of expertise. And before long, I'm expanding production services for my company. So I may be expanding into video production for people who are masturbating.
What's the colloquial term for the part of the body where a baby may come out of, but is a common term used in Australia?
Oh, see, I remember the actual answer was cervix, but you're wanting me to say cunt.
Cunt should have been the answer to so many questions on that one, dude. So many of them. God.
Hey, Brett, you're getting a free mug. Bada boom, bada boom. Giving away some
This
Jimmy
has
mugs.
devolved into chaos.
Yeah, just by
I
the
love
way,
it.
for all of you people who are keeping my score so low, I've given away like 20% of my mugs for free. I'm just saying. They're like,
My
I don't want it
favorite
if it's-
comment in the
I don't
side
even want
chat
it if
right
it is
now.
free.
My favorite comment in the side chat right now is, what is the colloquial term for the anal sphincter, also known as a Jimmy Snow?
And I believe the correct answer is rectum, but fuck
Really good.
you.
I'm dying.
God, that's
See, I
good.
do know answers to some questions.
I've got a dude. Fucking. I can go grab. Well, no, I probably can't. Never mind. I just realized I might not be able to show it on YouTube.
Yeah.
I've got a refrigerator magnet that's shaped like a clitoris, and I was using it to teach with. And I wanted to bring it in here, but I can't.
Sorry, I'm just doing a little face wrist.
Face wrist. Well, that wasn't your palm, that was your wrist. So
Mm-hmm.
That's why I said it. Well, I said it good. All right, let's do super chats, and then we'll do mug questions, and then we'll leave, and Jimmy will cry himself to sleep because he's so alone.
Then Forrest and I will have a conversation about Group G strip because I have some things.
Oh shit! I gotta fix this. It's stuck on. When
That's
Arden
Arden.
left. Yeah, hang on. I'm bringing you back, Forrest. Give me a second. We can't hear you if you're talking. One moment. This isn't on purpose.
Forrest
I know
got
this.
booted.
This probably feels like some sort of. It's weird because I also have him just solo by himself on a different screen for some reason, which is also the wrong one. Anyway, everything's broken, but
everything's
it's okay.
broken.
Nothing
also, this
is
super
real.
chat is
Nothing
fantastic.
is right. I came to life. Fuck. Where is Forrest Call on this thing?
Thank you, Jean Valjean.
No, I was singing a band that I'm pretty sure you've probably never heard of, 3 Pill Morning. They're a very small band.
I haven't, but I'm just gonna blame everything on the fact that you were like imitating the original cast of Les Mis.
I tried to make the exact face that Aron was making so I could phase in with it.
That's funny. Let me
But this
also
super chat is
update the
amazing.
scores real quick. Yeah, you can read it while I update the scores if you want. The scoreboard's over your face a little bit.
Yeah, $5 from Games and Science. I'll buy the mug of whoever answers this right. What is this movie from? So I paired his liver with fava beans and an iced Chianti. And I can't answer that for the movie. I can't
Silence
answer
of
this
the
for the
Lambs,
movie, but I just very excited about the fact that you mentioned fava beans and alcohol. Which like
Yeah,
I don't
Silence
know
of
if
the Lambs.
Forrest like knows all of the textbook questions about fava beans and G6PD deficiency, but like all the board's
don't.
questions
That sounds cool. as fuck.
Step 1 questions about the G6PD deficiency and how they can't eat fava beans.
Here's the updated score. Jimmy, Matt, Forrest, Arden, Dr. Ben, Aron, Dave. The correct answer to this is Silence of the Lambs, but I actually think that this might have gotten answered last time around. I can't remember. What we're going to do now, we're going to respond to the super chats that have come in while we've been doing the show here. Then we're going to read the messages that have come in with mug sales. So if you want to get a message to us, your best way right now is to go buy a mug and put a message on the mug. That would be the best.
I want to answer
the objectively
Forrest's
best
question.
way. I was going to say the objectively best way to do it is to buy one of my mugs of the question, because then
No,
Jimmy will be more
fuck off,
upset. He will be more upset and read it more vitriolically, and that actually will resonate more with us. So if you really want to ask a serious question, you should buy one of my mugs. That's the best way to do it.
But I did want to explain the fava beans because of the G6PD deficiency. Yeah, so if you have a deficiency essentially in oxidized glutathione, because you can't you don't have G6PD, like fava beans generate more redox reactions essentially, and you consume more glutathione, so you just build up a lot of free radicals with fava beans if you don't have G6PD.
That's
fun
wild.
stuff.
When I hear you say free radicals, the number of pyramid
Free
schemes
radicals.
that are
Radical.
based on misrepresenting what that word means, that phrase means, is very high. 99 from
Someone
Patrick.
in the Dylan Fooler in the chat says, "Be right back. I need to feed the fat baby," and that's the best euphemism for having to go to the bathroom ever. I gotta go feed the fat baby for a second.
I don't know what it means. Patrick
It maybe sounds like they're
Hassenfratz
feeding a cat.
says, "Is it just me, or is Jimmy looking like Colonel Sanders? But bad. Do I look like Colonel Sanders? I guess I kind of do right now, don't I?
A little bit.
Maybe a little
The
bit.
beard's getting a little longer and a little more pointed, like a young Colonel Sanders, I hope. But
I will be.
Yeah,
I'm
I
gonna
guess
go
I see
feed
it.
the fat baby. I'll be back in 1 second.
all right, you need a second. Get that fat baby fed. You want to read this one?
Yeah, I'll read it. 666 from Ware Lemur 1138. I don't hate Christmas because I'm an atheist. I hate Christmas because I worked retail for 10 years. That is a good reason to hate Christmas.
No shit. John Doan says, Mary, what the fuck you believe in? Sending love from SoCal. Also, I am sending invisible plants from the Plant Man, aka John. Love and best wishes. Plants for free. Love you, John. Thank you so much. You're the best. This one's for you.
Knock 200 knock from Arsenic 1987. I effing wasn't subbed. Well done now, Jimmy. I've got a whole new positive perspective on life by seeing how you've made it. Yeah, fuck it. I told people to tell me to go fuck myself too, and I love it.
Yeah,
Heart.
That ironically is kind of a fun, like, if you make it a go fuck yourself as a term of endearment, no one can hurt you with that phrase ever again because you just always assume they like you. Arsenic also said, and Forrest, this one's directed toward Forrest.
Well, Forrest went to go feed the fat baby.
To feed the fat baby. Oh, here he is.
I'm back.
Forrest, Arsenic says,
I'm gonna go do that while
I've been listening the whole time.
Okay. Forrest, I love to teach people about electronics and music, and you make me feel good about teaching stuff. The world is awesome, but smilists will be. Ask me to call and I will, just to say F you.
Hell yeah.
But don't call tonight. We're wrapping up. You want to read this one?
$9.99 from Megan Marie. Forrest and Jimmy were my gateway to atheism. That's incredibly kind to say. Thank you so much. So thankful to you guys, and also Matt, Aaron, Owen, and Professor Dave. My first Xmas as an atheist has been interesting. Happy holidays. Love that. Thank you so much.
Glad
very
you joined
kind.
us, Megan. Thank you for being here.
Welcome to the club. Congratulations on freeing yourself.
Cat Kitty says, Merry Cringemas, everybody. Forrest, I got your mug. I am from the ADA OK area, Oklahoma.
Ada. Ada is a city in Oklahoma.
I wish my biology science teacher was more like you. Got to love the waivers to teach evolution in the OK state.
Yep.
That sounds horrible.
Not everywhere has them, but enough places have them, especially small towns, places like Ada. $5 from Josh Can't Eat Sugar. As a cardiac sonographer, I'm highly offended by your rant about hearts, Jimmy.
Okay, but was I wrong, or are they just pumps?
They're cooler than pumps.
They're cool pumps, right? I'll give you that. They're cool pumps, and I love mine. Without it, I would die. But they are pumps. Are there any neurons in your heart?
You have, so strictly speaking, no, but you have this cool thing. You have pacemaker cells in your heart, which are, Ben would actually know this better than I would.
Yeah, the heart's nervous system, not the heart.
Yeah.
Its nervous system contains around 40,000 neurons called neurites.
They're not. So the pacemaker cells aren't technically neurons, but they do the same thing. And I don't actually remember the specific distinction.
About 2 different things then.
No, I'm talking about from your AV node.
This was the thing that you two didn't know that I knew. From the AV node to the bundle of His down the Purkinje fibers. In the stomach. Y'all thought there were more neurons in the stomach than the brain because a lot of people make this mistake. There's 100 billion neurons in the brain. There are 500 million neurons in the stomach. And a lot of people don't see that. And so you two were talking about how there were more neurons in and I interrupted and said, this is a common misconception.
I didn't claim that.
Not you.
I didn't claim that.
Not you, Forrest and Erica.
Me and Erica.
Yeah. This was the thing I was right about. And I was so excited. And I called you idiots on air. No, I'm just kidding. I didn't.
I think it sounds like we misspoke.
No.
There's
Erica was the one who made... Erica's the one who made the direct point. Like, isn't it cool that there's actually more neurons in your stomach than your brain? And then that's what you two were taking off on. Unless I have it mistaken and Erica was on with someone else, but I think this is back when you two were co-hosted.
It sounds like we are both very smart and have never gotten anything wrong ever, and that you misheard us, and that now you've taken credit for something that didn't happen. And I've actually never even been on this show, and none of this is true. And I'm just gonna gaslight the fuck out of you.
It would be amazing if you could just fade away now, like go opaque or
fade,
lower your opacity. Just
they're hilarious. $10 from Bread Box of Doom. As a trans woman with dimples, I couldn't not buy the Arden mug, Dr. Ben. Well, I mean, as offended as I am, I'm kind of okay with that because Arden is at least my second favorite and second least favorite Takis host. because I have to throw
I thought
Katy
you were
under
just
the
gonna
bus
say
because
host at the line, and I was gonna sit here and be like, I play video games with you off air, and I'm not in your favorites.
No. Of Takis specific. No, it's saying less about Arden and more about Katy. That Katy and I have so much of a feud that Arden can still be second place.
Balthazar.
Red Box of Doom. You should buy a Ben mug and have the whole trans set. That's what you should do.
Well, Katy doesn't
Get
have
the
a
whole
mug.
set.
That's what I'm saying.
Because Katy's not cool enough.
I have a life.
Because she's the third. Yeah, well, she's the my least favorite and third favorite Takis host.
Balthazar says, "Happy birthday, Isaac Newton! Definitely the most significant confirmed birth from this day." Forrest.
499 also from Balthazar. What is the scientific name for the Western lowland gorilla? Isn't it just gorilla?
It's cunt.
It's cunt. It's horse.
It's always horse. Sometimes it's horse cunt.
Horse cunt.
Go ahead, Ben.
499 from Balthazar 228. My silver bullet argument. It's expensive to hunt werewolves.
It is gorilla. I just looked it up. It is gorilla because you have to include the subspecies. So it's gorilla.
Yes.
$5 from Matthew K. Just want to show my love for everyone. Arden, Aaron, Dr. Ben, Dave, Forrest, and Matt. Not you, Jimmy. Go fuck yourself, Jimmy. And lick my hairy taint. Much love.
Why is that?
I love that you know that abbreviation.
That we have.
I think I told someone to lick my hairy taint at some point. I don't remember.
Why?
I tune myself out just like the rest of you do. So I don't remember why I said it, but I know I said it.
Okay. Yeah.
Gosh, $9.99 from Michelle Palmer. Fundamentalist Christian school taught me to never question creationism. Glad I dropped the dogma. We are too. I learned something new from every time I watch. Thanks, Forrest Science School. Thank you so much for watching, and I'm really, really happy that you're learning new cool stuff. Never stop learning. It's the best thing in the world.
Forrest is the only scientist on this whole channel.
That's objectively untrue. Somebody sent me. He said, "I'm the only scientist on this channel."
Only scientist on this channel.
We have Erica,
somebody sent me a book.
Yeah, Erica's the one good one.
Somebody sent me this book. It's Understanding Evolution, What Every Christian Parent Should Know and Share with Their Family, Exposing the Fallacies of Darwinism Through Science. And it's a little book. And I really want to read this and do a book review video about it. Because it was somebody who deconstructed from being taught this in school. And I think that would be such a cool video. And it would really help people like the person that just sent in that chat who are maybe still stuck in it. Because this is some fucking garbage, yo. I want to tear through it.
Jimmy, this one is directed at you.
The way all the stuff is going to work, I'm actually probably going to end the ability to buy mugs at noon on January 1st instead of midnight, because that would mean Matt and I could announce the winner on the Sunday show on January 1st. Is that the way it's working? Wait, no. No, Christmas Eve is Sunday. Never mind. So just forget everything I just said. Sapient Haggis says, Jimmy, you really should have put your slogan on a wine glass and spelled wine the way that I love to wine. Oh, there's more merch coming. This is just our limited run of, there's going to be all the time merch, but every now and then we'll do special little things like this. We'll probably make sure we have a special merch for everybody's birthday this year. We'll do that kind of stuff. It's little fun things. Little extra fun things. Mark Fernkopf. That's a cool last name. Dr. Ben. Oh, wait. Forrest, this is for you to read. I think I read the last one.
Dr. Ben, Forrest, can you tell 5-year-old Henry what happens to your body if you eat nothing but chips and candy? Also, Forrest, Henry is Candy's son, so alleles.
I would like to actually answer the question instead, because I'm sitting here with chips and candy.
Eating chips and candy.
This is what happens to your body.
You lose some alleles. Your alleles fall off. That's the Ben. In case you're curious, that's one of the last streams I did. There was a person who wrote in saying that they take a hit every time I say the word alleles on a show. So every time I say alleles now, this person gets higher. And so alleles has become one of my favorite things to allele about. But it's whatever happened.
I got an
You go
answer for
first
the
on the medical
nutrition
answer.
question.
Yeah.
Ketoacidosis is my answer.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, because there's no protein in that shit.
Yeah, you're putting a bunch of junk into your body that your body needs very little of is the thing. And so it's like if you imagine if you have a car, your car needs all sorts of fluids. It needs gasoline, and it needs radiator fluid, the coolant, it needs transmission fluid, it needs wiper fluid, all these different fluids. And so if you just dump a bunch of transmission fluid and nothing else into your car, it's not going to run properly. It's not going to do good. And so if you're only eating all these sugary things and chips and all those things, there's some stuff in there that your body can use for sure, but it doesn't have all the good stuff. And so you're just gumming your body up with one type of thing that you only need very little of, and you're giving yourself a whole bunch of it. And so you're going to have a lot of bad outcomes, sort of like if you just had a car completely trying to run on transmission fluid and nothing else. So diversify your diet with all sorts of good things, meats and a little bit of dairy and some carbohydrates for fun. Learn the 4 major macromolecules: proteins, carbohydrates, lipids, and nucleic acids. And nucleic acid is going to be in fucking everything you eat. But if you, the other 3, balance out your diet with those things and try to make a healthy plate.
Get some fiber, please.
But
get some fiber up in there. Well, that's carbohydrates. You're gonna get
good news is
it is.
If you do only give yourself transmission fluid, your power steering will still work.
There you go.
Good. Yes.
Same fluid, I'm pretty sure.
I don't know.
Ben, read this one.
Me. 2024 from Panda. Happy holidays and good health to everyone and all their loved ones. Thank you, Panda.
So the reason why I'm pretty sure that's correct is years ago I had a mechanic friend who said to me, by the way, transmission fluid and power steering fluid are the same thing. And then he said the phrase, don't let anyone tell you different. And I wondered if he thinks there are people going around telling people they're not the same thing. Hey,
that makes me want to believe that they're not the same thing when somebody says that.
Yeah, that's a good point. I should have probably Googled it.
I'm looking it up right now.
I like to work on cars too. I think it is true. Yes, I know.
No idea.
I know. Oh, wait. I moved from. Okay, hang on. Let me fix that. Apparently, I moved from this one. Monkey at a typewriter says, follow up. Can you tell Candy why scientists want to dissect her child? # this man told me to dissect my son.
This man told me to dissect my son. That's a true thing that happened as well.
That was at the Zoom, right?
I want to turn that into a clip. That makes me very happy. So I looked it up. This is from Universal Technical Institute. While automatic transmission fluid and power steering fluid are both hydraulic fluids, automatic transmission fluid features different modifiers and detergents that are specifically designed to remove dirt and grease from the transmission system. So they're not exactly the same thing. They're the same type of fluid, but not the same fluid.
Ooh, I want to answer this question in the super
they're
chat.
The same.
By the sound of that, it sounds like you could use transmission fluid as power steering fluid, but not the other way around. That's what it sounds like. But I'm not a mechanic.
I want to answer this arm question.
Go ahead, read it.
The arm question. $5 from Chris Carrillo. I got a type 8 distal radius fracture. Did I break my hand, wrist, or arm? Aren't the radius and ulna still part of the arm, or are they to the wrist? So the long part of the bone
too. Good
and
call,
the proximal part of the bone are the arm, but the distal radius and ulna, that joint is part of the wrist. So the answer is yes. Except for the hand part.
Fucking
You didn't break your
leaving. I
hand.
was getting a skeleton to show him.
Yeah. You did not break your hand, but the answer of did you break your wrist or your arm, if it's the distal radius, the answer is yes.
Yeah, exactly. So this is the distal radius right up in here. See this part? This
It is
distal.
both arm
Jimmy,
and wrist.
I didn't leave. I didn't leave, Jimmy. I went to grab a skeleton so we could explain this better. So this is the radius here, and this is the distal part of it. And so you can see that there is where the wrist is. This is where the wrist becomes the thing. And this is the bone here that Jimmy was arguing with us about right there. That's trapezius. So like that is definitely wrist
hand,
meat.
Yeah.
You cut that off there. This is where the wrist extends to. See those carpal bones? Those carpal bones go up into what is colloquially called the hand.
That's the wrist right there, and then but whatever.
No.
If by Jimmy's definition, the part that Jimmy was squeezing is actually below the carpal bones. He was grabbing the distal ends of the radius and ulna right there.
That is the wrist.
The wrist goes up into here, which is the squish meat of what you would call a hand. See?
Your watch goes on your wrist.
That's colloquial definition, not the anatomical definition.
Okay. Well, weird that the trivias are in that way.
Yeah, it was colloquial. What is happening? Anyway. My ears are dead.
SJL says, I'm so very far behind. A hard atheist is one with a crunchy candy shell. Num, 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 num. We were talking about being rock hard atheist earlier with Aron and Dave. Forrest, you want to read those one?
Forget holidays and don't forget the reason for happy holidays and don't forget the reason for the season. Axial tilt. That's true. That is true. It's because of the obliquity of the angle of the Earth. Am I reading this too? I don't know why I started to.
If you want, do whatever you want.
No, I don't want to.
Chris Carrillo says
$5.
Go ahead.
Okay. $5 from Chris Carrillo. I talked a lot. I just learned to tune myself out. Kelly Kapoor, Jimmy Snow, laugh emoji.
I like that it's in the format of the Michael Scott where he quotes somebody. I'm
Quote
trying to remember, like LeBron James and then
Michael Scott.
Darren White says, my favorite part is when Forrest said he was sad, so to cheer him up, we should buy his mug. By the way, that mug says never had a bad day. We killed irony. It technically says have a bad day.
I've been sad before.
Day.
Like, you can be sad.
You cannot be
I say
sad.
I've never had
You'll die.
I say I've never had a bad day because at least I was here for it. I was alive.
You know
I
what's
was,
funny,
I was
Forrest?
above ground. That's a good day.
Someone left a comment and was like, all right, Forrest, do you remember this? I said, what phrase did I originally propose you put on the mug? Never have a bad day, but I proposed never had a bad day. Remember that?
Oh, yeah. And I was like, that's braggadocious. We should make it more of a command type thing. Yes.
And then somebody literally commented, damn it, Jimmy, you had one job. He says never had a bad day, not never have a bad day. Someone chastised me for getting the mug wrong.
That is your fault because you own the shop. So, and you did make the design as well.
But you consulted.
I what? I'm a contractor.
Consulted.
You're the owner.
Oh, if we're going to go with the contractor route, let me tell you about contractors because I've had some shitty ones.
All right, we're going to be up all night.
Here is the score, and I just need to read. No, we're not going to be up all night. I'm going to read we're only 5 minutes over.
I think you need to take the super chat that just came in. I think that's very important.
Okay,
yeah.
I'm not on that menu and stuff. 1 second. I'll get back to the queue, but then I'm going to do mug stuff, and then if there's more super chats there, we'll do that.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then I'll tell Forrest my story backstage.
Hey, Dr. Ben, I'm not sure I fully understand the anatomical distinction of wrist and arm. Could you go over it again? Thanks, Jimmy.
Okay, let me grab this back over here. Let me grab the model. Hold on. It's very important for us to detail out
free to
as much as we can.
mime it up as
I'll
much as you
point.
like.
You explain. Ben, you explain. I'll demonstrate.
So I'll keep it simple. So do you see the small bones in the middle there? The small bones are the wrist bones. The ones to the left and right are not the small bones, and they're not part of the wrist.
Dr. Ben should go back to medical school because he's sounding a little bit like freshman student Dr. Ben and less like family
I
Dr.
was
Ben
making it
because
simple.
he's a big loser.
I was making it simplified.
He's a big
They're even classified. These are long bones.
5.
These are long bones. These are round bones. You have totally
the long
different
bones are
kinds
connected
of bones.
to the round bones, and the ham bones
By the way,
connected to my dick, my
You
back,
can see one of these.
my
one of my
pussy,
favorite.
and my crack.
See that bone there? It's got a little hook. That's called hamate, and that is the hook of the hamate. And this we have.
Yep.
See that there? You have this little hooky boy in there. You can break that off real easy if you're not careful. And that's what traps.
Forrest Valkai tells people to, frankly, frankly, he tells people to dissect their children. He's saying dissect the babies, dissect the children. He wants to do an abortion in the 20th, 30th trimester.
I would.
30th trimester. I angered a plastic surgeon today by saying that you can't have an abortion at 39 weeks, and I got like dogpiled for days. But I'm just sad that we didn't have a question about the anatomical snuff box. Like that's a favorite of mine.
It's very important. It's a
I
very
need a
important
snuff box.
structure.
I tried to work it in, guys, but
the snuff
I got
box.
railroaded.
The snuff box.
We also didn't have any brachial plexus questions, and I was pleasantly surprised.
I am so sorry.
Deeply frustrating. Deeply frustrating.
Who's even doing my job?
An entire quiz on the brachial plexus. Like, here you go.
Yeah, what
guys.
are the four major muscles in the quadriceps? You know, it's something cool, something interesting, something that's like actually a little bit nerdy and fun. Not like fucking 20 minutes to get to what's the white part of the eye.
Hashtag Jimmy so incompetent.
What's a horse?
What's a horse?
You're the one who didn't know what a fucking horse was.
What's a horse?
I'm gonna take my horse to the
Next time we'll get
Old Town
Erica
Road.
in here too, and we'll ask her what a horse is, and maybe she'll get
That's
it right.
what we should do. We should
'Cause
have yes.
She's a better biologist than both
Right
of us.
till I can't no more.
I'm gonna take my horse to the Old Town Road. I'm gonna ride to medical school.
Thank you, David. Thank you, Michael. Thank you, Brett. Thank you, Jess, who said, oh, wait, we definitely did this one. Take it from two queer women who, okay, well, I'm going to go through these fast then. The ones that weren't. Thank you, Bob. So happy to support these great creators. Ex-wife took all the mugs, so this is a great excuse to get some cool ones of my own. Great work. All right, Bob. Oh, yeah. Thank you, Dustin, who says, hello from East Tennessee. Thank you for all you do, all of you. Also, is there still a discussion with Matt and John Lennox coming? We did have that one earlier, and I did not know what the fuck you were talking about. Dave and Forrest bring me so much joy. Okay, we definitely did these ones. I think we must have done up through 8 o'clock, because that's when they left. So let me get there. Except for that this says, hey, what is the correct time? Oh, it's 10:30 right now. Why does this clock has the wrong time on this computer for some fucking reason? It says 10:05. It's not even a normal time to be off by. Whatever. Thank you, Josh. Thank you, Emily. Thank you, Elizabeth. Thank you, Ian. Thank you, David, who says, Jimmy, go Jimmy, you're Jimmy. Thank you, Roy. Love you, Forrest, but I had to support Dr. Ben on this. And Jimmy, go do stuff to yourself. Thank you, Daisy, who says, I appreciate you, Jimmy, but I got to help my fellow trans mask buddy out. Also, you missed a super chat from Pibble Punk. All right, I'll go look and see if I can
Pibble Punk.
Find a Pibble Pump.
What a name. What a name.
I'm gonna rise till I can no more. When 1,000 of you say Pibble Punk, you forgot a thing from Pibble. All right, where's this one from Pibble?
Ben, did I show you this?
Ooh, that's amazing.
I got a Van de Graaff generator.
You can make your hair stand up now.
You can put your weed in it. Pibble Punk says, in the spirit of Festivus hosts, present your grievances. They're only going to.
My wife just texted me, show Ben the Van de Graaff machine. He'll love it. Look at this thing.
You can make your hair do fun things now.
Eris 385 says,
I can,
Forrest and
yes.
Dr. Ben, can you
Isn't that
explain the snuff box?
Okay.
You do it.
Take your wrist.
I'm doing this.
It's hard to show you. It's on this side. If you take your wrist and bend it towards your thumb side, you'll feel a little divot right in your wrist here. That is the anatomical snuff box. It is important because you can get bone fractures there. You have neurovasculature that goes through there. And it's a cool region. It's a cool little region.
Can
to
you
study.
die if you break it or something? Why is it called a snuff
Probably
box?
not.
Because it's reminiscent of a snuff box.
Okay.
That's why they call it that.
Megan, thank you, has said, let's go, Dr. Ben. If I get this for free, that means Roll in the Closet Goblin is real. Well, I'm sorry, you were not one of the winners. And so Roland is not real. John Doan, thank you, creepy people, for all you do. Do be normal. LOL, love y'all. Holly,
I can't be
thank
normal
you.
as possible.
Cameron, thank you. Lisa, thank you. Ishundia says, because I want Dr. Ben to win when buying a Dr. Ben mug. Thank you, Vicky. Thank you, Sebastian, who says, keep up the amazing work. Seth says, never too early to have a bad day again. Robin says, hiya, thank you for being such a huge inspiration alongside the rest of the hosts. Go Jimmy yourself. Charles says, the snake logo is awesome. Thanks. Jeff says nothing. Steven, who the hell is Jimmy Snow? My therapist and I have been trying to figure that out. Got no fucking clue. Thank you, Vincent. Hey again, Jimmy. Second mug. Go Jimmy yourself. I mean, to be fair, you told me to buy a Venus mug. I sure did. Venus deserves some mug sales, even though he's been so mean to me tonight. Starla says, thank you for being you. David says, love you guys. Thank you all for all you do. Michael said nothing, but thank you, Michael, for your mug's purchase. Jeff says, fuck it. Give me another mug. Thank you, Jeff. Catherine, thank you. David, thank you. Tara, wish I could buy them all. My precious, love you all. Bought a Forrest and an Aron mug. Jesus bought a Venus mug. Thank you. Phil, I'm pulling hard for Venus. Go fuck yourself, Jimmy. Another Venus for Jessica. Thank you, Jessica.
Venus.
Ray says, hi, Jimmy. Love the show, all the hosts, but especially Matt, Forrest, and Erica. Please continue with the excellent work you provide. Thank you. Alexander says, thank you all for what you do. Michael says, go fuck yourself. Carpe the fucking DM. Hashtag Team Mayo. You're gay, homie. Jessica says, I'm a huge fan of all the shows on the line.
Mayo?
It's from Takis. You would know if you'd
It's a
watch the
Takis.
Transatlantic Call-In show, the best show on this channel.
Yeah.
I remember you talking about Team Mayo over what's the other team?
Anything else? Or
Anti-Mayo.
Team Mayo versus
it's
no Mayo?
Mayo or anti-Mayo. Yep.
Yeah.
Mayonnaise has like
Because Katy
two
hates mayo.
applications. Yeah, it has like two applications in the world.
Katy
Everything
hates
else
mayo.
should be hot sauce.
Now, Katie absolutely despises mayo, which, fun fact, I got some blackmail on Katie, but I was at her house and she had mayonnaise in her fridge, which she says it was from her brother, that her brother left it in her fridge, but
A likely
it was
story.
there and she didn't throw it away. So I'm sorry, Katie, I ratted you out, but it was
I
there.
have this weird swirl in my beard that I keep looking at all show. This is like the third time I brought it up.
That is weird.
Yeah. Little
I don't like
Hurricane
it.
Jimmy going on over there. I don't like it. Caitlin, thank you so much. Elizabeth, thank you. And says, because it's the best mug, but still go fuck yourself, Jimmy. Basically saying, wants to support me, but bought the Forrest mug, which I put the most work into, and therefore it became the best mug because of all the work I did on it. He told me he hated my handwriting.
I told you I hated a lot of things. At one point, Jimmy said something along the lines of like, I was going to suggest something else, but I didn't. And he was like, you're just not suggesting anything anymore because you know that I'll hate you or I'll kill you or something like that. And I was like, if you honestly think that I'm holding back to save your feelings, if anything, I'm doing more to piss you off. Like
it was that I would kill you, and you said, if you think I wouldn't risk death to annoy you, you're wrong.
You don't know me,
You don't know me
yeah,
very well.
exactly.
Yeah.
That's right. I love it. Just like you hate the mug and shit like that. You said
Yeah.
all the insecurities. So
Megan
good.
says, great suggestion. Set is now complete. Awesome. Got you that Venus mug. And Charles says, love the show. Let's see if any have come in since Charles, as we're wrapping up here. We've got
plenty more
one.
super chats.
Kate says, go fuck yourself, Jimmy. Love y'all. All right, let's go see the supers. Weird. My time is also, it's also frozen. It is said it's 10:05 for the last pretty significant amount of time now.
It was 10:05 for a while, almost a whole minute.
Just letting you sit with it. All right. You said we have a lot of super chats. I only see two new ones.
By the way, do you know the fun little quiz show question? Do you know what language the science of anatomy is traditionally taught in? We were talking about the history of it.
This is a joke, right?
If no one's going to answer, I guess I'll just say it's a body language.
Okay.
Body language.
Wow. Wow.
Eris
Enjoy
385
that.
says Forrest. Oh, we already did that one. So I only show one more actually. Let me see. Oh, wait. There's one other that didn't make it from Bumblebee, but somebody read this one while I get that and these other ones in.
$5 from Kim. No question here. Just want to say hi to 3 of my favorite hosts. Hope you had a good Christmas, and I'm hyped for LionCon. I had an awesome Christmas, and I'm also very hyped for LionCon. That sounds awesome.
I feel like I can already tell that there are going to be comments that would be like, was Jimmy kind of more mean today? And maybe I was. I was. So,
yeah, I did.
So
Definitely.
I started pulling bad people cards and asking bad people questions and there was a point where I was like, I think I have to stop. They look visibly uncomfortable right now. Just because I suggested we could body swap either of them and they could use my dick for a week. I don't know what's so fucked up about that. Here, I'll do a few of these with you guys. Of the 3 of us, who is most likely to convince the group to play strip poker? Forrest.
I'm married.
Jimmy.
Me?
Oh,
Really?
are you asking me?
I don't want to be naked. Why would I do that? I don't want to. I
thought you were accusing me.
I would rather have my dick pics leak than pictures of me casually topless. I'm not going to fucking push anyone to play strip poker. Are you kidding me?
I get all things considered, yeah, it would probably be me. But like, I also wouldn't do it because I am a married man. But like, there was a time when and I love weird shit, and I'm very odd, and I fly off the handle with different things. So yeah, I'll tell you, probably.
They say you can't
it's not
judge
gonna
a book
happen,
by
but
its
if it was
cover.
gonna happen.
They say you can't judge a book by its cover. Who did I misread when we first met? Neither of. I think all 3 of us kind of wear our personalities right on the forefront.
Yeah.
You can read us by our covers. We're not hiding much. Which one of us is most likely to not get the joke? Go ahead.
Me.
Really? I thought for sure it'd be me because
Jimmy.
I'm the one to not. I'm the one to make the joke, but like when someone else is joking towards me, I just assume they're trying to tell me something, and I'm like, oh, let me teach you about it, and they don't get it.
It's Jimmy.
I don't know.
I'd say Jim.
Most likely to cheat while playing a board game.
Jimmy.
I am no. So I guess I think I know why you're saying that. But have you ever met an autistic person who really like does not abide even jokes about cheating at a game? Because that's me.
I will not cheat at a board game. The last time you and I played a board game together, Jimmy, you spent the entire time counting the shapes of the pieces to organize them properly and explain to us why some of the shapes were wrong because they didn't fit into the group properly. So I don't think you'd cheat. I think you would overanalyze the game and then play it wrong because it made more sense to you.
If you remember, while the 4 of you, I watched the 4 of you play before I joined in because I wanted to understand how to play the game before playing it too. I don't abide cheating. I think I'm the least likely to cheat. I think I would die
Probably
first.
me. It's probably me then.
Y'all have loved ones they could leverage against you if you don't cheat at this board game.
Matt, Arden, Amber, and I are all there playing Blockus, and Jimmy's over there just like organizing the fucking squares to tell us all that the squares don't make sense.
I don't remember that part. I don't know what you're talking about. The squares don't make sense part, but I remember watching and asking why you people were making the point. Like some of you would make a move that would confuse me, and I go, "Why'd you make that move? Why'd you do that?"
I had to explain it. Yeah. It
Who
was a good night.
Who among us would sell their soul for the least amount of money? Ben, but because he is mostly confused from having done like 9 12-hour shifts in a row and only getting like 2 hours of sleep each night.
I was going to say Ben has already done that.
Week last week.
Yeah, Ben did that already. He already has given up his entire life for arguably not great pay. Like, yeah,
you're right.
I feel like Ben would sell his soul for the least amount of money because he would sell his soul for 6 hours of uninterrupted sleep. That's no money. That's $0.
I've already
sold it.
Sold my soul for not much.
Who's most likely to fake an orgasm? I think that one goes to me. I've faked a bunch of them. I can't really with condoms, but I don't want my partner to feel bad. So
he keeps a little squirt bottle of mayonnaise next to his bed just in case he needs to.
Yeah.
Nobody checks inside a condom, Forrest. Nobody's like, "Oh, let me make sure you really did."
the last time I have sex with an investigative journalist, checking everything.
It turns out I'm just with a bunch of people who were trying to get pregnant, so they were trying to steal it.
Really suspicious people.
Okay, I'll go back to the supers. Anyway, that
I do have to work tomorrow. Yeah,
this is a game that can make people uncomfortable.
I loved the anatomy game. I like how more and more as time went on, we got more confident. We realized that the answers were inside us all along.
We did know that.
Now they talk about how much they love it after shitting on it. Okay, Kim we already did this one with Kim. Larry says, I bought the trans people's mugs and I'm extremely disappointed at the lack of support for my trans brother and sister. Go fuck yourself, Jimmy. I don't know what you're talking about, brother and sister. There was, you mean on the scoreboard?
Yeah, Arden
maybe?
and me. Yeah, Arden and me.
There are several cis people losing more, right? I'm tied with Arden. Actually, okay. All right. Well, yeah.
Everybody should go buy some Arden and Ben mugs to make sure a cis man loses.
Y'all could always do some viral advertising for the Transatlantic Call-In show. I think that should be the most popular show on this channel anyway. Dylan Fuller says, question for Forrest. If you came across an injured extraterrestrial, how would you help? Curious as I'm trying to write a sci-fi story. I wonder how you'd react, LOL.
I would have to, depending on the shape of it. If it's like a humanoid, if it's like a humanoid, like a that's what I'm saying. Like extraterrestrial could be anything. If you're talking like an ET shaped ET, I would assume that it has relatively like human situation going on in the fact that it's got like a body cavity, and so organs are probably going to live in there and not in like the extremities. But if it's just a weird fucking amorphous shape, a la like the evolution movies and shit, like I don't fucking know. But yeah,
Forrest is cutting them open. Meanwhile, they only needed a Band-Aid.
I would analyze the shape of it and then try to go from there.
Oh my goodness, it has road rash. Let's amputate.
Yeah, that's all I do to children.
Our friend Eric from Skeptics and Scoundrels says, Dr. Venus is go-go Jews. Go-go where?
I mean, preferably in a bathroom, but like it really is wherever.
Yeah.
Okay, this is the last super chat we're reading tonight. So if you send more, just know we're not going to read it out loud. I'm going to check the mugs and then we're going to bed. Go-go Gadget Venus. $9.99 from Numa. Apparently, atheism has origins in India. American history just teaches us white people invented everything. Look up Travaka India Materialist School. I think that would mean materialism has an origin, and atheism as a concept, you couldn't really consider it as anything having an origin because so many things.
Yeah, it's just human.
Yeah. The first time somebody didn't believe it. Yeah.
Right.
I don't know, man.
Since humans existed, somebody hasn't believed what the rest of the group, even if to only be contrarian. So, but materialism, that is very cool. That there might be like actual secular bodies of thought originating in India. That's pretty dope.
Yep.
But I would guess, since humans come from Africa, all of us, that atheism probably originates in Africa. If we were going to say there was an origin, and it probably wasn't even a Homo sapien.
Sapiens.
It probably wasn't even wasn't even a Homo sapiens. Is that what you just?
Yeah, sapiens is
okay.
The name has an S at the end of it.
Word. I guess I knew that at some point. And let me check.
I think you've said that.
If we've got any. Oh, we don't have any. No new mug sales. All right. Well, we're done then. So cool. Fucking. This is the score as it stands now. Actually, let me make sure that is up to date. But otherwise, we're leaving here in a moment. Products. And thank you everybody for hanging out with us on Christmas. It's better than doing nothing or being sad that everybody else gets to have fun on this day. Let's see. Is this right? Jimmy 33, Forrest 150. I'm just gonna read them out. I'm not gonna worry about Matt's now at 47, Aron at 80, Arden at 34, Venus at 25, and Dave at 36. So since my numbers don't, a bunch of them got one more, but I'm not gonna worry about it. We're already clearly ready to go to bed. Well, Ben and I. Forrest doesn't. I don't think Forrest sleeps.
I'm going to be up working all night, and then I've got some editing to do. I'm trying to get a video out before the end of the year. So be on the lookout for that. If you like movie reviews about terrible creationist movies, that'll be happening soon.
Cool. We're supposed to be doing that on Patreon in the coming year also. Yeah, we're adding a whole bunch of shit to Patreon in the coming year. Lots of exclusive content. Patreon.com/calltheline. Get your mugs. There's still time. We're only selling them for another week. Linemerch.com. Get your mugs. We'll see what the final score is when the whole thing is over. See if anybody can catch up to Forrest. He's trying to leave us in the dust. And we'll do some more exciting stuff and more mug giveaways on the New Year's event in a week. What's up?
Yeah. Did you know that before crowbars were invented, that crows just drank at home?
Wow. I'm done with you.
I actually kind of like that one. Any parting Christmas wisdom from the two of you?
It was going to be that. I just wanted to end the. I wanted to end the stream with something terrible. That's why
I'm gonna be honest. I think like I want to do the thing, but at the same time, I logged it in my head and was like, well, I'm gonna tell this one, so I can't even lie. Ben, what's your parting terms? Things to say.
Don't be dumb.